I am Doombringer Griffin here with Gummy. How you guys doing today?
Hey there, I'm doing pretty good, my friend. How are you doing, my man?
Awesome. Well, we got a bunch of exciting games today, and what a tournament we had yesterday as well. Uh, Definitely the return of Shadowcraft. Luna bullied no more, and Rowan, as Mofu would say, gaining his wizard powers in full. The two top pick classes, and doing very well with them. I mean, almost every lineup I think I've seen so far has both Dragon and Shadow in it.
Yeah, I think Dragon and Shadow pretty much kind of just determined, those are going to be the really big flavor of the month classes, if you will, bring pretty popular for the most part. A lot of people playing out with things like aggro and mid-range Shadow being probably the more favorable of the decks. And then, of course, Wallet Warrior Dragon being pretty popular as well.
Absolutely, and as far as Ryan's interesting stats today, we have one player running neither Dragon nor Shadow, and only one other player has not brought Dragon.
Okay, so Dragon just kind of... It's pretty clear across the board that people like this deck. It's definitely really powerful. Things like Ouroboros and, of course, the Zell combo. It's pretty massive damage for the most part, by the late game. If you're able to deal just 11 damage straight onto face, especially even if you have like an evolution point, you get that extra 2 damage, which is kind of a really big deal. So these combos really do play out pretty handy in the long run, and especially with things like Sybil being more prevalent, I would say, just because ramp is a lot better now for Dragon, especially since they get more around the mid to late game.
Precisely, and I still think I'm of the opinion that Sybil of the Waterworm is probably the best card in the new set, Tempest of the Gods. It does everything. It's a ridiculous card, and it's perfect as your second ramp card, as you can get every effect off of it, as well as Mofu would say, that premium statted body to get you through any sort of mid-game situation. And boy, does it kill just about every other deck that isn't Aggro Shadow or Havencraft. And it's not like those are bad matchups for it either.
Yeah, that's the thing, is it's pretty much had pretty good matchups, I'd say, across the board. Of course, it can lose out to really early and aggressive aggro, but with all of the extra healing that Dragons kind of come into with, I think they've definitely had a much easier time for the most part in the current meta, just simply because, they obviously get the healing off of things like Iconic Fervor as well. They do have Sybil now, and of course, even Ouroboros giving heal himself every time he dies is a pretty big deal.
Absolutely, and I think all of these new tools really do contribute to the Dragon menace as we've seen it come about. Well, we're going to be jumping straight into game here very soon with the beginning of Top 16. We'll be watching Solak versus MS Kyo, and we're here to talk about their decks just a little bit. So Kyo, actually one of the players who is not running Dragon, he has brought Shadowcraft, Bloodcraft, and Runecraft. All strong choices, all geared to beat this control-heavy Dragon and Haven meta. I would think so. Clearly running the anti-meta matchup. Gummy, what do you think about Solak's selection?
I definitely think it's relatively standard. There's nothing all too out of the ordinary. He's running in with Forest, Dragon, and Shadow. Relatively standard list. Dragon, Shadow, we were just talking about it being really, really prevalent in the new meta, just because their power spike has kind of gone through the roofs, with things like Ector also being a little more alive, and of course Ramp Dragon just kind of having a lot more valuable targets in the late game. We have Israfil, we have Ouroboros, of course with Israfil being around, so Hawkwheel just becomes much of a better card. So a lot of the choices just become a lot stronger, I would say, that they had to use previously. They're just better now overall. And then of course running in with Forest, he is still running in with that Silverbolt combo as well, which is something to kind of keep in mind, just because OTK Roach with combo is definitely very much still alive.
I think that's really the most viable version of Forest right now. I mean, we've seen, if I just pull up his deck list here real quick, we've seen this version of Forestcraft several times with these specific techs. Some people like Jungle Warden, some people like Pegasus Elf, but this card has found its way into becoming a staple of what Forestcraft wants to do now, along with Crystallia Aaron, usually at 2 to 3, Elf Queen at 1, as 1's really all you need. And some people do play Crystallia Lily at the bottom to deal with ever-present growing threats that cards like Ramp Dragon and Shadow can put out. I mean, when you see Prince Catacomb board, and you can just turn one of those things into a snowman and take all its value away, that's what you want to be doing.
Oh yeah. Having that effect pretty big deal for the most part, just because you can get rid of things like Ouroboros. But of course, the thing is, if Ouroboros is getting played down, maybe you're hoping they're not comboing it off with Zelia, because if they do, obviously Lily may not be as efficient as you might hope, but it's definitely a really great removal tool, especially since I feel a lot of the time we're not really seeing cards like Odin anymore. You know, used to be a really strong banish effect. That's how you would get rid of last words, but now it's kind of just too slow, I guess I would have to say. You know, Odin was pretty much played in every single control deck, but now for the last week, I don't think I've really seen him at all.
Well, bans are out, and Solak's Shadow is gone, as well as Kyo's Bloodcraft. So it'll be a Shadow Rune match versus Dragon and Forest. Excited to see what happens here today.
Definitely looking forward to this. Kind of curious to see which decks they are maybe going to be trying to run in with first. I have a feeling that we're more likely just going to be seeing Dragon in the first game, because it's usually the fastest win that you could possibly get, and I think it's probably the most reliable one to stick with as well.
A bit of a spectator bug. Kyo does not have one win, as usual. Ooh, two Adepts going head-to-head, playing their respective crafts, loving the flares, loving the emblems. We're about to see some Master Shadowverse play, but I do like what you said there, Gummy. Dragon is the fastest win that you can get in a control
Okay,
deck.
all right. It's not necessarily the fastest. I meant more or less the most efficient win I'd say you could probably get with. It's probably the most reliable way to be going in with here, just simply because it has been doing pretty well for the most part. The one thing I would say is probably something like a D shift would be kind of a big deal to be playing against Dragon, just because they typically do win out around turn 7, but of course if they are ramping fast enough, it could just be...
Yeah, we've kind of seen D shift falling out of favor a little bit. Yesterday, Runecraft's win rate just ending up at just around 40%. Pretty awful, considering the class's past dominance. D-Shift is currently the strongest deck the Runecraft has to offer to us, but I mean, Dragon really just being able to heal itself out of combo range and put down massive damage that D-Shift can't answer. There's no healing in Runecraft that you want to be playing, and that's... If you can't get your D-Shift combo off fast enough, they're just going to kill you with a turn 10 Sahak Wheel into Bahamut into Zell. You die, because you don't play board in that deck. So you really do need to draw, I guess, the perfect hand to make sure you're able to take some wins off of Dragon. Even Haven has figured out that aggroing D-Shift is the optimal play.
Yeah, it's just the really big thing is, of course, you know, D-Shift, it's never played for the board. It's always kind of struggled for the board for the most part. We do have a couple of extra things tech with like Blade Mage. Sometimes they are putting in things like Ogler, and of course Flame Destroyer is always going to be there as well, but you can't really rely on these minions all too much, just because they're kind of they're like a minor deterrence, I would say. But if your opponent's board is getting rather large, that deterrence really isn't going to do a whole lot there.
So one thing about this D-Shift list that Kyo has brought, something to note, he is running the sword, I guess we'll call it Sword Shift. He's playing Enchanted Sword as opposed to Flame Destroyer to make sure his Blade Maids are large enough to chunk out some life. The thing about playing this deck is you kind of run the risk of running into your swords a little bit too early, and they're not quite as impactful as just one Flame Destroyer.
Yeah.
But if you really only need one D-Shift to pull that off, if you get Blade Mage, Evo, and 2 swords, that should be enough, assuming you've done some prior damage, to take the game off of just one D-Shift. It is a little bit faster, and I think that's what they need in this meta.
Yeah, I definitely like this sort of interesting tech. The really big thing would kind of just be he's really hoping, you know, obviously he's not going to have these getting removed. And the big problem with this is of course he's going to have a board before he ends up using off this D-Shift, right? So if he doesn't have a board, these cards aren't really going to be the most useful. So if he's having to play things down a little early and more kind of defensive play, it's going to be a really big problem for him, especially with things like Forte going to be coming out. You know, he's going to have to somehow answer these minions. He's going to have to use things like Wind Blast, and he's going to have to somehow play for the board a little more early on. So hopefully he's able to kind of stick around and hold on to these for as long as possible. All right, but looking forward here with the matchup, though, looks like for...
Solak should be near unplayable. I mean...
Is that live? Hello?
Can you hear? Awesome. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Internet problems. Oh. Okay. Okay.
Getting lost here.
I had some random internet problem. So sorry. We're back in action. And as I was saying, Solak should be counting his lucky stars that he's not up against anything but D-shift, as this hand would be otherwise near unplayable.
Oh yeah.
5 6+ drops and 1 playable in the near future. This isn't what you want to see at all, but thankfully D-shift isn't exactly going to be killing him next turn. But the combo pieces are all in hand for Kyo, and just a little while longer until he can get this combo off.
It's pretty scary, kind of looking at the current board right now with, of course, if he had this hand against any sort of aggressive deck, he'd definitely be more or less losing position. So definitely glad to be playing D-shift. But right here, we see so many high-cost cards. It's kind of a big problem for him. He doesn't really have Overflow active yet either, so Forte is actually going to be targetable by minions. So right here, that Merlin going to be posing a pretty big threat for the most part, just because it does get to attack a second time. D-shift is going to go off very, very soon, especially since that's kind of just been around since the starting hand.
Of course, not that Forte is ever going to be targeted, attackable by minions in D-shift anyway. I mean, when do you not have the Wind Blast to take care of that?
Yeah, of course. That's going to be the really big thing. Wind Blast can just remove it off the board. But do you think they value the Wind Blast a bit more, or would they rather just attack into it with the Merlin?
I think you're really going to be wanting to win the game before the threat of Forte herself comes out. Or before, I'm sorry, not Forte, but any of the much larger, difficult to deal with minions like Israfil or Bahamut. So I think that's going to be the name of the game, is winning the next couple of turns. Unfortunately, Kyo has not put much of an emphasis on taking this D-shift cost down. Even when he had the sorcery cache in hand, chose to use it on the Blade Mage. And being forced to dump it out now, having to find another one to get this combo off. I mean, he should be expecting that this Blade Mage is going to die almost instantly.
Oh yeah, there's no way this really survives on the board, and right there we did see him actually trade in the Zell instead, so the Merlin did kind of scare off from him, making other plays, which is a really big deal, but of course Forte now is available to come down, but we already see there's things like Fiery Embrace, Wind Blast. There's no way that this minion possibly survives off of the board by itself. It's definitely going to just be easily removed for the most part. The thing is, though, is that if we see way too much healing, or if the aggressive plays start coming out a bit too much, we do see the Lucifer over here. It's definitely going to be able to helpfully stall out this game for a bit longer. Of course, big threats like Bahamut are going to be really relevant if it can manage to make it to turn 10. This D-shift is still so high. Alright, well, kind of looking at the game here,
so I'm not sure if that was, but... I said, I'm not sure if this was on stream or not, but Richie was telling me that it seems that Kyo's deck is a little bit modeled after Gomz's D-shift deck that was featured in EXG versus Team Conquer. So, yeah, kind of one of the first tournament appearances of Sword Shift. We're seeing a few players experimenting with it here and there for this tournament. So we'll see how it does here, especially in a matchup like that's going to be very difficult for him.
Alright, so that was definitely something I kind of just didn't expect. So he actually went with the choice of evolving the Lucifer here and going for the more aggressive plays. So he's trying to get in with that face damage right there. What do you kind of think about that decision?
I'm currently very confused about what he's doing here right now. I mean, clearly just trying to get some cards out of his hand and burn as many spells as possible. That must be the conclusion we draw with, him finally getting D-shift down to 8, and now having 3 low-cost swords, but nothing to play it with. What happens now?
Yeah, that's the really big thing. Is we were kind of talking about this earlier. Was, if he doesn't have anything. Nothing on the board, there really isn't any good choices for him here. There's no minions, he doesn't have anything really to play out, and there's just no good way to really finish off his opponent here with the D-shift, which is kind of unfortunate. And now this Israfil being dropped down onto the field is just another really big threat. He's going to have to remove this with the Fiery Embrace, and of course, with that being removed, that means Bahamut is just going to become a bigger and bigger threat later on in this game, and if he's not going to be able to get any sort of minions or play anything down on these next couple of turns, he's definitely going to struggle a bit more than he'd probably hope for.
Absolutely, and the life total just continues to rise for Solak. It's going to be harder and harder for Kyo to calc this out, and he's only going to have one chance.
Yep, it's going to be really important that he
options for Solak.
Yeah, it's definitely important that he plays as fast as possible here, but of course we see Draconic Fervor in hand, we see Sybil in hand, there's tons of healing here, so I really don't think that he feels any under sort of real threat to be damaged out here.
Can you hear me? All right, I'm back.
Oh, hey there.
My Discord connection is absolute garbage, but moving on through this game, doesn't seem like I've missed any action. So like pondering what he wants to do here. Does he want to shove Forte down Kyo's throat immediately, or play some giant threat, as he's seen 2 Fiery Embraces already, and if he was taking a look at that deck list saying, you don't got any more Fiery Embraces, that was all 2 of them, here's a giant threat, win the game right now or it's over.
Yeah, kind of just calling it out. I think he's probably able to tell around at this point that his hand probably isn't looking the best. We can already tell that ourselves, you know, 3 Enchanting Swords being in the hand really isn't going to be doing anything for him. He is not going to be going in for those extra turns as well, but those really aren't going to be doing all too much here because it's pretty much 6 mana, draw a card for the most part at this point here.
Yeah, absolutely not what you want to see, and not enough to get that D-shift off. Can do it next turn, at the very least. Oh wait, actually, can he?
It's a pretty big goal.
Oh, okay. All right. So he can.
Yeah, that's actually okay.
No,
so
no,
he's going to be able to evolve, and he's going to be able to deal 10 damage.
But he has to find 5 more off of 1 card. That's a good start, but has to concede. No, he needed both D-shifts to make that happen without the Blade Mage. Super unfortunate.
Right there, placing everything in hopes for this Clay Golem to pop off, but it's simply just not quite enough, you know, not quite enough reach there. So that's kind of the lackluster part, I'd say. This is why we maybe typically see Flame Destroyers a bit more often, just because it's a guaranteed stat line, right? I kind of liked how the combo was going there, so he ends up using the other 0-cost spells in order to get more boosts in onto the D-shift for free, pretty much, the turn before he does end up having to use it, which I thought was kind of a neat idea, but of course right there, in the execution, it's a bit slow just simply because he doesn't have that board early on, in which he really needs at least 1 or 2 minions to be alive if he does want to try to confirm out that kill.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, you know, making the best use of your 0-cost cards is the best way to win in not only D-Shift, but any sort of spell boost Runecraft deck. But just having bad luck that he only saw 1 Blade Mage, had all 3 Enchanted Swords, and couldn't do anything else. Blade Mage as a card is a bit difficult to use, as he's bad when he's extra bad when he's bad. He's okay when he's good. And clearly with the addition of Enchanted Sword, he's gotten better. You have the ability to do a quicker D-Shift combo should you amass 2 additional combo pieces. I mean, usually the combo we look for is double Flame Destroyer and D-Shift, or 2 D-Shifts and a Flame Destroyer. But now you need 1 D-Shift, 3 Enchanted Swords, and a Blade Mage. That's a lot to be asking. And even though you draw your entire deck almost every game, it's still hard to get all of that together.
Yeah, it's the really big thing, especially if he's playing them down early on and then he's having to find them a bit sooner. Of course, you're usually fetching for things with spell boost, you know, Freshman Lou here, for example. You're finding cards with spell boost constantly, but of course it's not always going to be drawing the one that you're quite looking for, so it's kind of troublesome to really be seeing that happen right there. And right here, we do see that Elf Queen tech actually sitting in hand. I'm kind of curious to see if it might actually be helpful at all this game. It might be able to bring him out of lethal range later on. Of course, D-Shift typically likes to try and one-shot out their opponent, so maybe it won't help all too much.
Yeah, I doubt that this is the matchup we're going to be looking to see Elf Queen in. I think should Kyo get through this game, going up against Shadowcraft is where Elf Queen is really going to be his saving grace.
Oh, most definitely. You know, the Shadows really don't do anything for the most part unless someone here is playing PTP Forest. Pinch me if I'm dreaming, but I really doubt that's happening. But yeah, so for the most part, the Shadows, they just kind of sit there and gather, do nothing. So I definitely think Elf Queen is a pretty big staple in a lot of Forest decks now, just because before the tech usually used to be something like Fairy Beast. And a Fairy Beast, of course, would depend on something like your hand size. But if you can get that one really big heal for the most part, because Fairy Beast before would at most heal for 8, but now you pretty much heal the full every time off of Elf Queen, which is a pretty big deal.
100%. And here, if we look at Kyo's hand, he's got 4 of his combo pieces already, so already a good-looking game for him. But now he only has 5 spaces with which to maneuver around and play his cards, and that makes things a lot easier. I mean, Magic Missile is the only card right now that draws something. Conjure Golem at least is usable. But this restricts his hand size so much. He has to keep these Enchanted Swords for later. Can't just burn them on a Blade Mage all willy-nilly. He needs to make sure he does this right.
Yeah, you know, his hand's just kind of getting a little bit cluttered. There isn't really great answers, especially since Forest is going to be playing a lot more small minions, I'd say, unless we get a really big Ancient Elf here. And then Fiery Embrace, of course, it's not going to be all too useful. You know, it's like you would never want to use it on something like a Fairy, right? He's going to be using it hopefully on something like Athena, maybe a Wolf. But of course, even like on a Wolf, you just don't want to be killing that out. But of course, he's going to be kind of getting a little more aggressed on, I'd say, here in the early game, so he definitely wants to try to get that D-shift as low as possible. And of course, that Blade Mage in hand is going to be really important this game, just because last game, that Golem came too little too late.
Agreed. He absolutely, seeing last game, and this is kind of, you know, this is going to be a one-way ticket to losers if he, you know, loses this game. He needs to keep that Blade Mage as long as he can, just to continue playing this game. Alright, so dropping an Ancient Elf and a Liza. Alright, does go for the Evo on the Ancient Elf, so actually Liza pretty good in this matchup. A card that some people think we can go without, some people still like it a lot, but I think in this matchup, it's, you know, doing the work it needs to do, except for the fact that Fire Embrace can still kill that, I believe.
Yeah, definitely can. That's the really big thing is, I really like Liza here as a card, just simply because it stops things like the Crimson Sorcery from dealing out damage, and of course Wind Blast being the other really big removal tool, just because it stacks up so much damage. And the fact that Liza can kind of block that out, if you can get a pretty filled board, Liza is definitely a really reliable option. But of course here, you know, I see things like the Golem just kind of coming in, removing out the board quite easily, just because there isn't really any great threats right now. But Elfchild May, though, going to be an amazing removal tool here, especially with the Nature's Guidance. But both Silver Bolts in hand
Not
all
what
of a
we
sudden.
like to see. Oh, and hello, Wolf. What will you be fetching today?
Oh, man.
Unfortunately, he's also already drawn his Elf Queen, so he'll be looking for a Crystalia Aaron with that White Wolf. That is pretty unfortunate.
Yeah, just not the greatest pick, I'd say, there for him. You know, zero cost Crystalia Aaron is kind of nice there, but, you know, the Enhance effect also going to be kind of there in the way, which is kind of an awkward scenario, I'd say, to be in. So I'm kind of curious to see what's going to be happening with that for the most part. You know, just that hand, though, is definitely not the order he would have wanted to see that in.
Yeah, 100% not. Moving into his turn 7, could use the Elf Queen to heal for 3. Has the option to May, Ancient Elf. Get some more cards, but 3 of the cards in his hand.
Yeah, so right here, though, with Kyo kind of struggling out, I'd say a little bit more, just simply because...
Pretty sad right now. I want to see double Silver Bolt. Oftentimes sentence, but in this play both.
Yeah, so right here, though, Kyo is kind of struggling a little bit more. We do see that he has 2 D-shifts sitting in hand, but of course the Blade Mage with the Enchanted Sword not really going to be doing a whole lot here, just because he can't play this early on here for the field, because if he tries to play it for the field as much as possible, but right here we see the Elf Queen is going to get dropped for the bigger tempo player, and of course that evolution is going to make it a bit stronger. Now, no removal being available is going to make this a bit more of a tricky situation, just simply because his face is going to be aggressed upon quite soon here. But Sorcery Cache is just kind of jumping into the hand here, actually, giving quite a bit more reach for those spell boosts, but it's not going to quite be enough to hopefully have him here just finish off the game. Going to be a little more curious to see how this all is going to be playing out. Of course, Forest is trying to look the combo, but no roaches being available is going to be a bit troublesome for them here. Crystalia Aaron now jumping into the hand as well. Just coming out kind of crazy for the most part. Kind of curious to see how they are going to be playing Crystalia Aaron, of course, with that enhanced effect could just end up giving out the extra evolution point, which is really nice additional thing here for Forest, just because they do like to have that extra damage, I'd say, for Forest, just because they don't have the greatest of evolution effects for the most part. And of course, the ward here is going to be a really big deal, just because the Blade Mage is going to have to be sacrificed into it if they really do want to be taking on this game.
You're an intruder.
So the Aaron is going to get dropped. It's actually just going to pop the evolution point here just for the extra stat line, you know. If there is no Fiery Embrace to move out this Elf Queen, there's no reason for there to be one now. Unless, of course, he's drawn into it. But we already know that's not the case. Blade Mage here forced to come down. See if he can actually get some kind of removal here for this Crystalia Aaron, just because this blocking out the win for him is going to be a really big deal.
And I make my glorious reappearance finally from the depths of the Discord app crashing on me. And, well, Crystalia Aaron doing its work here, locking out this Blade Mage combo. Nowhere near the Wind Blast he needs. And what's his answer here, Gummy? I mean, his combo is almost entirely blocked. He might need to D-shift for another card.
So the really scary thing here is that he's going to have to draw into the removal that he really needs. Even something like Fire Embrace, if that comes out, he's not going to be able to play the second shift just because it's not going to be spell boosted down low enough. So it's kind of troublesome, you know, right here. This is the really big problem. There's giant ward in the way. And he's still 20 HP, right? There's no real reach. He's used the Wind Blast there for an extra bit of damage. Kind of curious. So he will remove it there with the Blade Mage. But now the Blade Mage isn't going to be able to do a whole lot of damage by itself here.
This is just going to be game. I mean, there's nothing for him to do. And the auto concede, Sword Shift not the play here today.
Yeah, kind of having a really hard time there. The Dimension Shift list is definitely interesting. But once again, the creature base, it's kind of fallen a bit flat. You know, I think Flame Destroyer is probably the more reliable target, as we've always seen. It's definitely a cool way to kind of just be getting that extra spell boost with the Enchanted Swords, though. If you really think you need that extra reach, but for the most part, I don't think he really needed the reach there. I think the big thing was that his minions just weren't big enough, and that D-Shift was definitely being spell boosted down far enough for him.
It's true, and I think his thoughts here were, I need to win with D-Shift and beat these control decks with a combo that's near unstoppable as quickly as possible. And that's where the idea for Sword Shift comes into play. You say, okay, I can have all of these cards, I can do damage instantly, I can play just one expensive D-Shift and possibly win the game. The only problem with that is if you get locked down by 1 to 2 wards, or they simply put too much damage on board for you to answer in time, that's the end of the game. And it's still, you are still playing D-Shift, and clearly his control decks have got this deck figured out.
Yep. That was the really big thing, was, you know, the ward there. Of course, Flame Destroyer is always a little blocked out by ward, but the big thing I was thinking he was looking for, so of course he wants the Enchanted Swords placed onto the Blade Mages. And if he gets it to Blade Mage, they can attack the turn they come out, and then he D-shifts and they attack again. Whereas Flame Destroyer usually just ends up attacking once, right? So it gets to attack twice. The thing is if there is a ward blocking him out from doing that, the problem is that if he doesn't have that Fiery Embrace in hand, Blade Mage is probably just going to end up being strictly worse in that kind of scenario, just simply because there's no real great answer. We saw right there, he had to sacrifice in the Blade Mage. Flame Destroyer, typically since it has so much HP, such a big stat line, it'll usually live even if it's having to take out a larger ward. So I was kind of unfortunate there that the Blade Mage had to be sacrificed for that cause.
It's true, and I'm still of the opinion, while Blade Mage is a great card when it's good and it costs 0, any more than that and you're super sad.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely really scary there for them for the most part. So hopefully, you know, maybe they can figure it out the next time. Of course, they're not quite knocked out of the tournament yet. They do have another chance at winning it down over in the losers bracket, so don't count it out just quite yet. But it looks like our next match is going to be EXG Goms versus SM Timmy. What do you think about this lineup coming?
Battle of the websites, and we have, well, it's going to be an almost mirror all day. Timmy's running Sword, Dragon, and Shadow. Goms has brought Forest, Shadow, and Dragon. The most picked lineup here being Dragon, Shadow, and Forest. Clearly, a lot of players think it is the 3 strongest decks on the table, or at least not wanting to bring Haven out into this tournament. Many players.
Yeah, I was really surprised to not see Haven being all too popular. You know, we saw yesterday highest play rate coming out from Shadow now, right? So I definitely think that when people see this tournament, they look back at the statistics, what people were bringing. I definitely think Haven might be a little more favored, just because Haven is usually the deck or class that will kind of just put Shadow, you know, kind of back a little bit, you know, a step behind, just because the banish effects are going to be really relevant for the most part. But going into our next game here, though, what do you think the bans that we're probably going to be looking forward to here?
So bans on both sides, I'm going to go with, if I'm Goms and I'm bringing Forest, Shadow, and Dragoncraft, looking at the other side, I think my pick is going to be something like either this Swordcraft deck that seems a little strange to say, but this deck is designed to be fast enough to kind of take out and build enough board to take out some of the Dragon, or maybe not Haven as much, but at least to answer Shadow's board and slip under Dragon's defenses. So I might ban that out, but of course Shadow is always a safe ban if you just really don't want to deal with that. Timmy's list is the token mid-range Shadow with Ictor, Thane. It's going to be hard to remove that much board, even with something like a Dragoncraft and Sword or Shadow. I could see being good choices here. Shadow might be the stronger choice.
Yeah, of course. You know, these aggressive decks are going to be the really scary thing. It's pretty much going to be what really defeats out your Ramp Dragon, I would say, that a lot of people have obviously brought here. They're going for the quick win. You know, it doesn't matter if you're trying to heal up in the mid to late game, because you're going to probably be dead by turn 5 or 6 when it comes like that. And of course, Ector being a really good tool if it does get over to that turn 7. It can be a really great tool to kind of just swing the game back into your favor, summoning back a bunch of rush zombies. And if you already do have the board, which a lot of aggro decks usually a bit hard to remove, those things can just go straight for face with an extra +2 on them, which is a really big deal. So, you know, Shadow being pretty good target ban for the most part, I would say. But of course, you know, we could see something like Face Sword, just because it is a little more versatile, I would say, has slightly better removal. You know, we obviously have things like Albert, but of course that goes a little more toward the late game. You know, turn 9 Albert Enhance effect isn't going to be as threatening as maybe they might think, just because in the late game, you know, Ramp Dragon is usually playing something that Albert has to clear instead of going for face.
I think we might just get the double Shadow ban, as we saw last time, coming over from Timmy's side. When you see Dragon, Forest, and Shadow, usually you ban the Shadow. It's the deck that you probably don't want to deal with. You don't want to outright lose the game. Against Dragon and Forest, you have a fighting chance either way, assuming you bring the proper decks yourself.
Yeah, of course, you know. Kind of just looking into it, though, I'm kind of curious to see what it is that they do ban, just because it most likely will be Shadow, but then, you know, how are they going to be playing around afterwards, I guess? For the most part, is like, which deck is going to be the best one to kind of bring in first? So right here, you know, with Forest versus Dragon, do you think that's really a good choice here?
I still think that Shadow is the proper choice, probably on both sides, as almost, if you really want to ban Dragon and be cheeky about it, as I was saying, Timmy clearly thinking he can win against both decks with his Dragon deck or his Sword deck. So clearly favoring the Dragon ban, not a ban that we've seen particularly often. Most people target the Shadow, as Goms did. So these will be the bans. Goms' Dragon is out, Timmy's Shadow is gone, and we'll be moving into the game here in just a second. Force and Shadow versus Dragon and Sword.
All right,
the most variety we'll see today.
He ended up going for that Dragon ban, so I'm kind of curious to see why he decided to go for that. Maybe, I guess he was hoping for the more fast-paced games, but of course now his Dragon, I'd say it's a bit vulnerable here to the Shadow, which is kind of unfortunate. So maybe he's going to hopefully run in with that against the Sword, and Sword's going to be able to out-tempo it earlier on, which is going to be kind of a big deal, I'd say, here. So the Shadow deck, I think, is going to be kind of a really big determining factor, you know. Taking out that early game, it's going to be kind of scary for the most part, just simply because the aggressive play out of Shadow has been a pretty big deal, especially with cards like Prince Catacombs, kind of just letting you hold onto the board for a lot longer than Shadow used to ever before.
Absolutely, and it'll be so just to talk about the bans for just a little while longer. Dragoncraft clearly has the leg up on Shadowcraft as of yesterday. A 58% win rate out of 38 games for Dragon over Shadow. So I feel like it's going to be a little bit difficult for Timmy to win this series, but we'll see if he can pull this out.
Yeah, I'm a bit curious to see how it's going to be, just the fact that there's so much healing, there's a lot to be going through. It's that you kind of have to have a really nice setup hand, especially on the early game. You definitely need to be playing out on curve if you want to plan on winning the matchup. But it looks like Goms here are going to be going in with Forest, and then Tim opting to play into Swordcraft first. So why do you think they made these choices?
Leading Forestcraft is probably the play you want to go with here. You want to get this win out as Shadow has the better chance against either deck, or not Dragon, but clearly going in with Forest to see if he can. Sometimes you do want to play your weaker deck first to see if you can get a victory off of it. Having your stronger deck in the back and trying to predict if your opponent will lead with their stronger deck.
All right, so
getting 2 games off of your deck is easier than most.
You're breaking up a little bit, my friend.
No.
Scaring me, Mr. Destructoid over here.
Please, I don't want to be a robot.
We're together forever. Hey, let's play.
Alrighty, so looking into this a little bit more though, with Forrest, I definitely think that this is an interesting choice, just simply because, especially since he got the Sword matchup, typically I'd say Forrest against Sword, it wasn't always the most Forrest favored matchup when they were playing against Control Sword. Cards like Front Guard General would always kind of just block this out, but of course a lot of players now, they're not really playing that anymore. They're kind of going for this tempo sort of face sword deck list, and I definitely think that Forrest isn't going to have all too much of a hard time if they can try to get on these little bit of early minions for the most part.
Oh, hello.
Right.
Hello. Okay, I'm back.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
I got you. I hear you.
Excellent. All right, the cast is on. And yes, just to jump off on what you're saying, yes, as he is playing a Wolfbolt combo deck, you can just sit back, move the sword off of your face, use your resources to trade efficiently, and that is one of the freedoms that Forrest has in this matchup. Being able to use your multitude of small followers and removal spells to just keep board, or at least prevent your opponent from having the board and doing too much damage to you before turn 9 shows up.
Yeah, it's the really big thing. So I think the big cards that we're really going to be looking forward to here is one, that Crystalia Aaron we already see in hand. It's going to be a really big gameplay piece here, just simply because it's going to give him that extra healing. It's going to give him a Warden. It's going to block out some of that damage. But then, of course, the other really big factor we have to be watching out for is, of course, Elf Queen. I think Elf Queen is going to be really critical here, just because if he does get low in that late game, Elf Queen might just be able to save him by sweeping him right back up to full HP.
Yeah, having a Reno index sure is nice, huh? But one thing we don't talk about Crystalia Aaron enough for is her Enhance 8 effect gives you an Evo point back, allows you to continue the Evo phase longer than you would normally, or get enough Evo points to perhaps take out a giant threat with a wolf later in the game if you need to. Having that additional freedom that something like a Dark Angel Olivia usually provides, but at a greater cost, can't really be overlooked. And this is one of only a few cards that give you extra Evo points.
Yeah, it's going to be a really big deal to be kind of watching for. And also, the other thing we do kind of see in his hand, too, which is, I think, or not in his hand, in his deck list, my mistake, is really interesting, is that he has a one-up Homecoming in the deck. What do you think about this choice?
It does. I will say one thing about that. If you draw double Silverbolt, all is not lost. Now you can remove wards into a roach combo. So that's basically what this exists for, a backup plan. To end...
Alright, so kind of...
bolts, and you, like we saw, but now if you draw both silver bolts...
Alright, so maybe leaving a little bit more on toward where Anhai had to leave off though. So the Homecoming, really interesting choice I'd say here for the most part, just simply because it's, as he was saying, a backup plan. It's another choice that he can kind of be playing in with that allows him to kind of, one, he could save himself in the late game, and two, he can always bounce back anything that he maybe didn't want to have to play a little earlier on. Of course, being able to fill your hand as much as possible and get Silver Bolt its maximum value is really something he's having to look forward to here. And of course, if the board gets a little bit too full, he can of course just send everything right back. But if something, of course, you don't want to be sending back is like an Albert. If an Albert gets dropped down onto the field, you don't want to be giving him back that enhance effect. Once again, just be double attacking with Albert all willy-nilly on the field here. So hopefully that doesn't end up happening here. Looking toward the future of this match, though, you know, Lyriel, gonna be a great removal tool, and there's so much board presence. You know, it is just a lot of 1/1s, but of course, not having anything like Will of the Forest in hand here is gonna be a really big deal, just because there's no easy way to remove this. The only good answer would be something like that Homecoming we were talking about, but of course, that's not even until turn 7 they could even play it, so drawing it here wouldn't be helpful. But hopefully, Anhai, are you back, my good friend?
Nope, but I'm going to be covering for him a little bit. For those of you who don't know.
Hello.
Oh,
goodbye.
Wait. Well, wait.
Good here, Richie.
Oh, is he here?
I'm here.
Are we good?
Are we good?
Alright. So, DBG, if you missed out here, our good friend here, Goms, just drew into his second Silver Bolt.
Haha, alright. My theory is now correct, I guess. Of course, not what he wants to see, not one bit. No wolves to make the rest of the combo happen.
But now, of course, Wolf, it is able to target out in onto the Homecoming this time around, so it could be an extra combo piece, which is kind of nice for the most part. But, you know, just this board here being a bit of a big threat, I would say, you know, already. Wholesale Swing, you kind of just eliminate out that Crystalia Aaron with the Lyriel, and all these 1/1s just constantly going in for chip damage here. Do you think this is really much of a threat?
I think the Homecoming, while nice, this probably isn't the deck that you want that to be against. Naturally, you'd want to return something that's costly, that gets all of its value from being on the field via like a Last Words or something like that. So against Aggro Shadow, where there's not a lot of storm damage, yeah, that works wonders. But against something like Luminous Mage, which spawns another thing, or multiple Quick Bladers or something like Maid Leader, putting all those cards back out of their hand where most of their value comes from fanfares, that hurts a lot.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And of course, the free evolution out of Luminous Mage is going to be an excellent removal tool here for the most part. So he does decide to end up sacrificing on double 1/1s, and there's another Crystalia Aaron here. And I really think that this is the card that's going to have to save him here, just because the rest of his hand really isn't that playable at this point.
Yeah, I think there's not really a lot for him to do here. You can't just play Aaron, Nature's Guidance, and expect everything to be okay. I mean, Lethal is on the board. Of course, we know that Wholesale Swing will take care of the Aaron after trading in Illyriel. And then you can just Evo to put him within 1 point of Lethal. Actually, no, that's Lethal. He has Angel of the Word.
Yep.
Yes, so Wholesale Swing will not spawn the Knight. That will give him just enough damage no matter what happens. So there needs to be some sort of a miracle. Yeah,
it's definitely really scary to see what he's going to have to be doing here, just because Luminous Mage, you know, being the other great removal tool that we saw last turn onto the Crystalia Aaron, is a really big deal, just because it looked like, you know, okay, he's going to probably run out of steam, he doesn't have evolution points, but Luminous Mage has been a surprisingly really good card, I would say, for the most part. I don't think a lot of people came into this expecting, you know, Luminous Mage. People thought it was going to be a pretty good card, but now I feel like we just see it every time in pretty much every deck for the most part. And why do you really think that is?
What I want to talk about is why does he keep... Okay, somehow he gets lucky enough and doesn't land May on the 4-3. Clearly he wanted to get rid of that Luminous Mage no matter what, but he had to dodge twice for that damage. I was scared, to be perfectly honest with you. But yeah, Luminous Mage, the fact that it gives free evos on commanders, and then you have two options. You can either make a 4/5 for 5, along with the 2/1 that's just there. It's a free Evo point, no matter what happens, so clearly worth what you put down for it, which is almost nothing. And then, if it survives, you can Evo both of them, and of course, Luminous Knight giving +1/+1 to everything else on the board, or is it +1/+0? It's 1 extra damage, which is really what you're here for. that's what you came for.
Oh yeah. Having the extra +1 attack is a pretty big deal for the most part, just so it does give that extra kind of reach, I guess you could say. But of course, I think that the bigger body is a lot more helpful just because of that. It's that stat line, 5 HP. I find that 5 HP is around that time where things become a little bit harder to remove. 4 HP is typically pretty easy just because any 2/2 that you evolve, you kind of just trade into it for free, which is pretty easy. But then when it hits that 5 HP stat line here in Shadowverse, I really find that things become a bit more difficult to remove for the most part. But right here, we see Albert summoning the Legion of Sky Knights. Finally dealing some face damage.
You want to see the saddest silver bolt in the world? You're about to see the saddest silver bolt in the... Ooh. Well, it's too little too late for Roach at this point. Might draw some cards with Glimmering Wings, see what he can find, but there's no 20 damage coming out of this. Hello? Double
really
May.
Any great draws here for the most part, just simply because what's going to be the good removal tool? Will he get rid of the Angel of the Word?
Oh.
Not today. Alright, then that means there is enough damage already on the field. He's probably going to have to sacrifice in this Roach here, most definitely, just because there's no other real great option. It's really curious to see how he's going to have to be playing this out, just because there really isn't any great draws. The biggest thing would maybe be that Elf Queen. If you can get that drawn out here, he could and survive this next turn. He could definitely try to survive, which is a really big thing for him to kind of be watching out for, just because if he doesn't get it, it's pretty much just going to mean the game here.
Well, he will live with 1 HP. No additional draws for Timmy here, and does get to Soul Swing away the May. No return to hands for that, but plus the Quick Blade and the Angel of the Word, it's gonna be so difficult. This, not even Homecoming can save him here. It's really gotta be Elf Queen.
Storm being in hand, and then Angel of the Word is playing for 1. Is there any real out here? I don't really see any good options, just simply because Ancient Elf could maybe save him a little bit. He can also sacrifice in the fairies if he does so choose. Will he get this Knight? Alright, so he can go ahead, trade in one of the fairies to get rid of that 2 damage. Ancient Elf might be able to save him out here, but of course, board being pretty scary for the most part.
Yeah, I'm thinking his best way out here is Crystalia Lily the Floral Fencer, play Ancient Elf. Look, you obviously can't win against an Albert anyway. Might as well not try and play around that right now. You're playing to survive until you can see that Elf Queen.
So it looks like he's valuing having this fairy here on the board, just so he does get that slightly larger Ancient Elf. Roach actually going to be coming in here for the face damage. Probably just going to drop it out again, just so he does clear out this Floral Fencer. I really doubt he wants to be letting that live here. Of course, Elfchild May could even is going to remove off one of these 1/1s, so definitely a pretty valuable clear for the most part. So now, if he somehow, by a miracle, stabilizes, he could just turn this game on its head.
Not if a Demonic Strike has anything to say about that, but I doubt he's playing that. Ooh. Oh, well, that's a Demonic Strike for you. Costs a little bit more.
3 damage, same thing, same effect. What's the difference?
Heartbreaking.
Fang Blade, of course. He never misses face.
Well, that's tilting. I don't know what you want me to say about that. I mean, but the fact of the matter is he was at 1 HP. That in itself is a blessing, that he wasn't just instantly killed by a second Albert or anything else that really could have just done the deed instantly. I mean, you play your best, but you can't win them all, and that's Shadowverse for you.
Yeah, it's really troublesome there for him. Of course, the really aggressive play coming out from Tim pretty much just wins out the game. That Elf Queen, if you got that at a turn or 2 earlier, I definitely think we could have seen a whole different match on our hands for the most part. But of course, Fangblade will just close out the win there. But that means for Tim, all he's got left here will be that Dragon deck. So how do you think this is going to be faring against the next 2 deck lineups?
I think Goms has to climb the wall here. I mean, clearly Forest has been decent against Dragon, or all these people wouldn't be playing it. Currently, Dragon's win rate over Forest is only 53%, so while it is in the majority, it at least is faring decently. So that can kind of go either way, and it's almost a coin flip, and almost a coin flip is what Goms has to take here if he's to win.
Yeah, it's going to be the really scary part here is, does he have the combos? Is he going to be able to go off early enough, or is it just going to ramp high enough where Ouroboros or even Bahamut here is going to really start popping off, and it looks like he's not going to actually be keeping any of this, but Grimnir going to be a really great ally, I would say, just to make sure he survives through this early game.
Double Grimnir and Sybil. That's a curve if I ever saw one, but Dom's going to be getting the cheeky turn 3 Ancient Elf here. The 4-5, as you said, pretty difficult to remove in the early game by just about anything. So, I mean, that's what he wants to see, but the fact is, Silverbolt has been such a magnet for hand here, and he's got to dodge the additional Silverbolt for the next 6 or 7 draws.
Silverbolt's kind of just been jumping into the hands here, which is really unfortunate just because you definitely want these off of the Wolf later on in the game. And of course, Wolf would be a much better thing in that hand, but of course, in the early game, you don't ever want an 8 drop, on your turn 3 in your hand. If you can always draw into it a little bit later, that'd be a little bit more favorable. But right here, Silverbolt just kind of being in hand in the early game, I feel that it's kind of just been a dead card for the most part in these games.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, it's just that the game hasn't gotten to that stage. I mean, he's never had the combo, so you can't play it. Silverbolt by itself killing a minion, if you only play 2 Silverbolts, I mean, that's one of your 2 win cons. What are you now going to do? You have to draw the other one. That's super sad. You don't want to do that.
Yeah, of course. And having, 2 in hand, it's not the worst thing if one of them can cost 0, just because in that late game you can kind of combo out. You do 0 cost into the 9 cost, and you just deal, up to potential 15 damage, which is a really big deal, especially since all of that can go straight onto phase. But of course, if you just keep drawing both of them, it's not really going to be doing anything here. And Grimnir, though, I definitely think this is going to be a really big factor, just because Grimnir is kind of blocking out the early aggression, especially from something like Ancient Elf here. And of course, Sybil, double of them being lined up in the hand. He's looking to ramp and heal up a bit more. What do you really think is going to be the answer here?
Well, his line of play right now is play Grimnir. Not even playing Grimnir, deciding to save it for later. Haha, the Elf Queen this time. But an easy Evo is going to put the Goblin Mage over the Grimnir. Okay, can also do it with a Fairy if he so chooses. Does opt for that angle. And can do 4 face damage. I will say that while Sybil's healing is a factor here in keeping Timmy alive, it's not the end-all be-all, as Wolfbolt can kill you from 18. You just need 2 damage, something on the field, or one trade to go your way to make sure that happens.
Yeah, that's the really big thing. If you can get those couple of favorable trades, it's going to be a really big deal. And of course, we already see the really big cards already getting lined up. And of course, him only going first, he gets 2 evolution points, but he's going to refreshing back up to 3 instead with Dark Angel Olivia here. I definitely like this kind of choice of tech. I don't think we've seen Dark Angel Olivia and Ramp Dragon all too much, just because they already have pretty big beefy minions. But I think the extra evolutions in the late game, especially if you're falling maybe a little bit more behind in the early game, could be really helpful here. But Gom's already building up that Roach combo, I would say, for the most part, just because 2 of them are already sitting there, and we already see a Nature's Guidance.
He has quite a few options available to him, and yes, to talk about Dark Angel Olivia just a little bit, clearly you see its worth here. When you play 3 Wind Reader Zell, that's the majority of your damage unless you're going for the slow Ouroboros grind. And having an additional 3 Evo points in the late game when you have giant threats such as Bahamut, Ouroboros, even a turn 10 Grimnir, that's having those Evo points to make sure all of those things go face the way you want them to, and just to kill your opponent while they're scrambling for this and that. That sounds amazing to me.
It won't be long now.
Oh, most definitely. And, the Fairy now just going to be trading into that Sybil pretty much for free. Definitely don't want to be leaving that up just because, the recurring healing is going to be a really big factor, but so much face damage already being laid down, and it's barely turn 5. Really don't see this turning out great for Tim here right now.
And he has an available 8 Roach damage next turn. If 2 of this survives on board, which it surely will, that'll be enough.
Yep, and even if it does get to that late game, we Elf Queen already sitting here in hand. And I think this is a really big and important card to kind of be relying on, just because I don't think Ramp Dragon here is necessarily going to kill you out in one turn unless it's already gotten some pretty good chip damage. Of course, it's full HP now. But usually the biggest damage that you see coming out on that would be something like upwards of 13 damage, I want to say, for the most, if you even have like an evolution point all at once. So even if that big shot does come out, Elf Queen could just be a really big saving grace. But of course now, we see the Roach combo. It's in hand. It's got the evolution point. Roach
doesn't need it.
Just gonna take it out here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's lethal. And all right, Goms bringing it back, getting the win off of his force. This is what he wanted to see. Just being able to collapse on his opponent, maybe even go second. You absolutely want to go second playing Wolf Bolt, by the way. And getting that early damage, using his Evo points to the best of his ability, and bringing this to a 1-1 match.
Yeah, so now that all that's left for them will end up actually just being, because it was his Shadow that was banned out, correct? So it will be Dragon here?
So Timmy will be playing his Dragon as his Shadow was banned. Goms is going with his Shadow.
His Dragon was banned.
He has brought this into a contested match, as now it's anyone's game.
Bow before Dark Dragoon.
Yep,
Shadow having the advantage,
Skies.
but also wanting to go first here. So more of an even matchup, as now Dragon will have access to its greater resources faster. Just depends on if these extra Evo points do mean the difference, and seeing those double Lyrials makes me think that they might.
Yeah, of course, you know, he has the Bone Chimera in hand here too, and I honestly don't like Bone Chimera all too much as a card personally, just simply because it's a 3-mana 1-1. You know, playing that on turn 3, you kind of lose out pretty big, especially when something like Grimnir gets dropped down onto the field. How do you really answer back to a 2-3 ward with a 3-mana 1-1 that, you know, it does die and give you the 2 skeletons, but I really see great value in Bone Chimera in this type of situation.
I think Bone Chimera is one of those cards that, while not particularly valuable when you play it, it's a lot more valuable once it's on the field. And of course, that seems like an obvious thing to say with its last words ability. But the threat it provides, like, okay, do I trade into Bone Chimera? And will he play Prince Catacomb and get 2 additional dudes off of that original 3 mana? I mean, that's a worry that people have to have. And it's kind of like not wanting to kill an Attendant of Night. You don't want them to have the extra value, but if you don't kill it and deal with the Lich after it, what more are they going to do to me?
Yeah, that's the really big thing here. So I think it's going to fall a bit flat for the most part here. But, you know, we do see Ector already jumping into the handle, maybe a little bit more earlier than he would hope for. And, of course, you know, Ector could be a really big potential threat in the late game. But right here we have Zombie Party, which could just remove out this Grimnir if he so chooses, which is something he's definitely contemplating on, but he's not all too sure. But if he loses this board this early on, I really just don't see how he's going to be able to make this potential comeback.
Well, he does use the Bone Chimera for its perceived value, but things are looking up for Timmy. He's got his 1 bit of Dragon Oracle ramp that he can then use to get Sybil to put him into overflow and heal off any damage. It'll be Timmy going into 7 mana with almost full life against a mid-range Shadow. Goms needs a combo. That's how it's going to have to be.
Oh yeah, and of course the other big card we haven't even mentioned, we see it right here in the hand, is Lightning Blast. Lightning Blast is such an amazing removal tool, you know. I was mentioning it earlier, we really just don't see Odin whatsoever anymore. He's pretty much been non-existent, I'd say, for the last week, which is a bit unfortunate. But then Lightning Blast here being another amazing card for Banish here, just simply because it's a giant AoE at 10 mana. It gets enhanced, it banishes out the entire enemy's board, and against something like Shadow, that's going to play a really large factor here in the late.
I mean, you're paying 2 mana extra for a full board clear Odin. I mean, what more do you want? Rowan got his wizard powers. What more do we need to say about that?
Yeah, of course, you know, it being a bit more powerful. He could use it on a single target if he really needs to. Zombie Party. We'll just clear out the Sybil and the 2 skeletons, but, you know, I really don't see Shadow doing a whole lot here anymore. We already see there's an Ouroboros now in hand as well, and it's able to just start healing him up, dealing out with the board, and it's going to be really troublesome just because Ramp Dragon is already at the state it needed to be, and Shadow kind of failed to really execute where where it should be at this point. And the opponent hopefully maybe a little bit lower, and they really just aren't. Already all the way up to 18 still.
This is a bad next couple of turns for Goms here, and Timmy's got the Israfil and the Evo point to clear out the current board, the Lightning Blast and the Grimner as options for removing the next board. So in the case of a Prince Catacomb or something with a lot of Last Word's ability, he's got Lightning Blast to remove any and all threats, but also the Grimner to not only put 4 additional damage for Ouroboros to take advantage of, but also the full board clear as well. So it's going to be a board clear into a board clear, perhaps. Of course, Death Breath playing around the Israfil rather well, and it's going to be a lot tougher for Timmy to clear this out without a little bit of help.
Yeah, and the Evo and the Shadow Reaper makes it a bit bigger of a threat, I would say, just because, of course, it gets bigger as more of these minions are dying on the board. So, potentially a Lightning Blast might have to be used here on the Shadow Reaper, just because that's going to be the really big threat. And, of course, Death's Breath being pretty valuable here for the most part, just because there's no amazing AoE to really be killing off this board. He could just sacrifice in the Ouroboros and clear out all the zombies with playing it again, but then the Shadow Reaper, of course, going to be getting a lot larger. And Ector being in hand here is going to be the really big determining factor, because if enough things live on this board, Ector just wins in the game here.
I think that's Goms' out here. Seeing as that he did play the Death's Breath, now Israfil can't do what it needs to do. If it does, it will manage to kill 1 or 2 things in combination with Ouroboros, and that'll only buff Shadow Reaper to a place where Ector can, in fact, just add 6 to whatever he's got left on the board and win the game. Yep. It's looking rather rough for him. And it looks like Lightning Blast and Grimner is his really only play. Remove the Shadow Reaper, take that threat away, crash in one with the Ouroboros, play Grimner, Evo it, crash into something else. Does go with the Israfil. He doesn't know what punishment's awaiting him.
Israfil does give that extra healing, which is kind of a nice little added bonus, but of course, these zombies being up, it's kind of just a wall he's having to climb over now, which is really troublesome, and the fact that Shadow Reaper only grows in strength is going to be a really big deal. And of course, Ector going to be summoning out even more zombies here. Little Soul Squasher. So what do you think about this tech? What do you think about this card just in general? Because I've definitely liked this as an addition to Shadow decks.
I like it a lot. I think it's the answer to people oppressing you with 3 Evo points when you go first. I think that you can just take the board back. All right, they played well, we don't see it much anymore, but let's say Goblin Mount Demon. They played Goblin Mount Demon, Evo it. There's now a 5, 7 on the board. They hit my 2/2. I'm super sad. Little Soul Squasher, I'm back in the game.
Yeah, it's really definitely a really nice card to be having. He's probably contemplating just playing that down actually this turn in combination with Cerberus, just because, a 10-8 on the field, getting that removed would be pretty convenient, I'd say, for the most part. But next turn is turn 10, so that means Grimnir, Lightning Blast are going to start activating a bit more efficiently. So, of course, it could be a little late. Ector is definitely not the worst of choices either, just simply because he could get the extra face damage and maybe make a bit more of a threat. But it looks like he is going to opt for the safer play here.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was 2 off of lethal, either of his 2 options. So he could Cerberus, Coco Mimi, and Evo, and that was not quite enough. Or he could Ector, get the same amount of power, still use the Evo point, and still be not close enough. Triple Lightning Blast.
Wow.
Say goodnight.
Oh, yeah, so this board, goodbye. Doesn't exist anymore. So now right here, this is what I was talking about with this Ector. It really isn't going to be doing as much as he's probably, was hoping for earlier. If he had played it the turn before, it would have gotten its value right then and there. And now it's kind of troublesome for him, just simply because Ector, can't do as much this time around. But of course, Bone Chimera could hopefully give it back that potential boost that he's really needing for that extra reach here.
A lot of things need to happen for Goms to win this game. One of them is to somehow generate enough shadows to get a Phantom Howl combo off, and even that is still not enough damage. He's off by 1 with a Phantom Howl combo. That's his current win con. Or Ector, make a full board of zombies, which means acquiring 10 more shadows with just the cards you see in front of you, and then them lasting a turn through double Grimnir, double Lightning Blast, and then winning the game.
Yeah, I really don't see any way for it to be swinging back into his favor here. You know, Tim kind of just taking his time thinking about this. Does he want to let the Bone Chimera live? Is it really worth it? Double Grimnir being such a powerful tool in this late game. Mini Path to Purgatory, if you will, going to be pretty strong for the most part, just simply because it's going to be clearing out all these small minions pretty easily. And of course, Coco Mimi being in hand, he has 3 cards. But realistically, we're only looking at one potential threat.
Yeah, so wondering what is that last card, but even then I don't think there's any one card that could really strike fear into the heart of Timmy, and does opt for the Grimnir, going with that option, getting the damage in, and then he can simply play Ouroboros next turn, assuming that Goms can't get over it, and threaten lethal. Aha!
Oh.
Another Bone Chimera. What good can come of this?
So it looks like the Mimi is going to go for the face damage, and that means Ector actually being pretty big threat here for the most part, because if he plays this down, he does get the extra zombie now with Rush as well. It's kind of a big deal, so Grimnir actually not even able to survive.
Finds lethal!
It's going to be the lethal damage.
What in tarnation?
Yeah, so, you know, couple 1/1 skeletons. It's scarier than you might think.
Somehow finds what he needs out of all of that to to get things done. And Goms takes the series in a fashion that I didn't think was possible, but clearly kept his head on and won the Skeleton War outright.
Yeah, so that was the really big thing. I think Tim was a bit greedy there with the Lightning Blast. You know, that's why the Bone Chimera is played right. It's just simply because the 1/1s become much larger threats, especially with something like Ector sitting in your hand. And Coco Mimi is just icing right on top of the cake. So that adds up quite a bit of damage. You know, it's just 2 skeletons surviving. If you just do the simple math, they each get +2. It's going to be 4 extra damage. Coco Mimi adds an extra 8, and then he did have the extra evolution point with 10 damage pretty much out of nowhere with the +2 with the board. The exact lethal that he needed.
And just the shadow generation that Cerberus provides, it's kind of an overlooked thing when you think about it. I mean, the fact that Cerberus gives you 3 shadows, and 2 of those shadows are one-cost spells that allow you to put 4 more damage on the board. And, I mean, Cerberus will be a staple until that card is no longer playable, in my opinion. There's not a good way to replace it, and do we want to see a card that powerful?
Oh yeah, Cerberus is definitely a really big MVP card, and that's the really big strength, I think, of Shadow, as well as that it's one of the aggro decks that has the largest burst out of hand. You know, we see things like Phantom Howl, Cerberus combo, and now we have Ector. You even have things like Wind God, which could be a really big deal for a lot of players, just simply because the burst out of hand is sometimes just a bit too unpredictable, and if you're trying to go for these slightly more or less greedy plays, it might just cost you the match, just like right there.
Absolutely. We'll be jumping into our next match very soon here. Hopefully catching some people we haven't seen before. Who would you like to see?
Alright, so looking down into it, we do have winners round 3 already with DV8 at CF and versus LOJ, and then EXG Bombs versus COQ. However you pronounce that. That name's a mystery to me, but finding out here for their last bit. Alright, so I guess we'll just go ahead and call him HM for now. But looking down in the losers bracket, fighting in for their last chance at the tournament, we have Decade versus MS Kyo, SN Timmy versus MS Icy Stars, and then Gumbo Trail actually taking the win over Shinji and going forward into round 3, and then Solak versus CPV Deathrunner. So let's go ahead. I'd say let's jump on in and look at Solak versus Deathrunner if we can.
We call upon the powers of production. Make our dreams come true.
Alright, so looking at this, it looks like Solak's Dragon is actually going to be getting banned, and then... Did you see what was banned for here for Deathrunner?
Quick scroll up, we'll take care of that. And it was Deathrunner's Dragon banned. Yes.
Alright, so Dragon.
Can't blame anybody for that.
Double Dragon.
What a good game that was. Punch your way out of trouble.
All right. So let's see how this is going to be playing out. Kind of curious. All right. So it looks like it's actually just 0-0. Neither side has a win, hopefully, unless, spectator is bugging out for us. But kind of curious to see what they are going to playing out in this first match. So it's Shadow Mirror. So what do you think is the really large determining factor here in this mirror match?
Come on.
Do you go first, and is your hand better?
Yeah, I definitely think that's the really big thing is if you're going first, just getting that board control early on is pretty much, for the most part, going to be the really big thing. And something like Orthrus here, I actually think is going to be a really big tempo swing just because you eliminate your opponent's board and you get the larger minion for board threat.
So let's see if there are any structural differences in their deck choices. So as we saw earlier, Solak is running mid-range, sort of somewhat token. He's running something like a Tentative Knight, Grimnir. He's running one of Zombie Party. A lot of text for him. We see this a lot from Solak. 2 Goblin Princess and, of course, 3 Ector. Whereas Deathrunner is playing a very similar list, actually. Just with no Tentative Knight, 1 additional Grimnir, 3 Zombie Party. And going down the list, they are quite similar. So clearly neither player favoring cards like Immortal Thane. Going for Grimnir instead for obvious reasons. Card is ridiculous and well statted.
Oh yeah, definitely an amazing card. But the other card I kind of think is a little bit more shocking. Deathrunner here is he's playing double Playful Necromancer. I definitely feel that this isn't a card we haven't seen all too much until as of recent times. Because before Necromancer, I felt like it kind of fell a little less out of favor pre-Tempest of the Gods, just simply because it didn't do all too much, and its stat line really wasn't the greatest for turn 4 all the time, especially since the ghost kind of just disappeared. Something like Floral Fencer is obviously the only comparison I could really make to it for an amazing turn 4 card. It just kind of be a little bit better, so it kind of fall a little flat for the most part. But now kind of bringing it back, I guess he does value that extra storm there on the ghost.
Yeah, it definitely helps when you want to play with a little bit of removal, and gets you 2 extra damage where your opponent might not have expected it. So definitely a tool that can possibly win you the game off the top. We'll see how he uses it here, as it might just be his play. Goes for Death's Breath instead. Can't blame him since he has the shadows to use it.
Yeah, I think he's a little forced to use the Death's Breath here just simply because Prince Catacombs dropping onto the field. That board is going to be filled for quite some time. Skeletons kind of just jumping out left and right. But of course, this Death's Breath is going to be a little harder to cut his way through just simply because he doesn't have any amazing removal tools here. And of course, the 3 HP stat line in this aggro matchup is going to be a bit difficult to remove just because you're kind of dealing with a lot more even numbers, I would say. So something like Orthrus here is actually just going to have to be sacrificed to really remove it out here. So with, Desperate being really prevalent, do you think maybe we might see things like Foul Tempest coming into play in the future?
It's possible, but then you're only playing cards that don't help you in any other matchup but the mirror. And I feel like that gets a little bit dangerous. If the meta were aggro heavy, and it's absolutely not at the moment, except for maybe Shadow and possibly some elements of Forestcraft, you're slowing down your own deck to try and counter your opponents, when really all you have to do is be faster than them in the first place. So I think speeding up rather than slowing down is going to be the answer here. I'm wondering if Playful Necromancer is possibly one of the techs we'll see to accomplish that. Unfortunately, we won't get to see it here, as now he has no more Evo points. Super sad, boys. But the game continues.
Yeah, so no, Playful Necromancer, not really as valuable as, he's probably hoping for. And of course, there's just no good removal now for this giant board. It's the really troubling thing. Phantom Howl's going to have to be used as more of a clearing tool just because he's playing so far from behind. And this is from when he was going first as well. Just something to keep in mind. So, going first, not always going to be shaped out to what you might think it could be.
Yeah, definitely. Able to cut out a good majority of the damage, bring it down to a more manageable, just 3 skeletons or a skeleton and a skeleton fighter. It looks like that'll be the answer. And then can't play anything else in his current hand, but this board is a lot more manageable, especially since you can play Cerberus next turn or a Goblin King.
Ooh. Right, so the Grimnir here, it's actually kind of scary because if this does actually get up to turn 10, Grimnir might just be able to sneak in enough damage for the win. He does need an extra 2 on top of it to manage to make it through, but Grimnir is definitely going to be a really big game changer here, just simply because he doesn't have any healing in the deck, right? So if he's not going to be able to heal, sitting down here at 6, it's going to be a really big problem for him for the most part, and he actually opts to instead just play it down immediately.
I think he's in such an advantageous position that holding cards for that reason is not where he wants to be. He absolutely wants to be doing as much damage as he can. Unfortunately, Goblin King coming down, he got what he paid for. We'll see what comes off the top to try and save him. Counter Goblin Princess, not the best here, giving a little more time to come back on the board for his opponent.
Yeah, now the Skeleton's going to be popping up on the opposite side, kind of stabilizing out here a bit more, but of course Goblin Princess fills the board once again. That's the really big power spike, I'd say, of Shadow now. Ever so constantly, the board always has minions. Ector, always going to be a problem if that is drawn off of the top of the deck here.
Absolutely, that would be game at any given time. That and potentially Cerberus as well. Both cards to be watching out for here.
Really scary thing, of course. He's going to have to be still trading into this, but all these goblins, 2 HP is a bit too much. Unfortunately there for him. We'll have to see how he's going to be playing it out in these next couple of turns. Goblin Kings are going to be coming out for both sides, but these 3 goblins being able to survive and make it through might be a big deal. Look at it. The Goblin army has assembled.
I want to get off Mr. Goblin's wild ride. Gobbies are feeling hungry. 6 total goblins on board, with maybe the king himself dropping down as well. No reason not to play everything here. You're not holding on to anything for any particular reason. And you'll at least be able to take this Shadow Reaper away, or potentially grab a couple of the puppies from Cerberus.
It's a really big thing, just all these goblins, giant smile on their faces, really glad to be here on the board.
Welcome to the show, goblins.
So really being a large factor here, he is kind of contemplating even removing just maybe a little bit, just because it is a bit overkill, but of course, going in all in for the face, is playing 2 as out for the most part. I really don't think there's any threat, and it just really relies on this top deck here, Ector, Cerberus. There's just so many things you can be drawing into here to flip out the board, but the other Ector coming on in here.
And that's looking pretty dangerous. The fact of the matter is he still has to deal with this board somehow. And Goblin King's a decent answer to that. But boosting the Shadow Reaper as much as he can, it looks like he'll go for the Ector, get the 9 damage with Shadow Reaper, and clear out the rest of the board with his zombies, leaving him with just 1 goblin and needing 1 damage to win the game, unless he goes for the full clear with the Shadow Reaper as well.
Yeah, it's the really big thing is contemplating here. I really don't think that the difference between 1 and 2 HP is really going to make or break this game. We're not seeing anything like an angelic snipe here, right? So maybe he does still just go for the full clear, just so nothing on the board is really scary. I guess it makes it so Ector isn't really an out anymore. And look at that!
What are these top decks?
This goblin is late to the party.
Oh, it's just game. That's so sad. 22 shadows, double goblin top decks, nothing doing. That'll be the concede.
Wow.
What happened?
We were saying it, right? If you have a full board, Ector is going to just be the swing. It's what really turns around this game. He's such a large threat. And of course, the Shadow Reaper comboing off, he just sacrifices out his entire board and then just refills it once again with more tokens. So that's the really big things. Zombies, skeletons, all over the place. Goblins this time around. Not going to be able to pull it off.
We're seeing all sorts of monsters up in here. I think that's the most goblins I've ever seen on one Shadowverse board. Somebody prove me wrong.
Yep. Well, that was the really scary part there for him. Just Hector drew into it first, and it does end up allowing him to win the game here. So Deathrunner seemingly just stealing out the win here.
And Deathrunner now moving on to his forest deck against Solak's Shadow. So it's going to be a Shadow Forest mirror the whole way down. And Solak really needs this game.
The really big thing, hopefully he's going to be able to turn it around. He does still have Shadow to play with, even though it did just lose. I definitely think it's not the worst of decisions, but of course, it's going to have to be playing out against something like Forest. So hopefully he has, a bit better of a curve this time around, just because Crystalia Aaron and Elf Queen are going to be really big choices in order to maybe hold off from this aggressive play style.
It's a 62% win rate against Forest for Shadowcraft, so Deathrunner might be looking to just lose this game and move on to the Forest Mirror.
Ooh. You definitely don't want that Cerberus and Hector in the early game here. A little bit better of a curve, I'd say here. Little Soul Squasher, it's not the worst thing to just be playing on turn 2, just because 2 mana 2/2. It's just good. It's fine, clear stat line. But of course, if you can get that extra effect, especially since he's going first here, if you can just remove out the evolved target later on and save it, maybe it could get a little more value if he does decide to hold on to it, if he draws into another 2-drop here.
And the thing about Forest is a lot of people aren't playing Will of the Forest anymore, so no more board wipes. Crystalia Aaron, providing a little bit of heal and a pretty sizable ward to try and clear things out. Ancient Elf being the busted card it always was, and now with the addition of Elf Queen, they have more of a healing factor, but okay, while we're waiting for a response, gasp .exe. The fact of the matter is, Shadow's going to be getting all of its value for the majority of its game. I mean, all of its last words effects will go off. Really, the only tech against that is something like Homecoming, which I do not believe Deathrunner is playing. Pulling up his deck list now.
No, definitely no Homecoming in here, but he is actually running in with the 3 of Jungle Warden, which is a pretty big deal. I know last week, I don't think we really saw Jungle Warden at all, but coming in on this weekend's tournament, we've seen Jungle Warden kind of appearing a lot more often. Why do you think that is?
So, a lot of people have mixed opinions. Solak himself, since he is in this game, swears against Jungle Warden, saying it's unplayable garbage. We saw him, I believe, take a mirror yesterday without it, using his preferred tech, Pegasus Elf, in its place. So he thinks it's not worth it. He believes that the combo pieces are better served elsewhere, and of course that's the explanation he gave us. So I personally think the card is pretty neat. It does provide you 2 wards with Storm, because why not? It's a pretty decent turn 10. The stat lines aren't terrible. I mean, 4/5 for 5 is what we like to see here. It's better than Raging Aiden, and that's kind of the baseline for 4/5 wards. So decent in the mid game, a lot better in the late game, and a potential win condition. But since it is kind of what Deathrunner has based his deck around outside of the traditional Roach combo, I'm a little bit worried about his chances here.
Yeah, that's the really big scary part, is just the fact that, right now, it actually wouldn't be that bad, just because it's another good option for wards before Crystalia Aaron. It's obviously not turn 6 yet. Jungle Warden, you can still just play on turn 5, and it has, once again, that awkward 5 HP sort of stat line that's really hard to remove, especially for an aggro deck like this, when it's dealing with a lot of one attack on the board. But of course, Hector being in the hand is going to be a little more likely to remove that later in the game, but turn 7 could just be a little too late, just because the hand is stacking up with combo pieces already here.
And has a bounce in Ancient Elf with 2 Goblin Mages to fish for more Roaches. It will be looking pretty scary on around turn 7 or so, where he can get a pretty easy 7 damage bounce, potential 9 damage into whatever he can fish out the next turn. Plus the giant, what is it, a 6/7 Ancient Elf? Yeah, that's pretty difficult for Aggro Shadow to get over.
Yeah, that's the really scary part, is, how is he going to be able to remove this giant Ancient Elf? But of course, he does still manage to keep the board, which is the really big thing. Little Soul Squasher coming in, being pretty helpful for the most part. And of course, these fairies can drop down. I'm kind of curious to see if he does play the next EPM to try to maybe go for the board a bit more, a little more in the future here. simply because EPM could hopefully make him stabilize if he can get a bit of a bigger effect, but I guess he's just going to be opting in for that Ancient Elf once again, but Ector now looking to be a bigger and bigger threat as we get closer here to turn 7.
It's true, and now we have this, well, this very well-statted Ancient Elf. Going to be very difficult to get over without another little Soul Squasher, which he then has to build up the shadows for. Needing something like a potential zombie party to kind of clear this out, or any sort of removal tool, really. I like the way that Deathrunner played this last turn, playing both zero-cost fairies, getting a little bit of roach damage in. Off the get-goes, he does have EPM to restore the zero-cost tokens, as he has no Phoenix in sight instead. So having, okay. But unfortunately, Soul Squasher needing all of the things on board to die to make that happen.
See, if he could just sacrifice, because it is the Necromancy 4, right? So Skull Beast and the Goblin, he could just throw in, and then he still manages to get the proc effect off of Little Soul Squasher, which is kind of a big deal. You know, he does get the extra skeleton as well, which is pretty nice, and he actually just opts to just Evo and trade it in here instead. So I guess he wants to save up the Necromancy for Ector here, right?
That seems to be the name of the game,
Yeah.
and I agree with that play, considering he is going to be your win con in about 5 seconds. So we'll see what turn 6 looks like for Deathrunner here, as he has so many options, but none of them look that great.
Jungle Warden instantly plays it down onto the field, but
He needs it.
see if that's really even going to be enough here. You know, Ector is going to have the zombies. He's going to be able to trade in quite efficiently for the most part.
Alright, and does trade the Prince Catacomb to get an additional zombie with Ector. He is the play, coming down. Can clear out both Jungle Warden and the Fairy, using one of the zombies and the skeleton for optimal trading. Gets 3 face damage, putting himself in a pretty good position. Turn 7 looking pretty scary with no Evo points.
That's the big thing is now Forest, it's never been the greatest deck, especially with things like Combo Roach or Silverbolt. They really just don't get to play for the board, and the fact that Shadow's taking the board so much more nowadays, it really makes it hard for them to kind of combat this aggressive deck out of Shadow, because 2 health really isn't easy to remove here for Forest. The only great thing that could come to mind that removes 2 health easily would be something like a Sylvan Justice here.
You know, what is Deathrunner to do in this situation? I mean, he's got Selwyn's Command, which can remove the zombie. That's not quite enough, though. Might even need to think about sacrificing a Roach, or really none of his options are that great. I mean, his other option is play something like Goblin Mage and hope for another May, but he doesn't have enough mana to do that anymore. He already committed to the first one. And kind of, we gotta ask where he's going with this. It has a nice 4 damage, but that'll only be able to take out the zombie. Loses the Roach, now has no bounce targets, no combo pieces whatsoever, and if it's not game for Solak soon, it will be.
Well,
but that's plenty.
Has the 3 shadows right there against the full board, and that's just going to be the game again. Constantly. This board is just, it's never empty.
Never. It is quite possibly the stickiest archetype we've seen so far. Anything in here, I personally really like token decks, and I think this lives up to the name quite well. Just its ability to generate more creatures for almost any reason at all. Even a card like Zombie Party, which is an early game removal tool for the most part to counter something like Grimnir, in the late game can also get you 3 dudes to not only produce additional shadows, but to give you more targets for buffs.
Yep. So moving forward too, though, so now we get to see the Forest Mirror. Looking a bit more back at Deathrunner's list too, he's not running anything like Silverbolt. He's not running Wolf. His highest curve is actually going to be that Elf Queen, so he's going a little more combo oriented. And maybe I guess the Jungle Warden is in here for that late game sort of face damage aggression.
Well, we'll see if Solak made the right assumption in another Forest Mirror for him. We'll see if, just why he doesn't think Jungle Warden is worth playing. And this early game looking a lot better for Deathrunner than it is for Solak.
Oh, for sure. The turn 1 Fairy Circle, turn 2 Fairy Circle right there. A little bit late, but of course, he doesn't have the double Ancient Elf, you know, sitting here waiting in hand. I think that's going to be the really big turning point, especially since he's being able to go second here. You know, he's going to have the extra evolution point. These Ancient Elves are probably just going to end up being bigger, and the wards, of course, going to be blocking out a bit more efficiently than, you know, you might expect here.
Well, multiple high-cost minions for Solak here. Not what he really wants to see. Really needs a way to bridge the gap between this early game here and when he can get down a profitable Fina. Does manage to clear up both fairies and keep board for a little while. Looks like Ancient Elf might just be the play. Could also Selwyn's command for the damage if he so chooses. You know, a 2/3 ward. Well, there's a reason that card's in every deck now.
Yep. Of course, you know, he does have both of those wolves in hand, but hey, at least it's not double Silverbolt again, right?
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah, you know, the Silverbolts earlier today, there's kind of just a really big curse, I would say, for the most part. You know, it's kind of always jumping into the hand, being really sticky for the most part. But this time around, you know, not going to be jumping in all too soon, but, you know, Ancient Elf does manage to live out on the board here, and there still really is no great play for him here in these early turns. He doesn't have amazing combo pieces. He does have a Fina, which can hopefully draw him into a little bit more, but until he can play down these wolves, I really don't see him going anywhere here.
It's true, and will Deathrunner decides to play another Ancient Elf, Evo that, and make it even larger, saving the bounce target for later. How is a man supposed to deal with a 5/6 Ancient Elf when he himself is having enough trouble? Does actually get to play over it with Fina, so this will be Solak's first attempt at value in this game.
Beautiful, powerful, and cute to
Does find his own Ancient Elf for later.
It's a little hopeful, I'd say. He definitely needs a little bit more, you know, hopefully off of this Goblin Mage. Kind of curious to see if he actually plays it out or not. But off of this Goblin Mage, he definitely wants to be drawing into that Roach if he so can. Not quite going to hit the target.
I think keeping this, keeping board under the circumstances that he's in, I think May was the perfect pickup. Now you have that, plus the Ancient Elf to as much of a board wipe as Forest is going to have at the moment. You know, triple May is nothing to sneeze at, and he'll absolutely take a well-studded Ancient Elf on an Evo point to go. Especially since it doesn't seem like there are many good choices for Deathrunner right now. He does have double Roach, a bounce mechanic, and a Fairy Circle, some low-cost cards to get the damage on, but he's not quite ready. He doesn't have a whole lot of tokens to really burst his opponent out, especially not from 20 life.
Yeah, I think that's the really big factor here. If he wanted to really start comboing out with these double Roaches, he'd need to have 0 cost in his hand, but that's just not available, obviously. And now he's kind of losing out on the board a bit more, contemplating maybe playing this Jungle Warden just to be a little more on the safe side. I definitely think he's going to have to, or at least the Ancient Elf for the most part, but he's going to actually play down Goblin Mage here and probably just wait out a little bit. You know, HP, of course, it is a resource, something to always be watching out for, but of course, you know, something like combo decks, it's going to be a bit scary if you are getting to lower HP here in the future.
I'm here, everyone.
So it looks like Goblin Mage Liza will be the play, preventing any sort of Sylvan Justice shenanigans, but looks like he will lose the Fina here, taking that off the board, and okay, actually leaves the Fina up. This is going to be interesting, so can we read Liza for just a moment? Yeah, as you can see, Solak opts to play Crystalia Aaron as opposed to playing May. That's because Liza came down and protected the entire board from the wrath of Demon Child May. She'll have to wait a couple of turns to see her full use.
Yep, and now, of course, the Aaron just gotta be blocking out the game here for the most part. We could see the bounce with Ancient Elf to clear out Crystalia Aaron, but I really don't think there's any great options here just because it's kind of a battle for wards at this point. You know, who's going to be able to get over the ward wall first for the most part, and you know, both sides also having an Elf Queen in hand. Pretty reliable heal here coming a little later on into this, so maybe the combo isn't going to be as threatening as long as, you know, you're not all too low.
This ends here.
Yeah, so and the really unfortunate thing is, while Deathrunner's holding a bunch of good cards, he wants to play all of those cards as part of his Roach combo. He wants a turn 8 Selwyn's command to get the 0-cost Grand Archer Selwyn. He has the Ancient Elf, which he would really rather bounce Roaches with. He does find himself in a favorable position with the current state of things, has 5 health on the board, but we could see May, Ancient Elf, Evo, May again, and take out something favorable. Ooh, gets a favorable hit on that. He now just needs to roll one more 50-50 off of these 2 Mays to clear off this Jungle Warden with minimal combat and being able to save his Evo point. That's one. He will at least get something no matter what.
Stay on target.
Yeah.
Not
Well, could just Evo the May, knock into the Jungle Warden to save the Ancient Elf for later.
Yeah, so that's the really big thing. Both sides kind of just trading out for their rewards, and both of them having their Elf Queen in hand is going to be a really big deal. Just healing. Once again, it's going to be saving them out. White Wolf is honestly not going to be useful this game, I want to say, just simply because it's going to pick up a Silver Bolt, and he just doesn't have a very large hand size overall. So White Wolf is actually going to be able to pull off the win here for him, but Triple Roach now assembling the army, waiting out in hand.
That's looking rather scary. He is missing any sort of zero-cost token, though. I think the most interesting thing we have here is that there are double Elf Queens in hand, and both players are amassing the pieces of their combo. This is going to get silly. That's what it's going to be.
Oh yeah. Kind of stuck here though for the most part, just because he has Ancient Elf, right? But what is he going to be bouncing back? He could play the Fairy Circle and then use those fairies to bounce back as well. But I really think he's trying to keep this Fairy Circle here as another combo piece, just because he doesn't have a whole lot for the future. So instead, Elf Queen finally going to hit the board here.
She's my Elf Queen. All right, no Fetty Wap here today. Oh, finds the Silver Bolt. All right, well, he does get to kill it with Wolf, so might want to just get that going here. He knows there's not another Elf Queen. He knows that 20 damage is all he's going to have to contend with and do here. Unfortunately, you still have to deal with the Elf Queen somehow. And how exactly is he going to make that happen? He might just have to trade in the Ancient Elf, cut his losses, and attack in with May.
Yeah, that's the really big thing, is of course the Elf Queen is going to be able to sit on the board for a bit longer than he'd probably hope for, just for the most part. That's the really big thing I like about Elf Queen 2 as a card. For 7 mana, it has an amazing effect, and then it's still a pretty decently sized mini. You know, 6/6 is a pretty big deal for the most part, especially when you're dealing with a Forest Mirror like this, just simply because a lot of the minions just have something like 1 attack or really low attack for the most part, unless we're counting up that Roach math, of course.
And it's about time to start counting, Gummy. We've got plenty to do here. You could go a Fairy Circle, double Fairy, Roach, Ancient Elf to get all that back to hand and play it again next turn. He's got a bunch of things to do here, and also has the possibility of a Selwyn token. It doesn't look like he'll go for that route, but definitely can do some major damage and potentially get a 2-turn game. It's not looking quite as favorable for Solak anymore.
Yep, that's the really big thing here. Ancient Elf going to be an amazing tool for the balance, and he's just setting up here for that 2-turn lethal now. Fairy Circle still being available as a combo piece now as well. So Roach Army building up here.
It does get the 0-cost Silver Bolt, but each can only do 6 damage, and stuck behind a paywall. Has to target the Ancient Elf. That sucks a lot. There's no way to put that. Might need to. Yep, burns his Elf Queen here. Decides that I need to stop taking chances and just go in with everything I've got. Yeah, decides to drop the Roach too.
Yeah, it's pretty much the time where he has to kind of start turning this around. I definitely think that the full heal was the proper play here, just because that was definitely, you could see he was lining up for the kill, right? That coming up, but of course, Grand Archer Selwyn jumping on into the hand here.
You're nothing to one who's bested gods.
And definitely locks down that Elf Queen. Probably uses the Sky Stride to take out the other Roach, just to be safe.
Hey, let's play.
And still plenty of pieces. Now all low-cost cards in Deathrunner's hand, along with triple Roach. Every turn is scary. Oh, but double Elf Queen never helped anybody.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so now with this Ancient Elf being in hand, that's actually a bit better, I would say, here for the most part. Kind of curious to see if he decides to just go for the face damage, though. He could still be thinking putting down this White Wolf if he really wants to. I'm not really too sure if that's the proper choice here. But what would he actually be drawing into since we have seen both Silverbolts and the...
So his next best card after both Silverbolts, and of course it can't pull White Wolf, is the Elf Queen. We've seen that. It'll be Crystalia Aaron next. So hey, an enhance... Well, thing is, it costing 0, you won't get the enhanced 8 effect. At least is a 4/6 ward. So that is helpful. Does opt for that, leaving the Selwyn alone. Oh, here comes the damage. All right, well, he's already setting up for that and only has to deal 16. Can make that happen off of... He'll need a 5, 6, 7. So needs to play 4 cards before that happens. Also has to attack with Selwyn. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get that with his current board space. Might just want to consider going Crystalia Aaron, get the Evo point, attack face, and put that giant ward there for him to deal with.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more curious. He did already pop the Fairy Circle as well, which kind of led me to believe he was thinking about maybe going off with the combo, or maybe just trying to spend out as much as he can here. But Crystalia Aaron probably looking pretty good just because the ward is going to be really helpful, and I definitely probably end up evoing it right here just so you have a bigger wall that your opponent's going to have to kind of climb over.
I'm thinking you might want to speed up the game and do the Selwyn damage now. Having a 6/8 on board, I believe Selwyn evolves into a 6/8. Yeah, puts such a giant threat on the board that, I mean, what's a guy to do at that point? he's stuck with this giant threat that he now has to get over, and clearly Solak knows he doesn't have the makings of a ridiculous combo here. Okay, does Evo the Crystalia Aaron, killing the Elf Queen most likely, removing that difficulty. Actually does opt for the so that is a pretty optimal trade, not allowing the wolf to kill itself, and also making the Elf Queen trade into it. However,
oh, that's so odd. But here we have. Oh, that's such. That was. I'd like to say that was a bit of a greedy play, just because we see Ancient Elf sitting here. At
33%. Right? Hello.
He'll take the odds.
Yeah, I'll take those.
But he can just bounce back the Elf Queen here with Ancient Elf if he really wants to, and that allows him to buy more time here on these turns. It looks like the sacrifice is going to be the play instead.
And I think he probably should trade. Yep, trades the White Wolf into the Selwyn. Can now okay, he's gonna Ancient Elf first. Then he can play the May again, Nature's Guidance, and try to hit something. So we'll see what he hits. Does get the Fairy, so he'll probably stop there. Doesn't need to go for a greedier play unless he was able to save himself 4 additional damage. Cannot do so. Now has a nice ward sitting there. Oh, okay. Elfchild May coming out in force today.
Yeah, so the really big thing, May's clearing out the board, but these roaches really having a hard time. Again, Battle of the Wards, that's what it is. And one card we still haven't seen all too much of still would be that Jungle Warden. If we do see that jumping out now, I think that could definitely be a really big swing for the game here.
Alright, so Selwyn finally leaves us by trading into the Ancient Elf. Now can just drop all the roaches on the board, and looks like he might consider doing so. It's not quite enough, but it'll be damn close. 1 HP. Will he save the last roach? He does not. Says, 1 HP is something I can handle. Deal with all of this right now, I dare you. And he knows there's no Grimner or Will of the Forest coming out. This is probably going to be the end. And hello, the response. Crystalia Aaron off the top, restoring 3 HP, getting an Evo point, and putting a 6/8 body between...
Okay.
Yeah, it's...
So I was going to say here, it's from the White Wolf. So the Enhance effect, that's the really weird interaction with this card, is that the Enhance effect, it goes on the base cost of the card, but not the Enhance cost. So if he did just want to play it down for the heal, he doesn't get the extra evolution point. It is a 0 cost. Kind of play some other options with the guidance. It gets it again, heal up for dear life, and now there's just a bunch of 1/1s on the board that have to deal with the 4/6 ward.
You know what would be really scary? Not that.
Oh,
that's pretty good. still needs to figure out how he's gonna make the. Okay, yeah. So he can just trade in.
That's the lethal right
That's
there.
game. Yep. Just needs to play. And Solak defeated by the very card he swore against, Jungle Warden for 10. I can hear the salty dog himself. Yep. He wants no part of this game. Jungle Warden off the top for lethal. Solak, will we see a difference in your deck choices next week? We will see.
He's gonna be thinking a little more on that one next week.
Oh god.
Jungle Warden clearing out for the win there.
We'll see you in Twitch chat in T-minus 10 minutes, my friend. And Deathrunner with the win.
It was definitely quite the turnaround, you know, the Jungle Warden jumping in, just kind of clearing out the board. And again, it can be that really big late game threat, you know, the card. It's kind of weird to compare it to a little bit, you know, it's like it's Forest's Albert, right? But it's not quite the same. Obviously, the Jungle Wardens can be cleared, but the fact that they have Ward, I think helps out a lot in one, these aggro matchups, and two, just kind of that late game protection, especially against something like Roach here in the mirror match.
I mean, the thing about Forest is they have a good few of the tools that other decks have now. I mean, think about Crystalia Aaron as kind of like a slightly different Sybil of the Waterworm. Of course, it's not quite as amazing, but it gives you an extra Evo point if you play it for 8, so definitely a solid option there if you need to clear out something late game and the Evo phase is already over and you need that board back immediately, especially against these aggro decks. Jungle Warden is a 5-cost 4/5 ward, decent body with an enhanced 10 murder you effect that can just force 10 damage on your opponent out of nowhere. I mean, that's the kind of combo that you want to end a game with, and clearly it was what Deathrunner based his deck around.
Oh yes, that's the really big part coming on into that mirror match for sure. But let's look over now here at our current bracket. So sitting in, we are at round 3. We have DV8 at CF versus LOJ, EXG Goms versus COQ HM. I still think that name is really funny.
Don't call him.
Alright, so yeah, we'll just go ahead and stick with calling him HM there. And then left over down here in the losers bracket, fighting to keep their chance still, is MSKO versus MS Icy Stars. Unfortunately, Mana Surge having to fight themselves. And then Gumbo Trail versus CPV Deathrunner.
Alright, definitely a contentious fight in the losers bracket. Getting into round 3 here. And the match we will be seeing next. Production, give us your blessing. What do you want to see? I think we're going back into winners round 3 if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so it looks like we're going to be watching for DV8 at CF versus LOJ. And then looking back up at the bands if we could. Looks like we're going to be seeing DV8's Shadow Band and LOG's Dragon Band out here. So why do you think they made these two particular choices?
So LOJ, assuming he gets to keep his dragon, definitely wants to see Shadow gone. The mirror is obviously 50-50, can kind of go either way. And Swordcraft, you know, I don't think it's a matchup we've seen enough of. According to the stats from yesterday, we'll get to see how Shadow did against Sword, but it looks like Shadow farmed Sword the most at 67%, you know, right up there with Runecraft. So if you're playing a Swordcraft deck, you don't want to see Shadow. That's just a ban based on the numbers. And DV8 clearly just not wanting to see Dragon, thinking he can win with his Dragon over Shadow and his Dragon over Sword, which is, now, of course, what he wants. He only needs one, so either of those is just fine. And Forestcraft, as we've seen, is the third most picked deck. Clearly, people are seeing success with it, and the stats reflect that it has both a decent matchup over Sword, and so he can definitely beat that. Dragon is a little more contentious, and Shadow is just kind of bad. But I mean, he only has to win one. He'll take his good matchups.
Yeah, that's the really big thing to be watching here for. And I'm kind of curious to see. You know, a lot of people. I feel like Sword, you know, it's not as, obviously not as aggressive as something like Shadow in the mid to late game, but a lot of people still kind of opting to bring this in, and I definitely think it's not the worst of choices, because you know, earlier we even saw Timmy playing it, and it's definitely still has some pretty good potential just because it builds a board so quickly in the early game, and you know, a lot of the minions kind of just going in for pretty efficient chip damage for the most part, and things like Luminous Knight being really helpful there with the extra free evolution. So I'm kind of curious to see if, you know, maybe a little more people are going to be opting in Force Sword, but the thing is, Control Sword has honestly kind of fallen out of favor here. You really don't see those decks anymore, and same goes for Control Blood. And what do you think that really is? Why have these decks kind of just, disappeared, I guess, for the most part from the meta?
So in the meta of the past pre-Tempest of the Gods, Control Sword, or Sword in general, had the ability to be the Swiss Army Knife class. You had no idea what you were going up against when you first queue into Swordcraft. It could be really anything and be viable. We saw a lot of success with mid-range and aggro, but Control Sword also had the ability to slip under other control decks with cards like Albert, Maid Leader, having the ability to search out your win condition at almost any time, essentially playing 6 copies of the card, if you will, is definitely something to be feared. And the fact that 10 damage can come out of nowhere and win you the game, something to be feared. Sword is a great deck in maintaining its board when it's ahead. Of course, doesn't tend to do well against board wipe decks, but you got to take your matches where you can. Now, with the ever-presence of board wipe decks, with banished decks, with decks that can put you down and keep you down, I feel like Control Sword wasn't doing enough of a job to really justify its existence in this meta, and especially with cards like Dragoncraft, where they can, you built a board on me, Lightning Blast, Grimnir, any of those things. It's just better to play crafts like Dragon and Haven if you want to play Control Sword, now moving down to the mid-range and aggro decks only.
Yep, so definitely playing more for the board, I would say, rather than these kind of long and stally games. I definitely think that the game is kind of taking a much quicker turn for the most part, Pre-Tempest of the Gods, when we'd watch things like Control Blood, the matches would go on for ages until someone ends up milling themselves out. So definitely a very large change of pace for the most part here.
Absolutely, and we'll be getting in the game here in just a second. Deviate already readied up, ready to bring on the next challenge, and LOJ clearly just sneaking another peek at the top 16 deck lists. You can find the top 16 deck lists on teamaxg.com at the conclusion of this tournament. Check out what happened and who won. If you have any questions, of course, feel free to join the Discord as well and reach out to your favorite player. Maybe they'll give you a pointer or two, and check out our coaching sessions as well if you're looking to climb up to the Master tier.
So, looking into this match, though, with each of them having to pick out what they're going to be going with first. So we see 2 pretty aggressive lists for the most part, with Shadow and Sword being the option here for LOJ. I definitely think he could kind of steal out early wins for the most part, but against his opponent, just simply because Forest and Dragon. Forest has been playing a bit of a slower paced game, I would say, for the most part lately. It doesn't win out all too early with its combos, and of course Dragon takes a little bit of time to ramp, so if he can get these pretty good perfect curve hands in the early game, I think he can kind of steal out with some pretty quick wins. So having to look forward a little bit more toward the match, though, with their first picks, what do you really think that they're going to be trying to pick out here? Like, which matchups are they probably looking for?
They really want whatever can get them the win first. So I bet we're going to see both Dragon and something else on the table. If I had to have my pick, I would probably say that LJ probably wants to get his Swordcraft out of the way, so try and sneak a win in with that while he can, before he has to face an even worse matchup. Deviate is free to kind of bring out whatever he wants. I do think he has the stronger decks in this matchup, so we might just see something quite standard out of him. Something just to sneak that win off of LJ immediately.
Oh, for sure. He has things like in his Dragon Warrior, he's got cards like Rahab, and Rahab is, I really just have to say, an amazing card, right? Just simply because the fact that it has 5 HP, once again, stat line, it's really difficult to be removing for the most part. And of course, Grimnir being a choice as well is just going to be helpful later on in the game.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And yes, taking a look at this Dragoncraft list, as you said, Rahab absolutely being a difficulty for a lot of decks to get over, especially aggro Shadow. I mean, 2/5 for 4 with the possibility of being more than just that. It's a card that's good at any stage of the game. It eats up Evo points to get over, as its stats are usually too good at that point to to really do anything about. Now gets to play Rahab a turn early with a turn 2 Dragon Oracle into, well, he probably will wait a turn to play Sybil of the Water Worm to get its full effect off. But this is a great setup for him.
Oh yeah, definitely an amazing early game for the most part, and then looking forward to the future. He's already got Lucifer and Israfil lined up for himself, which is going to be a pretty big deal. And another interesting card I actually see in his deck list here, he does have a 1 of Zeus. So we did see this a couple times yesterday, and why do you think people decide, I think 1 of this guy is probably going to be helpful here?
It is an instant surprise in combination with Sahak Wheel, so you can remove a big threat on turn 7, no questions asked. You can play it on turn 10 for additional damage. You don't need to play Zell with it, but you can if you want to. Not that you would. It's simply another target for Sahak Wheel, and can get rid of something that, in case you don't have a Bahamut or want to surprise your opponent with something like a Bahamut later, you can play Zeus instead and have that extra option. And Sybil of the Water Worm absolutely being the play here. Does get his 3 HP and this 6/7 for 5 and an Evo point. What does power creep look like from here when this is what we have to deal with?
You know, it's really curious to know. I feel that, you know, in a lot of other games, that healing, it isn't always the most efficient tool. For the most part, you know, if we go to games like Hearthstone, we look at Reno, right? Like, Reno's like an amazing heal, right? But just general healing outside of that, it doesn't always do the best job. But here in Shadowverse, I find that healing is actually a very powerful mechanic, since, you know, you have so little HP to really be dealing with, that, you know, the count is a pretty big deal. Even if you're just healing small bits of 3 all throughout the game, it really does kind of stack up, because by the end of it, you've probably healed for about twice your HP.
It's true, and there aren't really any decks that are designed to do more than, say, 30 damage. So that's where decks like Daria really fell off against Ramp Dragon last format, was in cases where, well, here's Sahak Wheel Lucifer, you lose the game because you can't do anything. You simply can't deal that much damage without a simply massive board, and if you've got any sort of low roll on a hand, you were looking pretty worse for wear.
Yeah, so just Ramp Dragon having all of this healing, I really don't know how it's going to be getting played around, just because he's already healed for 7 at this point in the game, right? That's almost half of, you know, max HP if he does end up getting an extra little boost. And Israfil going to heal an additional 4. So all this healing coming in, I really think that's what is saving Ramp Dragon right now. Draconic Fervor, Sybil, Lucifer, Israfil, they just have heal, 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 heal. It's just they're constantly healing up, and aggro it's having a hard time. You know, how are they dealing with all of these large minions that are just healing for so much? It really does make it such a big problem. And that little Soul Squasher right there, really not going to be able to get the use that he was probably hoping for it this game until that Israfil drops down.
Yeah, he certainly will a turn from now, but until that Israfil drops and already clears out this board, it's going to be a little bit too little too late. Oh, and he's going to try and trade it to the Lucifer too. I can't say I appreciate this much. Okay, does go for a Phantom Howl too. Okay, interesting little way to clear out the Lucifer. I do think he had to deal with this. I think the thing about healing in Shadowverse, especially in a deck like Ramp Dragon, is that it's attached to already good cards. So Israfil, when it drops, it's an 8/8 for 9 that not only deals 2 to all enemies when it attacks, it also just happens to heal for 4.
Yep. It's just a good card, right? It's got mini explosion, pretty much just removes all the tokens. It heals, and it's a giant body. You cannot get enough giant bodies in this game.
You can in your hand at any one time, but that's beside the point.
Oh yeah, well, they're always coming down on the field, you know. Ramp Dragon, it gets them out the fastest, right? You know, it's always drawing into them. It's got all the search tools, and then it gets to that mana cost faster than any other deck. You know, he's already sitting here at 9, and for Shadow, it's turn 7. It's just normal, but he's already ahead on 2 mana, and soon to be 3 when it goes back to his first turn.
Yeah, unfortunately, 2 Wind Reader Zells sitting in Deviate's hand, not providing too much value anymore. Oh, and now Seasons of Hawk Wheel. Whoop-de-doo. You know, after all of this. And plays Draconic Fervor almost back up to full HP. Shadows on turn 8 with 2 cards in hand.
The sky's my destination.
This is looking more and more like a lost cause. Might even just... Okay, does use the Blazing Breath on the little Soul Squasher. Could be...
I actually really like this here with Zeus. So next turn, you know, he's not too threatened. Okay, so the board's a bit scarier now. I'm kind of curious to see if he goes with the Solak Wheel or the Zeus play instead here. Actually, okay, so Breath of the Salamander. The draw is just going to be better. But right here, we could see potentially, we could... Aw, he doesn't save it. That's unfortunate. So I was thinking he could Solak Wheel, play the Zeus, and then use Zell to get Solak Wheel Storm.
You need an Evo point to do that, so unfortunately, fresh out of those, we'll need to see if he can... Oh no! Another Breath of the Salamander off the top. But yes, beside the point, it's really hard to use Zell when going first. It's super hard to save an Evo point for just him, unless the game is going super in your favor. And, oh no, here comes Zeus. Yeah, if this guy had like one more ability, like Drain, he would be absolutely nasty. Could you imagine?
Oh yeah, that'd be a bit too much. You know, we're already stacking effects on this guy, right? Storm, Bane, Ward, 510, huge amount of HP, which is a pretty big deal for the most part. So I'm kind of curious, you know, how the Zeus is going to be playing out. It definitely saves him here though in the long run. But if Hector does come and this board's still pretty filled, I don't even think Zeus is really going to be that big of an issue, but Breath of the Salamander, again, he just keeps getting these. These are extremely useful at this point in the game here.
100%, and he does have the Phantom Howl, so things looking pretty good if he managed to find 1 damage in a Cerberus. Unfortunately, no Evo point for just a little bit of extra he would need. The board is deviates again. Life is looking decent, does have an Ouroboros, which again also has heal attached to it for some reason, and a Symbol of the Waterworm to keep things interesting. Will we be seeing a Phantom Howl play?
Yeah, so now the thing is we really start seeing, you know, why Ramp Dragon's so powerful. Late game, they're always drawing into good stuff. Ouroboros, Zeus, Sybil, Bahamut, Israfil, Lucifer. There's just all these really big cards, and even Rahab himself would be really helpful here, just simply because play him down with the Sybil as well on the same turn. You get healing, you get wards. There's just so many big minions that just keep popping out that aggro really isn't going to be able to get over here.
And the worst thing is, well, I'm sorry, the thing I do like about Dragon, as you were saying, they are always drawing into good stuff. Almost all of their cards are live at all stages of the game. They're almost omnipresent in what they can pull off. It's just one thing after another, like, oh, this turn I get an Ouroboros. Great. Here's 3 damage wherever I want it. I'll get 3 healing if this ever dies. Here's an Israfil. I can heal for 4. I have a giant body. What more do you want? I have a Sybil. I can heal for 3. I draw a Zell. Hey, if I have an Evo point, I can combo that with the Hawk Wheel, which I also happen to have. I draw a Grimner. Here's a board wipe and 4 damage. Lightning Blast? Why not? Every card is good. And I think that's what makes them so scary.
Yeah, it's just the fact that they always have some kind of decent value for the most part. And of course, Israfil coming down, it's just more healing. Again, the healing, so how much has he healed up for this game? He's played double Israfil, Draconic Fervor, and Lucifer, correct?
Yes, and also he had 1 Sybil that gave him the heal. Has not received another type of... Ooh, okay. Well, is it Bahamut time? Could also Zeus here.
Could also Zeus. Sybil honestly isn't the worst idea either, just so he does get the heal, but I guess he doesn't feel all too threatened just because, you know, there's nothing that could really charge for his face for that much damage. So Zeus, gonna be pretty helpful in that tech coming in right in handy.
Aha! Skull Beast, my faithful companion. Bring me this game.
Just the card he was looking for.
Precisely. 5/10 Zeus, absolutely closing this thing out. Why did they play this card? What's the man gonna do about a 5/10 ward? I mean, Dance of Death, I think I've seen it. I wonder what the play rate is on that card right now, as most people just aren't playing any sort of spot removal like that. Like a general spot removal like that.
Yeah, a lot of spot removal has been kind of gone. I was mentioning it earlier with the Odin thing, is like cards like Odin that removes just a single card off of the field, big threats like that really aren't relevant. And then, you know, of course, Dance of Death being another one that doesn't really see any play anymore, which is really unfortunate. You know, a lot of people think probably just the games are going too fast, and you really can't play removal. And like, hopefully, you're just going to be playing faster than your opponent for the most part.
Well, we'll see if the Taker of Two himself can pull a win out with his Forest Craft against Shadow, and if not, it'll be Forest versus Sword. Moving the game, yep, that's a White Wolf Mulligan 5, or saw one. Put that back, draws a decent hand, at least has a 1, 2, and a 3, and some time to find a 4. Shadow, on the other hand, getting a pretty decent curve as well. No one drop here. Ooh, gets to Fairy Circle, double Fairy Ancient Elf. That's one of the best plays you can make against aggro.
Yeah, it was a pretty big deal, I would say here. I'm kind of curious to see if he actually decides to trade, just because he's probably expecting the Ancient Elf to be dropping out for turn 3. So if he does go in for that play, it's definitely going to help him for the long run here. But actually, he does opt for the face damage instead.
And Deviate also playing Jungle Warden, as we were talking about earlier. Yep, gets the 4/5 Ancient Elf. Pretty difficult to remove, as, I mean, he essentially gets himself an early Jungle Warden on 3 mana. Ouch.
Orthrus has arrived.
But hello, the new darling of Shadowcraft herself, Orthrus, simply allowed to take things out with minimal investment. Keeps a 3-minion board here. And we now move into Deviate's first Evo turn. Without many options for him to reach out for, it's mostly Goblin Mages and Fairies.
Yeah, that's the really sad part here for him, is there's just really no great targets for the most part. The Maid does come into hand. He could play that down too as well and hope that, you know, he snipes out one of these skeletons here. Will it land?
Aha!
Nice.
So Minecraft's away a nasty skeleton, and Orthrus will be getting a nice little trade here. Might see a zombie party come out. Shadow Reaper is another option as well, especially this turn, considering Death's Breath can come out next turn and provide that additional value.
Kind of curious to see how these zombie parties are actually going to work out as well, just because we are getting closer and closer toward turn 7, right? So the enhance effect is going to be able to pop off on that really soon. Death's Breath, not quite active yet, but definitely easily able to get that off by the next turn if these 2/1/1s get removed.
I was really trying to find a joke for how are these zombie parties working out? I'm like, I got nothing, man. It was so sad.
Beautiful, powerful, and cute to visit.
Let's hope there's no joke there. Alright, so, you know, there's quite a few options coming into this, just because the zombie party turn 7 does come up, but we do have Ector sitting in the hand as well. What do you think is going to maybe be the better play? Is he going to just try to fill the board with zombie party originally, or will Ector be coming down? Because Ector isn't going to be as useful if he does decide to go for the Death's Breath enhance effect here. Could just play it without it.
He's kind of looking at a situation where neither of his minions trade in particularly well. He definitely wants to save the Shadow Reaper for later if he can, to continue getting value off of that. And Ector will definitely help that, at least giving him a 2 damage boost to close things out.
Alright, so he's going to do Zombie Party instead here.
Yep. Might just Evo the Skeleton Fighter to get over the Goblin Mage and deal 3 additional damage to face. Ector coming down next turn. But an easy answer, probably just killing the Shadow Reaper, is ain't nobody got time for that.
Run away. Oh, come on!
Alright, so I think he was keeping that there just because he wants the spawns off of Ector. I'm kind of curious to know what he was thinking behind that, and he also just valued playing down the skeleton and keeping this Death's Breath, so a little curious to see where it goes in the future. Cresselia Aaron also, you know, 2 of in the hand with Jungle Warden. There's going to be a lot of ward coming down in these next couple turns here for Forest, so they might just be able to stabilize.
And it looks like he'll be using a Roach defensively to take out the Skeleton Fighter, leaving him with just a 1/1 Orthrus, a much more manageable board. Of course, he'll still have to deal with Ector's Legion in the coming turns. Ooh, nice animated Shadow Reaper. Can we take a look at that real quick?
Looks beautiful.
That's amazing.
See that dazzling light in the background?
This sequence of turns is confusing me a little. He now goes for the Death Breath, thinking he's just... I mean, he does get more zombies this way, and his opponent can't evo over them, so he'll then get to Ector for additional value. This still puzzles me, but I'm gonna trust him here.
Yeah. It's not the worst case, I would say. It's just that Castalia Aaron now is a bit more difficult to be playing around, just simply because the 4 HP makes it kind of hard to deal with. You know, you get +2/+2 to the zombies. They only get 4 attacks, so you still end up having to sacrifice 2 of them rather than 3. And it really isn't the greatest of options, especially since we already, you know, we're kind of cheating over here. We can see there's 2 Jungle Wardens and another Aaron just waiting out.
That's super gross. Okay, does go for the alternative play, playing Orthrus.
I definitely
needs
like
to play
this
Shadow
one.
Reaper now. Okay, yep. Generates himself more shadows for later and does a nice little 2 damage to face. Nothing doing there. Oh. But now the Crystalia Aarons are here to play. Extra Evo points all around. Crashes through the first zombie. Ector coming down to make the answer, but that'll still be 2 dudes out. And it'll only be... well, it'll be 8 damage to face.
This head can't be taken.
Unfortunately, can't play the Lesser Mummy for its effect. Ooh, okay, so 10 damage coming in. That definitely hurts a lot. Needs to find some way out from under the Shadow Reaper, which is now a 7/5.
Lots of big damage kind of coming out here, and of course the Lesser is going to get played here for a little bit more board presence. But this board, just no real great answer, I'd say, to really come back from this, just because he have amazing removal tools. He does still have the Aaron if he wants to trade, but even then, this is looking very grim.
I agree, and I think he does need to... he definitely needs to Evo over the Shadow Reaper. That is the main threat he's dealing with here. Probably wishes he had, you know, just 1 more mana to be able to take out the Lesser Mummy as well. Another Shadow Reaper. Well, that's going to be very difficult to deal with. If he survives the next turn, though, double Jungle Warden into double Jungle Warden is not something to be sneezed at.
Alright, so this is definitely getting really close at this point. So Jungle Warden looking...
Ooh, hello, alternative options. However, it is a heal for 13, bring him back up to 15. That'll only really save himself 1 turn and 5 life. Of course, if he plays the Jungle Wardens and goes face, that's a bad plan. But that's actually the plan he has to go for. If he goes the Jungle Warden route, might consider going for Elf Queen now.
This is such a troubling situation to be in, right? Because he could drop the Sylvan Justice first. Oh, okay, so he'll just opt to do that instead.
Yeah, looking probably to save the Sylvan Justice for something else. Okay, does that out of order. Strange.
Right? Okay. So yeah. Could have healed an extra 1 if he did Sylvan Justice there first. Healing back up to 15 is still good, I guess, nonetheless. But that's going to be a lot of damage right back onto the face there.
Oh, come on!
Alright, now is the time to play Jungle Warden, murder the Shadow Reaper, murder the Ector, and then have a nice 5 ward for your troubles. Yep, okay, goes for Jungle Warden.
Alright, so it looks like he has managed to stabilize.
By the skin of his teeth, and avoiding a Phantom Howl, looking pretty nasty. Ooh, a Death Breath. Looks like that's his only use of his shadows here, and at least keep his own life total up. It's LOJ is looking to be sweating just a little bit here. At least protect himself from the horrors of Elf Queen.
Oh yeah. Of course, Wolf, though, being another pretty good option, I would say, to be playing here in the late game. It's easily going to be able to clear out. Ooh. Also drawing into a Silver Bolt. So let's see. How does he want to choose? What do you think he would choose to clear here? Just sacrificing in one warden. He can play the double jungle warden and just get a lot of face damage here as well.
I think it's the play. Yep, play the other set of jungle wardens, and put his opponent down to. I mean, that's that. He's at 2 life.
Yeah.
With 3 wards to get to. That's Luna got bullied. That's all. Tarzan did his work.
Even if he was to remove the full board, we see the silver bolt like right there in the hand, right? It really just doesn't matter. The game's pretty much over at this point. And there's the concede play.
2-0. And here we see, we've seen multiple times Jungle Warden doing its work. Of course, getting up to turn 10 is a feat of its own, but especially in aggro matchups, the matchups that'll be best in. But holy crap, have we seen it put in some work here in top 16? I hope people, no longer question that Jungle Warden has its uses. Mm-hmm. But I believe the debate will rage on until there's some more definite deck builds.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty good card for the most part. End game there, we see its use. It just won 2 games pretty much in a row. We saw it win last time, now we just saw it here. It's really showing how powerful it can be just because that ward effect is really helpful in the late game. And it really does kind of just stop aggro in its tracks if it does get to that late part of the game.
Precisely, and nice take 2 ticket for our lovely producer there. We'll be seeing some arena streams in the future. Why do you have 13 tickets? Stop it. Play some arena. You need that taker of 2 flare.
Alright, so looking back over toward the bracket now too, with what we currently still have lined up. So it's DV8 at CF versus COQ HM in round 4 winners finals. Then going down to round 4 losers, we have LOJ versus MS IC Stars and EXG Goms versus CPV Deathrunner for our remaining players. But I believe me and On High are going to be signing off here for the next casters to be joining you, which will be Mofu and Envy. So if you have any last words, On High, please feel free to say them now.
Enjoy the games, enjoy the top 16. Thank you for joining us at Excelsior Gaming's top 16. Peace.
All right, thanks for joining in with us, guys, and make sure to give a warm welcome to our next casters. And see you later.
And while we're at it, I'm just gonna go ahead and talk about the signups. Number 11 for the signup is up. So for those of you who are interested in joining for this weekend, this is actually going to be. Don't ignore that. That's supposed to be 7 out of 7. In any case, this is the last of this of the series. Well, I wouldn't say last of the series. Series 7 of 7, right? There's 3. This is our 3rd season. So the last of series of this season, the grand prize would actually be a little bit different. Instead of just $300, you would actually be getting $150 plus qualification to go to the championships in July. That's happening. So, which means that if you had even if you had 0 points, you could have a chance to be in the top championships happening in July. Again, this is for NAEU and for C/OCE. How it works is that you get seeded, and how seeding points work is based on your performance. So let's say, let's go over to the brackets for elimination round. As you notice, DV8 has 7-0. Essentially what it means is that he gets 6 points for every win and 3 points for every loss. So essentially maxing out at 21 points. No, not even 21 points. I can't even do math. 42 points. Sorry. So yeah, and then if you make it to top 16, you get extra points based on your performance in top 16. So essentially, you can max out at like, I don't know, 300 something points, or 200 something points, or 180. I don't know, something like that. In any case, so this is what the bracket looks like too. But yeah, if you're interested in joining our next upcoming tournament, sign-ups are ready. And all you have to do is just go to Battlefy, go find our name, Excelsior Gaming, right at the top. Hit that follow button, and you'll know when we have our upcoming tournament next. We're currently at 392, and we're just trying to get more. So it's all free, and also all you have to do is just get 3 decks, because our format is 3 deck, 1 ban. Alright, where's MV? Oh, there she is. In any case, though, we're going up to our second half of the tournament. So right now we have Deviate versus the friendly Korean Conqueror HM. We're just gonna keep it short because I have a strong urge of calling him Urge, but you know, HM is, I think, appropriate to call him there. And then followed by in the losers bracket, we have LOJ versus IC Stars, EXG Gons versus CPV Deathrunner. And these guys are getting ready to play as well. So, with that said, we're gonna go ahead and watch one of these 2 matches, and then we're gonna be watching the winners finals, and then into losers finals, skipping kind of like the semi, and then the grand finals to wrap it up. So that's pretty much it for this second half. I believe MV Bear and with Mofu Mocha are both here. Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Alright, so let's go ahead and get this started. By the way, Mofu, where's your cam? There he is.
Are we going to LOJ and IC Stars or Goms and Deathrunner?
We're going with IC Stars and LOJ.
Okay, cool.
Give us a moment, guys, while we set our... Oh god, I'm about to sneeze. Alright. Go ahead. Alright, guys, go ahead and lead off. Richie out.
Looks like we're going to be getting into a game here between LOJ and IC Stars it was. So we got Dragon, Sword, and Shadow on the side of IC Stars versus the exact same lineup from Lodge. And to take a cursory glance at the deck lists, I feel like this is going to be 3 mirror matches here.
Yeah, it looks that way.
I haven't seen any player bring Dragon in any variety that isn't strictly ramp.
There's a Storm ramp deck, but I don't think anyone here is. I haven't seen it being run, so.
If anything, the only difference I can really discern from their Dragon lists is that there's 3 copies of Wyvern Cavalier in, I believe, LOJ's list. Probably more for the lines of getting combos off with Zal. Whereas IC Stars, I think, is running a playset of Forte in the same slot.
Forte's a pretty strong card. Very similar to the Ramp Dragon list, running 3 of.
I think I spoke too soon, though. I think IC Stars' list is actually exactly Storm Ramp. Okay,
is it?
I'm looking at the wrong one. No, it's not IC Stars'. LOJ's
I
Dragon
didn't think
list.
it was.
LOJ's Dragon list is actually the one that is
okay.
Storm, whereas IC Stars is the one that has Wyvern Cavaliers in it.
Nice. Their sword decks are pretty different, kind of. They're mostly mid-range sword ending with Fang Blade. I see Stars is running an area though, so I don't know if people have seen the area yet. I just woke up, so I haven't seen it, but I'd love to see if that comes in handy for him.
Net 12 damage from Tsubaki on curve.
Yeah, right? Like Tsubaki, place Tsubaki, then evolve her next turn, Ariat her for 12 damage, I think is like one of the... That's like pretty much the reason you put Ariat in, right? Weren't you trying it out? Why were you running it?
That was
it just for that
exactly what
combo?
that was the exact combo I had in mind, like during spoilers, the first moment I read Ariat. Because I figured that'd be very easy to pull off his Swordcraft. That's why after Albert, so that's like 17 damage or something.
That's pretty bonkers, yeah.
So it looks like we're getting confirmations on the bans here.
Their shadows are probably mostly identical. I can go ahead and check that too, but... And there's still a ban, so there's... I probably expect... I don't think these decks have a great matchup against Dragon, so I'd expect Dragon bans here, so... Well, they still have one. What do you think? What do you think they're gonna ban?
At this point, I've come to... Oh, we already have the bans, it looks like. Neither Dragon was banned.
Oh, they
It was
actually
all
both banned Shadow. Wow. Okay. That's okay. So it's a Dragon. Sorry, yeah, Dragon and Sword Mirror, both banning Shadow. It's really interesting.
I suppose I can kind of see that. Just because I feel like Shadow has been a bit more threateningly dominating than Dragon has been recently. And also, if both players are bringing Swordcraft, then I think Swordcraft is one of the classes that struggles the most to actually deal with Shadow.
Right. None of them are running Aurelia, and if Shadow goes first against you as Sword, then it can be really hard if they get a good hand to come back from the aggression set by like Prince Catacombs into like Orthrus or something. That's pretty crazy. Pretty hard to come back from.
You'd be playing Swordcraft, which is the class that's designed to have board, into the class that you'll never be able to get board against.
Yeah. So, I mean, on to what they actually have. I think Sword is... What do you think about Sword versus Dragon? What do you think about that matchup? You play Sword a lot too, so...
I've seen and felt Sword win sometimes, but I'd say of any sort of strategy that tries to just rush down Dragon as quickly as it can during the startup period when Dragoncraft is still mostly just playing out ramp and the like, it can be very difficult for Sword to actually mount and sustain any amount of damage, just because it's never easy for Sword to slow down to trade into something like Sybil in the mid-game.
Right, yeah. That's how I feel as well. I mean, if they drop down... If they don't ramp into Rahab and they drop down like Grimner Rahab, or even worse, they ramp into Rahab and play Sybil shortly after, I feel like Sword kind of can't keep up with that. So I think for the Sword win, they want to snipe the mirror to grab that Sword win. And then Dragon can be either against, either one, because I feel like Dragon, obviously the mirror is fairly even, and then Dragon versus Sword is probably favorite to Dragon. But we'll see in a few seconds which they actually go for. Sakuna has really good art, actually. That giant rabbit is so cute.
What I love about Sakuna is she's another one of those bronze or silver cards that has, like, two completely different artworks.
Yeah, dude, it's like, why don't legendaries have that?
like, Dazzling Healer, that bronze in Runecraft that, like, heals your board for how much it's been spell boosted, also has that. And it's just, like, such good treatment of this.
Looks like we're going to start out with a Dragon Mirror, so, I mean, not quite... the mirror that I was talking about. I thought Sword would be the lead, but they probably didn't want to lead Sword into, Dragon. Like, if someone led with Dragon and they pick Sword, then it's like, okay, well, I mean, this is gonna be fun.
I watched a single game of Sword versus Dragon yesterday, and it looked like one of the most stacked and unfair matchups I've ever seen, but...
It's an uphill battle, it definitely is. Having played that matchup plenty of times. Castadan played that matchup plenty of times. It's a very uphill battle.
But we could see some interesting stuff happen here, as this is a class mirror, but one side, Icy Stars, I believe, playing a much heavier ramp list, and Lodge with a much more storm-oriented ramp list that doesn't even play Bahamut's or anything.
I mean, we see the Mashusu right there. Mashusu is usually a dead giveaway for, hardcore aggression, because you want to use those evolves aggressively, buffing your Mashusus. He has two of them in hand, actually, even, so...
I've seen some pretty disgusting stuff happen with Mashushu and Zell together. So
it can get pretty strong, yeah. Like I like two evolves and they both already have 6 attack each, and you're just like, okay, well, where did this all go wrong? Where did I lose a friend? Unfortunately, going second, Mashoos is a little bit weaker when you can't establish the board, but he does have Dragon Warrior here to answer this Rahab, which would have been pretty bad if it stuck on board.
Mm-hmm. And I guess a little bit of a decent thing of going second is it does force the trade into the Machushu for being able to evolve first.
Right, exactly. Interesting, like, hand on the other side of our player 1. He has Double Dragon Oracle, Draconic Fervor, and even a Wyvern Cavalier. That's the new art for Wyvern Cavalier, if I'm not mistaken. So that's what that is. He could have a 6-mana Ouroboros.
Or as stars could just play Ouroboros here.
He could just ramp twice last turn.
Already on enough mana to
Which is pretty strong, too, because it'll kill both of them.
And doesn't die to their Rahab in a trade. This is a really, really brutal turn 6.
There's a lot more where that came from.
That's also a brutal minion to start having online every turn, possibly, as well. Raham, you know, ECB 3 damage, giant 10 attack dragon, and also healing him when it goes back to his hand. And I don't think he's running any banishes, so this Ouroboros is an option for the rest of the game, which is really bad.
It alone makes up for the difference in hand size here. Especially to come out so early, when the Forte on curve is no longer a good option.
Honestly, this card alone can push pretty hard. Even though he's drawing into all of his ramp cards, he's drawing into by now Dragon Oracle cycles, Draconic Fervor cycles as well. Like this Rahab alone can actually push a lot of damage because you want to play Forte here, you know, and go face to stop the Rahab from healing, so you have a chance of winning with your aggressive deck. But if you go face and he has breath, and then Rahab, the Ouroboros hits your face, you might just lose. So this is pretty scary, I think.
Yeah, I can't really see any options in hand looking good here for Lodge, in that the Forte is kind of a non-option here, in that you'd be losing in just a face race to Ouroboros going for that.
It's a 2-turn clock, so...
But there's no good play 2 cards in Evolve 1 into Ouroboros option either, as there's nothing that survives just getting targeted by Ouroboros next turn.
Usually decks that play Fire Lizard will have like a Siegfried as well, but he's unfortunately not holding that. I don't know if he's actually even playing that, but that's not an option either. It looks like he might play him a Shoes. Fire Lizard, okay. Looks like he just wants to trade it.
Unlucky. He does in fact play 3 copies of Siegfried, which would give us
3 copies! Oh my gosh. A 0-mana Dragon Oracle would be free cycle, but it looks like he goes for the Fervor to play it in the same turn. Pulls Sahquil. He only needs Zeal, or Zell, not Zeal. Zell. Never mind, he pops his last Evolve. Alright, so he's not waiting for that.
Able to push 10 damage with this Evolver.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna go for the face Ouroboros, which is an incredibly aggressive play, but it's on 10 mana with Grimner in hand also, so...
Can you guess which one of these lists was supposed to be hitting face the entire time?
It's the one with Fortes in it, but you wouldn't know. The Ramp Dragon is just getting such good aggression out. The Sybil's gonna kill herself when she evolves. And Grimner's just gonna clear the Mishusu for free. This is a really bad spot.
A dance to make the world
Actual rare footage of Sybil dying in a trade.
She won't get the heal either, so this Grimner halfway kills. Which is a pretty big deal. He has 2 Grimners, he has 2-turn lethal. There's no heal in hand, that's undodgeable.
And Ouroboros is not going to die in time from the Grimnir AoE.
If he dies at the same time as Ouroboros, he won't heal. And that's game. That's it. Unfortunately, the face list got out-ramped and then out-faced. That's very unfortunate.
The terror. It's hard for me to even stare straight at this and kind of be able to appropriately, like, evaluate that Ouroboros canceled out the ability to play like something as modest as Forte on curb so convincingly. Just a 10-4 or 10-3 it was after the Evo trade, just chilling.
That slight hesitation. I don't know if he knew if that was an interaction or not. He was like, does this work? I don't know if he dies or not.
Might as well go for it. So just like a low risk play.
Yeah, it's unfortunately Shadowverse is very much like anime. So if you die, you actually are dead. Ouroboros can't even save you from that. 2-turn lethal with Grimner though is very, very, especially when you had to fight for the board the whole game. He's got ward. What do you even do? You got Fortes in your hand. They have to evolve just not to die. Like little 2-3 ward. Like even a veteran Lancer stops a Forte if she doesn't evolve. So. pretty quick dragon win. He has to go sword into dragon now, though, so... That's that matchup we were talking about. Should be a lot more in LOJ's favor.
Well, this one is like a matchup that I haven't necessarily seen, which is
yeah, aggro dragon versus sword is a bit different than ramp. True. Ooh, all 3 drops. That's not good.
Maybe drawing into a 1-drop into a 2-drop could.
Heart of the cards. He's got 3 chances, so. Ooh. That's a pretty good curve now, though. If he hits a 2-drop, he's set, I think.
At the very least, dealing with the board that Aggro Dragon tries to put up is much simpler for Swordcraft to do.
That's right, yep. It is kind of weird to see, now that you mentioned like the whole Aggro Dragon thing, Lightning Blast is interesting to see in the Aggro Dragon deck. You're not ramping to 10, so you're playing that on 6 usually, which is... That should be your Forte turn, right? Like, Lightning Blast is pretty interesting in this.
And Lightning Blast, like, I can see it maybe in the example of being able to knock out a Kawi with it, but I don't think really anyone has been bringing or playing at this Shadow in a very long time.
Right, Neff is very, very fallen out of favor compared to, like, Aggro and the Drain Shadow. It's true. That Grimner did its job, dude. That Grimner did blocked a lot. It won't even die to the Rahab either. It'll be 1 health. Thankfully for the Dragon player, you just have a Lyrial here to snipe that off.
Oof, Lyrial and an Angel of the Bird cleans this up.
That's pretty good. It's a very good top deck. I'm not gonna lie though, that Sword Hand is looking pretty good. Double Floral Fencer into, you know, Luminous Mage eventually after. That's really strong.
Saving the Evo point will almost guaranteed have this Albert or the next Albert on Enhance way later with that saved point.
I actually don't know if Albert... No, he can pull... Because Luminous Mage is a commander also, so Mage Leader could pull in a Luminous Mage and not an Albert. So he probably won't opt to play that anytime soon. Depending on the board state ending this turn, though, he could use the Mage Leader and the Ancient Angel of the Word or Novice Trooper to make sure it doesn't float or anything. Although I'm pretty sure Floral Fencer will just be the best.
Just set up another Floral Fencer onto the board that's very easy to trade into for it.
Yeah. Shusu not really having time to like get on the board, just have any kind of presence at all.
Evidently the neutral minions are more tempo than the class card here.
I mean, you know, Lyrial's pretty good. Lyrial's a pretty good card. It's not like a surprise she's in a lot of decks. Goes to the Luminous Mage. You can hop over the 4-2 and clear pretty nicely here.
Doesn't have to use up an Evolve point at all to do so. The Luminous Knight herself is able to trade into one of these.
Luminous Mage is like really interesting because I think like on paper it looks like this thing has to survive, you know, to get good value. But if you look at her like a 5-mana free clear on the board that has to be cleared, she becomes a lot better on paper, I think.
She's like effectively like a fanfare for like a 4-5 rush.
Yeah.
And having like a modal option like that, of being able to choose between one of 2 relevantly powerful effects like that, I think is really good design to make Swordcraft a little bit more interesting as a class.
It is pretty cool. I like that card a lot. Really interesting clear there. He keeps his Rahab pretty healthy. Oh no, the whole Soul Swing. That was pretty good.
Solid answer, but also leaves Icy Stars without an appropriate way to deal with the Rahab.
That is true, yeah. Although putting Floral Fencer on the board is never a bad idea, I think.
Forte and Rahab can push a lot of damage here.
Oh my gosh. Does he choose to use it now, though? He wouldn't float any mana, so Rahab wouldn't get any bigger, but it's a full clear.
I'd say, even though now looks like a really good time for it, I could understand playing Forte and going face here.
I definitely could, as well. You put him down to, you could do up to 10 face damage, or sorry, 9 face damage this turn, so...
Breath of the Salamander and Lightning Blast kind of cover 2 options for getting rid of wards.
That's true.
However,
if you don't clear, a 1/1 kills your Rahab, and then you eat a lot of face damage back, so... It's also possible that this Albert won't die to anything other than Lightning Blast. He is going to go face though for 4.
Plays it safe. The Forte under this, against this hand would have been very powerful, but not needing to. Well, never mind. I just saw the angel word.
Yeah. There are no
Aside from that.
there are no wards in hand though, so if he top decks like a Forte or some other kind of like just 4 face damage period, then he'll have the lethal over 2 turns, which is much faster than Sword can pull off.
Grimnir was an option, but not being played here.
It's definitely a dead draw.
Going
I
for
imagine
full
Grimnir will be
tips.
played this turn since the Fangblade unfortunately can't kill Forte. Oh no, Alwita's. Oh.
With me, Captain.
Okay.
Alwita's
These top
good,
decks,
but-
these sword top decks.
I think that's still it though. In that
That's definitely
Lightning
game.
Blast can just slap down the
Yeah.
pirate.
Even if he were to evolve the ward, it wouldn't matter. Yeah, I don't think.
It all dies to Lightning Blast.
6 mana to kill a 2 or 3 gives you lethal. Oh my gosh. It was like a strictly bad dance of death in that situation. Like,
yeah.
still worked out though. He got him.
It's one of those situations where you'd be willing to pay like your entire mana bar or more, or like 12 health added to the cost if it just gets that one job done of clearing a
Yeah,
board.
definitely. That was a really sticky. Like he had the like Alwita was definitely not knowing the opponent's hand. Definitely a really good top deck right there because it allowed you to put a ward on the board and stay aggressive. And he didn't actually have 9 mana to play both wards, so it's like, you know, once you've committed to that Alwita's, you couldn't play 2 wards anyway. So you know, really nothing you could have done with that in hand.
Outside of having like ram to cheat a turn earlier.
Yeah, ramping in Shadow or Sword,
Yeah.
or having Veteran Lancer. Now we're gonna see a sword mirror though. These are always fun. I love these.
It's actually like a rare breed of
Yeah,
game.
in tournament it is. Yeah.
You must
This is
die.
not one of the 2 working classes. Like, what is this?
I have this covered.
Ooh, that hand. Oh my gosh, that hand! That was triple floral.
In the 6 cards of the opening hand, we see 3 different ones.
Both players almost. That curve is really good. Both players almost had both double hands. That's really good. The 2-drop is drawn here. This curve is godlike. Okay, never mind. He has another chance though.
Right.
So, Taji, the Quick Blader skin. What's your opinion on that? Is it just like Taji only now? No more Quick Blader?
I actually still use Quick Blader just because my eyes see Quick Blader as like the card with the effect.
Nah, dude. Taji's where it's at. I love her voice lines. She's like.
It reminds me of like Marth and Roy from Melee, and then
Yeah.
she's like in the English client still speaking Japanese, and like no one knows what she's talking about.
Grimnir on 3. Oh, he drew a 2-drop after he couldn't. I hate when that happens, dude.
Mhm.
2-drop after you can't play it anymore.
This Geno is a Geno of nightmares.
He's got Geno and a Luminous Mage. Like, this is a really, really good curve. Even though Floral Fencer is obviously a pretty good card,
Strength and beauty together.
I don't think it's quite as good as our turn 1 aggression here.
It does not alleviate enough of Lodge's pressure. The word on Grimnir making a big difference in the early game here.
Definitely.
And just throwing in a Luminous Mage on curve can push an extra 2 damage and kill the Floral Fencer, should Lodge want to evolve the Luminous Knight.
Even with the one Luminous Mage here, he's on the same evolves as player 2 because he saves 1. So if he evolves anything, you know, and it's commander wise, he might as well have had 3 evolves this game. So
It's kind of cool to see that Lodge is offered an option by the Luminous Mages here. That does kind of make a difference, and that Luminous Knight pushes more damage and still trades. But evolving the Mage can trade over the Floral Fencer, leaving the 4/1 body to have to be dealt with in exchange for having 2 missed damage this
Right.
turn.
I imagine he'll go for the Mage evolve.
You and I, knight.
His hand is not particularly aggressive, so the face play I think requires a bit more top decking.
Your
It looks like he's going for the first one you mentioned. Okay, I guess I'm wrong. That is 8
value of-
face damage. You halfway kill the guy. It's nothing to scoff at, I guess. Like,
Yeah.
ooh, okay.
Goes for a value trade anyway.
It looks like he's going to, yeah, there you go, into the 4/3. I like that a lot, actually. That's pretty good. There are now 3 targets on the board that need to be cleared. Well, technically not the 3/1 since you don't care. It's already evolved. It's used its ability, but there are 2 targets on board that are a problem.
So options in hand include playing Icy Stars could go for his own Luminous Mage, or if he were to play 2 cards this turn, Novice Trooper plus Veteran Lancer curves this out.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Even though Taji was a quick play, quick plater was a pretty good clear. Like they got a really good value trade there. It just didn't fit into the curve really. Anything. If you had 6, maybe it'd have been good, but unfortunately, it didn't.
So leaving up the Veteran Lancer is decent. Forces out the other Luminous Mage rather than Geno here, who will die in the trade.
Which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, actually. I mean, he'd leave 2 1/1s on the board, but I think he wants to use those later, so.
You and I, Knight.
Luminous Mage on the Luminous Mage here.
This is pretty much like Sword's identity at this point. That value trade. Oh my gosh. I don't think I've seen a recent Sword deck that wasn't like, you know, hardcore, like aggressive control. Sorry, not aggressive, greedy control that wasn't playing Luminous Mage in like a 2 or 3 of. It's a very, very valuable card. So
Versatile as well in that she can fit so many aggressive curves just fine, but the value she gives you on resource conservation works so well for control as well.
yeah, exactly. Like that was like I think the biggest problems for Control Sword before expansion were like your evolves are super important. So if you go first and like if you don't play Olivia, then you're just like, well, all right. And then your card draw is really bad. So you know, I mean, if you just like eliminate that evolve problem, that's cool. You know, that's great.
That's half the problem solved.
Exactly.
Albert probably not going to be the play here, simply due to being close to turn 9 and still 2 evolve points left.
Definitely. He does hit 9 first as well, so.
And a Fangblade Slayer to top that off.
They also both know they both know each other's lists too, so he knows Tsubaki exists in that list. Not necessarily that he has it in his hand, obviously, but I doubt that he'll evolve Geno without it dying, or he'll evolve Fangblade Slayer. I imagine he'll save this last one for Albert.
Mm.
Take up my shield.
So, evolves the Lyriel here to push 1 face damage,
This is God's word.
setting him to 10, which is a very relevant difference of health.
Puts him at it puts him in Albert range as well. His plan is obviously going to be Fangblade Slayer on 8, Albert on 9. Yeah, this should be game. Fangblade Slayer closes the 4-2, and then Albert just kills the game. Unless he top decks a ward, this is over.
Even top decking a ward in this situation isn't that useful versus the Fangblade Slayer.
Right, he has to kill the Fangblade Slayer as well. That is true. If you get a ward, Albert can kill it. If you're oh my gosh, that doesn't matter, but he still kills it.
I like how they just like take each other out here.
Both like chew on this, and they both take each other out. Like
They both go home as gifts to each other's mothers.
oh, that Albert, the animation, the evolve, 10 damage phase, easy. Oh my god, so fast.
So Lodge actually able to take that sword mirror back.
Those Luminous Mage saves, the what you mentioned earlier, the conservation on resources, that is so huge across the game. Like having that evolve for Albert, I think he saved 2 evolves easily. So, he like 4 evolves, you're obviously gonna have 1 left over without having to play Olivia in your deck. It's a very, very powerful card.
If there is any class in this game that really, really likes the feeling of having Evo points saved until the end game, it's gotta be Sword.
Has to be Sword, yeah, definitely.
So Lodge able to move on to losers semis, it looks like, to face the victor of whoever comes out on top between Goms and Deathrunner.
That game should be going still, right? Is it?
Looks like it's been reported as 1-1 so far.
Yeah, which is weird. Looks like we're hopping into winners final instead.
Crimson Fencers DB8 versus Co-Questers. Richie wanted to pronounce it HM, but I like want to just say like.
Hummer.
It's like in caps, so I feel like that emphasizes how much you need to say it. Like.
What if his name is Hummer?
That's true.
It's an abbreviation, just to let you know. We just don't know how to pronounce it.
It's probably Hummer. I'm gonna call him Hummer. It's very close.
All right.
If you put the vowels back in, it's basically Hummer. So
Yeah. Hummer's probably the least demeaning way to pronounce that, so.
Probably better than HM. So DV8 versus Hummer, it looks like they have a ban in winners finals, so or they don't have a ban in winners finals. They don't.
Right.
So without a ban, the full onslaught of their lineups.
Shadow, Forestcraft, and Swordcraft on the side of Hummer. And Dragoncraft, Shadowcraft, and Forestcraft for DVA here.
Was that a player without? Did you say a player without dragon? Did you? Was that a player without dragon?
I did.
My boy
I
Hummer.
said
Okay, Hummer's got Shadow, Forest, Sword. Yeah.
Subin. We've been.
His name
given
is Subin.
name.
Okay. Well, that's confusing for viewers. I think Hummer would be a bit better, but that's okay. That's fine. All right, so Subin versus DV8. DV8, no bans. So this is interesting. I mean, Dragon. Let's see. Is he playing Wolf Bolt?
It looks like this is Tempo Forest. It looks like.
Yeah, Tempo Forest with Warden for finishers, I guess, and triple Aaron. I love Aaron. I'm so glad they're still playing.
Me too. Okay, we got a confirmation on the pronunciation, and it's RH.
All right, Hummer it is. So DV8 actually is playing. DV8 actually is playing Wolf Bolt. So the forest lifts are quite different. I love when both if we hit a forest mirror and one's trying to combo while one's trying to control the board. Usually ends up being a pretty fun game.
Yeah, it's two different styles of martial arts here.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me close all these other deck lists. You ever look at deck lists and realize without even noticing that you have 50 tabs open, just all deck lists, and you forget where everything is?
With 6 deck lists open and there's no
yeah, there's no indicator at the tab or anything. You're just like, whose lists are these? Are these my lists?
Yeah. It feels like I'm grading papers or something. And
Yeah. Darn these kids not naming their decks.
All I can work with is okay, which one of you people is playing a Goblin Princess? Speaking of which,
There we go.
RH got a copy of Goblin Princess in the mid-range shadow, ending this curve with 2 Thanes and 2 Yaktars.
Wait, what did you say? Yaktar?
I think that's how you're supposed to pronounce it. That's the Irish pronunciation of Hector or something.
I think on top of the Shadowverse translation team that gave us 5 definitions of Aegis, I wish some names like Ictor, Hector, or whatever. I wish we had an official. How do I say this word?
If another card could say their name, when played against it or something, that'd be really nice.
Oh yeah, literally every card with a difficult name when it comes into play, it's just a Pokemon. I am Ictor.
Could we get a Pokédex feature for Shadowverse?
Yeah, there we go. We need one of those. Some people are pretty creative with nicknames though. I've heard Hector. I've heard somebody call him Rector, which I turned into Reptar, which is so what guy is even Reptar? How do you even know what card that is? But
I mean, at this point, I don't think anybody has an agreement on how to even pronounce that.
I don't know. I think Ictor or Ector or Hector is probably the most used. I think
Ictor just sounds so.
I've never heard yours though.
Darkstar is the only thing that sounds appropriately cool for how the card looks. Ictor sounds like a mouse's name or something.
Ictor sounds weird, yeah. It makes him sound like small.
If I had a pet hamster, Ictor would be a pretty fitting.
Somebody from Hamtaro, that's what Ictor sounds like, yeah.
Yeah.
A little brown hamster from Hamtaro.
That feeling.
Oh my gosh.
Little hamsters, big adventure. I'm not getting debated by Richie to actually sing the Hamtaro theme song here, but I grew up on that.
He was starting it out for you, so. Should be pretty interesting when we get into it, though. I really want to see. I don't want to see a forest mirror, for instance, but I think not a shadow mirror, but a Shadowverse forest game would be really nice to guess. It'd be really nice to see. I feel like you don't see that on ladder enough. Shadowverse forest.
I feel like Forest in general has been very invisible on ladder, even though the class has always been doing well.
Dude, they're 70% win rate in tournaments, and nobody wants to play it on ladder, and I'm like, hello? You guys it's both regions, by the way, they're pretty good.
Like every version of the deck list works. Like you don't need the legendaries.
Yeah, you just play Roach. It's fine. Like I promise.
That's what I was doing that at the like day one of the expansion. And I was just like farming Ramp Dragon with it.
Yeah,
And,
I remember that.
It never got on.
Let's play together.
Looks like we hit a Shadow Mirror. So, oh my gosh. Ooh, that is the. He's going first too. I think, if I remember the way it went off.
I almost just like choked on my water.
He was
seeing
going
that
first.
opening hand.
Yeah, that's a good opening hand. I don't think you ever consider mulliganing that hand. That's a pretty good hand.
Mhm.
I think the strength of the 1-2-3 aggro shadow. If he gets an Orthrus eventually, he got a Cerberus as well. But having Catacomb on 2 minions on curve on 3 is incredibly powerful. That is an insane curve.
You don't even need for the Shadow Reaper to go off here just because of how powerful his Catacomb is going to be.
What are you hiding inside?
Shadow Reaper will die though if he doesn't buff it. I mean, a 2/2 into Catacombs is not the worst going second curve. It doesn't exactly have a great 4-mana play though so far. I don't think Aggro Shadow really runs, other than Orthrus, they don't play many 4-drops, I don't think. So
Sometimes Phantom Howls, which is in...
yeah, but that's not a 4-drop though, that's a spell. Like,
it's the 4-gas card, but other than that, yeah, Orthrus is the only one they've gotten. It's kind of
I've seen a
interesting.
few people try to play like, that's very interesting that he trades there to buff the Shadow Reaper. Obviously he wants, the Spartoid to die if he goes in. I've seen a few people play Playful Necro. I kind of forgot her name because she hasn't been in the game for a while, but
What are you hiding inside?
yeah. It's not bad, obviously.
Forever too.
Yeah.
I think like cards like her would be a lot more common everywhere if she had like a 4/5 stat body like the rest of
Oh
the
yeah.
class.
Well, I mean, she does 7 damage for a 4-drop, which before like the power curve of like Levi and a few other cards like hit that was like really good. Like Floral Fencer used to be really good, right? Like so, Playful Necro wasn't that bad. So, but yeah,
There's
here we go.
also-
So 4-mana curve. He's got to play 2 drops on it, which is not bad, but it's not incredible.
Goes for a decent trade probably into the skeleton here as well. This Spartoid Sergeant is going to have to be dealt with, and it only helps power up the Shadow Reaper.
He's actually gotten the better Shadow Reaper here. It's still in stealth and it's buffed. Cerberus can't do anything to it. Oh, esports. He could get it.
You could guarantee it, but then you
33%.
give up. There's like a calculated risk option here. If you could evolve to... Wait, no, never mind. I
No,
forgot
because the
that.
Shadow Reaper gets buffed.
I forgot that it has a good effect. Alright, this is
I
entirely
don't think he's
useless
gonna
then.
go for it, but he could if he wants to.
Hitting it would be such a jackpot in this scenario. It would be a complete
would,
board flip.
Yeah.
But not hitting it could be so disastrous. Or maybe not
If it
even
hits the
that bad.
4-1, then you still have an okay board. You still have an okay trade, but the Shadow Reaper will get buffed. So you also float a mana when you could have played Serb.
Mhm.
It's a very interesting turn. He's gonna go for it. Oh my god! No, we got it. Oh no. 3-1 now perfectly trades into the 4-3. He could evolve Orthrus as well to kill the 1-1 if he's like super scared of like another Shadow Reaper or something, but that already was huge. That was amazingly huge.
I could only really let out a cry of fake disbelief and despair as I saw that happen. Imagine
3% chance, sometimes lucky. Feels good, man. Looks like he's gonna go face for 3 actually. Wow, that's really aggressive.
imagine being him RH in this situation,
Yeah.
like, and seeing that Orthrus just smack that
I
really
can't
good
even.
stuff on a Shadow Reaper.
I can't even, dude.
That's so tilting.
That is rather tilting. Yeah. Takes a special kind of person to brush that off for sure.
Still not in a terrible situation though. Just lost some board aggression there.
This is pretty bad for him though, knowing the other person's like he has double Cerberus into Thane. That is, oh, well, sorry, single Cerberus into Thane, which is huge. Especially being at an 8 life deficit, that's a pretty big deal, I think.
The Skeleton Fighter allows DV8 to curve out a little bit better here. As the Cerberus, like, playing her and using I think it's Mimi that does the damage. I'm still learning this.
Maybe he does damage, Coco does buff. It also allows him to spread his stats around other than like evolving Cerberus and having his evolve on everything. He now has a 4-2 and a 3-3, which is much better than having a 5-3 on the board. So
Yeah, Skeleton can't trade cleanly into it.
it does have Eekter though. Also Cerberus here, Cerberus into Mimi on the 4-2 into evolving Cerberus leaves a pretty good board for Eekter next turn too. Could play Goblin. I can't play Goblin, be Mimi's.
Pushing 5 damage is really relevant here as well.
It is, yeah.
I don't think DV8 gets very much out of playing the Immortal Thane onto a board like this.
He doesn't, especially without an evolve. Looks like he saves his evolve though, so he will get 2 zombies on the current board. He gets 2 zombies out of Eekter, even if both minions die. He'll still get 2 zombies. Thane slapped down super fast.
Very relevant Thane as well.
Eekter would put 8 damage on the board plus an evolve would do 10. Nowhere near killing, so not worth it probably.
So Skeleton goes into a white is the most obvious trade to make here. Now's the choice of how to play out this Eekter and how to deal with the Thane.
Squasher's kind of a dead draw also, since she doesn't really use it anymore, so... A White King will be a free ward with Bane, but Eekter, if you save board space for it, Eekter, one of his brush zombies can kill it pretty freely, so...
I was about to say that Coco could lead into a simple trade onto Immortal Thane, but it looks like Himmer is just going to push past the whites and just go face here instead.
I think he's really respecting, if he were to try and kill Thane with both whites up, how easy Phantom Hell could end the game, knowing that both serve spells are still in hand, so... It's a very, very good white clear. Set up a lot of pressure on board too. This is looking actually pretty bad.
The Yaktar can deal with parts of this board. There's a Mimi left over that can finish off the Goblin.
The way he set this up too, the Thane can't kill itself. He can't get the ward.
I think the zombies still add so much to this board though.
Yeah, Eekter is still a very aggressive, very good play. He also doesn't want to, on the converse, he doesn't want to kill this Goblin Princess. If he kills Goblin Princess and gives him a 5/5 ward, be slapped down pretty quick. Could also get Rush and kill Eekter on the back draw. No, it couldn't, never mind. Eekter, and it's 4, never mind. I thought it was, never mind. It's 4. Okay. So this is actually probably game. He can kill the 2/1 and get a ward, but...
Nothing particularly impressive to play the ward on.
This hit can be
Or alongside. Actually, the 12 shadows. This is a full clear with the zombies.
Zombies are pretty good. However, white, I don't know, dude. Like, Cerberus into another white was pretty good with this life total.
Not to mention the Prince Catacomb, which can just be played alongside that to make the board that much more difficult to actually answer.
Because the white is free.
Yeah. We'll have more Cerberus pieces, so that even just not clearing the skeletons would make it lethal if Goblin King doesn't successfully wall him out.
Zombie Party also gives a pretty good board, actually. Along with the White King that Eekter can't punch through, you get 3 zombies. Oh, looks like it goes for serve anyway. We're gonna play the Prince Catacomb, like you mentioned.
What are you hiding inside?
Could opt to use a single Mimi here to clear a zombie, but...
I don't think he cares. His life total is so high that even there's nothing. Like a second Eekter wouldn't even do anything.
Aiming for burn damage face would be...
Okay, never mind. Looks like he goes for it.
I was about to say, having like 4 burn damage in hand against an opponent with 5 health left could lead to a lot of top deck lethals.
That is the thing about Coco, though. She does require a minion, so...
Looks like Goblin Catacomb here. Yaktar handles the Immortal.
I think you have to, you have to kill your Eekter here, unfortunately. This is super close, though. Double Coco almost does this. That doesn't do it. Wait, that does do it.
Yeah, the zombie party helps just enough here.
Well, Thane also. Thane actually also gives him lethal.
Thane gives him, like, the much more dual puzzle lethal here.
Yeah.
assuming there were words for days, like a death's breath or something, then the thing could have given the sickest lethal. But
Serb value over a game is just like multiple Serbs coming down is such a big deal. Those things do so much. Coco, you do.
Being able both to clear the board using Mimis as tools, but also constantly have that threat of reach on any single attacking minion.
Pretty crazy.
And Shadowcraft is not really a class that mounts very massive bodies that are particularly difficult to trade into, but rather goes wide. So even though Cerberus has pretty off-curve, pretty bad stats, she could usually, like, even in that game, is able to make pretty decent trades into most minions.
Right, yeah. Usually when you go first, like if Cerberus's stat line doesn't really matter, especially in an aggro matchup where like nothing outside of like another evolved Cerberus or like a crazy Shadow Reaper is going to be hard to kill. So, although I guess both of them were kind of playing more mid-rangey. They both had Thanes and Aeters. So, would you even call that aggro at that point?
If it's going face, then I guess there's like an argument.
Every turn, SM mark.
Yeah. I'd say if it can kill you by about turn 5, it can be called aggro, but that's like most of the decks in Shadowverse.
A few of them, yeah. Sword versus Shadow is fairly much in Shadow's favor, especially with a hand like this. Dropping Lyrial, Skulldog into Orthrus is pretty strong. Sword's kind of breaking almost in a way, too. Double Geno is not terrible. Well, one Geno is not terrible when you're going first, but oh wow, okay. It's the trade even. Scared of that Catacomb for sure.
It looks like that moment of fear is going to be what gives MRH the board here.
Mad Cyclone, very good card. It's not amazing against Sword though, since they do have Geno. So.
And Geno is going to not only push that, but make Orthrus unlikely to be able to clear it, so kind of delegating this next turn to be a Lyrial.
Yeah, Lyrial's very powerful on this board. I don't know if Lyrial was called to be like as strong as she was going to be. When did she come out? Like in, was it? It was ROB, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anybody saw that. Like, no one was playing her to begin with, but then like, as time went on, she was in like everything. Like I started seeing Lyrial in every deck.
Yeah, I think like originally it was only Aggro Shadow that even played copies of Lyrial, and then very slowly, Aggro Sword maybe way later.
Yeah, I know Sword loves it. Yeah, this is a pretty interesting trade if he goes for it. The Melee leader can kill the Skull Beast now if he's actually that scared of a Catacomb. It does. Okay, all right.
Goes for it. Could be in this other problem that I described before that this matchup can have for Swordcraft, that you're playing a class that really wants to have board at all times against the class that will almost guarantee to have board at all times.
Right, yeah. Very sticky class, especially with Catacomb now. Like,
yeah.
Sword can't do anything really.
Continue to trade in like this kind of manner, then kind of just even eating this trade to the Goblin Princess is its own problem. The Sword doesn't really have a board clear. If Sword's ever behind on board, it's never going to be easy for the class to stay afloat.
Yeah. Evolving the princess herself over a goblin there.
I suppose it makes the Goblin Princess herself that much more of a threat that has to be responded into.
Right. Doesn't spread your stats around like amazingly, but you know he has to kill her now, which gives that 5. It guarantees that 5/5 ward being in hand. So.
Yeah. And how does Sword deal with Goblin King other than just having a Tsubaki?
Having a Tsubaki, that's how you do it.
Yeah. Like, in this circumstances, as long as Icy Stars does not draw into, I think he only plays 1 copy of Tsubaki as well. Or maybe he was 1.2. But without that, that's like an Albert Evo that is necessitated by the Goblin King's body.
Right. Soul Squatcher's pretty good here. Ooh, not even gonna save her. I imagine, like, you know, when you're going second against Sword, you know their only evolves are going to be on, you know, 1 random minion, and then a few Luminous Mages maybe, and then Albert. So, you know, Albert's not anytime soon, so you can probably imagine this Squasher's not going to be wasted or anything.
Hey, why so angry?
Whole Sword Swing making short work of it. Honestly, getting into turns like 8 and onward it can be painful to have to play a Grimnir, for example, like this.
Oh my gosh, that zombie party. That was so good on curve. I just flipped the board around upside down.
Perfect answer, and there's nothing in Icy Stars' hand that can do anything about these zombies.
Alita's is okay, but I mean you can't even bother clearing at this point. Yeah, Albert does 10 guaranteed if you keep the board. Orthrus could snipe the 3-2. That could be pretty bad. If Orthrus snipes the 3-2 and then buffs the other Orthrus, okay, he's not gonna go for it. Alright, never mind. I was getting into the 2 esports there. You can just choose to buff the Shadow Reaper to a nonsense level.
Yeah, it's very important to play the Goblin King here, I just realized. Because this Icy Stars has a 2-turn lethal setup with Evo Albert next turn. Well,
actually, he can't. No, it doesn't matter. He can get aggressive here. He can set up his own turn 2 lethal if Albert goes face.
Because Icy Stars' last chance to have lethal in a very efficient manner would be this Albert Evolve going to face.
Yeah. Ooh, double Alberts. Easily goes face for 10, but he can't ward, so, Cerberus.
Cerberus plus the Evo point is definitely going to push past this Albert speed.
Yeah. Albert not quite fast enough. Right, is that, it's 9, 10, 14 evolve, yeah, 16, yep. Is lethal.
There's so much work that zombie party put in.
It did. That zombie party top deck was insanely good. I don't know if he sees the lethal though, he's not going for it. Just make sure zombies are 4, the Reaper makes it 9, it's 10 on board, and Evolve is 12, Cerberus adds, so he didn't see it! What?! He's dead to Grimnir! Oh no! That was exact lethal for sure, I'm not wrong, right? It was 10 on board, Evolve is 12, Cerberus adds 4, it was lethal.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think.
Oh, what a mishap! Oh no, that's so unfortunate. Grimnir's easy.
He might have the time to count that out too. So maybe just like in that situation, I think the first thing anyone would really do is just stare at the board, just kind of pepper read it, and be like,
I don't know. Like this happens to me personally. Sometimes you're just like so dead set on board control that you're not. Can I do 20 damage in 1 turn? You know, like
yeah. If I saw
like,
the
gotta kill
Evo
that Albert, dude. How do I kill that Albert?
Ugh.
That's so unfortunate. Oh my gosh.
I mean, the Goblin King did play around a second Albert. It's just.
It did, yeah, it did.
It's like there was already like, if have I been calling TV Icy Stars this whole time? Okay.
A few times, yeah.
It's okay.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry, Deviate. But
it's fine.
I feel like
he might. To be fair, he might be tilted by that Shadow Reaper snipe. That might be what happened. Maybe.
Yeah.
That did kind of like, I don't know, that you could probably say that won the game. So.
Mother, father, come on.
That's it. Now that I'm actually calibrated on which players, which I feel like if you saw the Grimnir come out from Himarish earlier,
yeah, I think it's a possibility of deck to do 4 to you regardless of your board. It is.
Yeah. That's like a boss teaching you what its attacks look like, and then dying to this exact same attack like 5 seconds later.
We're playing Dark Souls now.
Yeah. Not rolling with the invincibility frame through the 4 shots of arrows from Grimnir there.
SMH.
Stalia Lily on curve, able to threaten Delirial.
A fighter on curve. Silver Justice is such a good card. That card is honestly bonkers.
The way it pushes past tempo here and sets up for an even bigger Ancient Elf at the same time is like, the card basically has a turn 3 enhance.
Pretty strong Ancient Elf too. Like, I mean, obviously an Evolve can come down. A good Orthrus can come down. He also stopped all the face damage that he was going to chip for free, so that's pretty good. Although there isn't much that Fina will evolve over here. He plays double Shadow. He can't play double Shadow Reaper. I think Liriel after Shadow Reaper is probably the play. After Ancient Elf comes down this turn.
Could also go Orthrus to the Ancient Elf immediately, but it would be a bit of an overcommitment, I think, of an Evo point.
Well, the Ancient Elf is a 4/5? So yeah, Orthrus could evolve over it. It wouldn't live though.
Yeah. I'd say the Lyrial and the Shadow Reaper is a very strong setup. If you go Shadow
Yeah.
Reaper again the following turn, it just needs to draw like a 2 or 3 drop to make it strong.
Lyrial can throw herself into the Ancient Elf and be fine. Now that he has Skull Beast, that's actually perfect. So
My boss works us to the bone.
Going by this line of play also makes it extremely strong if BB8 draws like a 2-drop off the top here. You can go Shadow Reaper Skull Beast 2-drop next turn.
that will be insane.
My wings are killing me.
You could also clear this fairy. If he doesn't care about the face damage, you can clear the fairy with this 2/3.
Life's fate is that.
Further weakening any weakening any Ancient Elves that can come down again.
Beautiful, powerful, and
There's the Fina though. This has to be evolved over,
you're done
I
for.
think. Orthrus is not really a good answer.
I'll blow
He's
you
not holding
away.
Dance of Death or anything. Death Breath is like an interesting 6-mana play, because like you can play it before the Shadows as like just a a bad zombie party, right?
Yeah, minus the 3 damage.
Yeah,
An
exactly.
amazing follow-up to Zombies Party as well when played off curve.
It is, yeah, definitely. Because you also give the pre-existing zombies ward if you trigger the Necro.
But yeah, it doesn't look like there's going to be any easy way to deal with this Fina's lingering body.
He could Orthrus to guarantee buff onto Shadow Reaper, then evolve the Skull Beast to kill the Fina, and then go face for 6,
Face?
which wouldn't be the worst play in the world. I think it'd be met with an easy Dance of Death, though. So
Leaving very little on board other than just Orthus's body.
it looks like Hummer's still contemplating something on his turn, though. He's using his time. Oh, he goes for the Goblin Mage, too. Okay. Pulls another May.
I guess playing out that Goblin Mage allows...
That's Cerberus.
That's
He could Suicide Cerberus into Fina. He doesn't have Phantom Howl in his hand, though, so...
Even so, the value off of having Mimi and Coco this early could be very huge for playing Death's Breath and it having to be answered.
That is true. I do like, actually, now that I look at this, playing the Goblin Mage here, because it made an Orthrus really bad. Because Orthrus could snipe the Goblin Mage and waste all of its damage.
Actually, even
'Cause you
if
really wanna kill
if Orthrus did snipe the Goblin Mage, it would still give the Shadow Reaper the ability to trade it out. So I think hitting the Fina was actually a little bit more awkward in this situation.
I don't know, because you do exactly what I said before. You get the Skull Beast death and go face for 6. I think that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah. I guess
Maybe
so.
not against Forest, though, since we know that he plays, we know that he plays Errands, so...
Yeah. This turn, probably no need to get greedy about this, can just Dance of Death, could even just Snowman it as well, but...
Yeah, he could actually enhance his Chrysalia. The thing about like another Fina here would be kind of bad. It kind of kills itself on the Reaper,
Yeah.
so it's not the best in the world.
You could see Fina coming out in one of these later turns just to find a Roach for the Sand that otherwise has a decent amount of 1-drops and a Nature's Guidance, but
That's true, yeah.
still losing that much tempo on the only large body, or like kind of difficult to deal with stat block in Hummer's hand. Could be
I
pretty
think,
bad.
now that you mentioned that, I think that might have been another reason why he played the Goblin Mage last turn, was to look for a Roach. Since he does have pretty good Roach enabling in hand.
Ooh.
Yep, goes for the Polymorph on the Reaper. Little Snowman Reaper. I doubt that it'll evolve here. That wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah. Especially with a Fina in hand and the setup for a Roach. It could be a very big search. I was thinking like the only thing you could really save a Polymorph for in this matchup is Mortal Fane. But probably not too big of a deal. Wouldn't come down for another 2 turns.
Run away.
Death's Breath looks like he's not going to Shadow Reaper now, so Death's Breath, yeah, is the play here. Also, again, I don't think he's going to evolve.
Alright, no need to. And playing Cerberus and Shadow Reaper
Ooh, he's got the
itself-
Jungle Warden now, so 3 more turns, that's online for the enhance.
Could be a big deal in this matchup.
If he wants to use it, Double Made Natures can, okay, never mind. I was going to say, Double Made Natures could wreak havoc on these zombies, but goes for the Fina instead.
I'll blow you away.
Could be good, but at the same time, using Nature's Guidance would kind of get rid of some of the direction that the Sand has of wanting to find a Roach ASAP.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like he's going to go for that too. I imagine he plays the Goblin Mage out this turn.
Could also hold it. If this May dies, then you can trade off losing a 1-drop to have the extra 0 cost.
Definitely contemplating which zombie to attack, though. Goes for the left one. It's a good choice. I like that one.
Mm-hmm. The one on the right's closer to May, so
Yeah.
Sparkling stuff. Gimme.
I guess it gets centered anyway in just style rules, but probably
Finds the
playing May-
roach. But then he plays May. He doesn't really have, like... Okay, so... I mean, she was a fairy that enabled that a little bit.
Guess it makes it a little bit harder for the zombie to try to trade into anything like the Goblin Mage here, but not sure how
The
much of a
Orthrus
difference.
snipes the 2/2. The zombie can kill the 5/4.
Mm-hmm. With a Shadow Reaper on that.
Yeah. Orthrus could set up a pretty good trade here.
Even just hitting a May would be fine. I'd say like
Go a little wild.
Shadow 4 was looking good. Goes for the Cerberus.
It looks like he's not feeling lucky like his opponent was last game.
Mm-hmm.
Tear to shreds. Arr!
Goes for the guaranteed buff on Coco to kill the 5/4. Unless he goes face here. Okay, he doesn't go face. Not holding Phantom Hell wouldn't be that amazing to go face.
Right. That'd be
It spreads his
Gambit
stats around,
and-
nice. So Force could choose to go for a Roach poke this turn. If he top decks like a second Roach or a second Nature through the Natures. Ooh, never mind. That's definitely Aaron. Okay.
Heal 3 doesn't even necessarily have to use the Evolve point immediately.
If he uses the Evolve point though, he puts a pretty good ward on the board and also can kill the entire board, so...
Mm-hmm. Like 2 turns away from Jungle Warden could make that a very strong play as well.
Exactly.
Pretty decent option on when to use the Evolve point here.
I imagine that's what he'll go for. It seems like a pretty strong play. Otherwise, he could, I think the Maze will probably go into Skull Beast here. He's out of mana now, so I guess it really is just him choosing to evolve or not.
Mm-hmm. If there's anything to think about with where the Maze go, it could be like the question of how much damage do I have in hand here with a Roach set up on turn 9 into Jungle Wardens on turn 10. Because maybe that 2 damage could be a pretty big difference.
This ends
Okay,
here.
it chooses to evolve a May instead.
Am I a grown-up?
I guess do you get more effective health with this? No, because Aaron could be attacked by that 3/2 now. Never mind. Nope. Aaron takes 3 damage from that no matter what. Ooh, a Cyclone.
Cyclone, a very big deal versus something like a Jungle Warden coming out.
Well, not actually. It doesn't actually
Never
kill
mind.
Jungle Wardens.
For
They have
5
their
health.
4/5s.
That's if he's like, I didn't realize that DB8's playing second, so the Grimir can't come out preemptively and eat one
Yeah,
attack.
also. Snipes the May. Okay. Still can't. No, without playing Mimi, you can't punch through the Aaron.
It's the pits for you.
Very difficult to kind of commit the resource like that too. The board is so small and Grimir
So
doesn't
much
enhance
damage.
it.
Yeah. You get such a small return on the Reaper buff too. It's just +1/+1 after using 4. So
So much damage for Homicide here too with this.
he's
Roach
going
combo
for that
coming out.
Roach poke. He's gonna Natures for a Roach poke. He also has 8 damage from the Wardens guaranteed. You know, unless a ward comes down like Grimnir. A Grimnir on 9 would be really weird, I think. Unless you have some kind of clairvoyancy. So he's gonna put him at 8. He's gonna set this up. Or not 8. 7, sorry. Lower than 8. Ooh.
The Akhtar, it's a better play than Grimnir, but at the same time, there's no way to survive, I think. I mean, if you play the Grimnir and leave the Akhtar in hand and float 6 mana, then...
You get Dance of Death.
Yeah, you get double Dance of Death into not necessarily lethal, but a very easy setup for one.
The thing about the Wardens too, at this point in the game, he hasn't gotten much damage stuck. Like Force is at 17 life right now. So he could just play the Wardens just for board control. He doesn't actually have to even go face with them. Like if he pushes 2 4/5s with Storm onto the board, just for board damage, or just for just for clearing, like they both have wards, so that's a problem in itself, right?
Akhtar can deal with them, but
Oh, well, very good thing that he killed the Roach.
yeah.
But yeah, see here, like Shadow Reaper's gonna die here. Ooh, never mind. Okay,
Good
puts him on
space.
Dance of Death clock. I guess either was fine since he can't really do anything.
No way to heal that back.
Exactly.
This head can be
So yeah, even though 2 zombies will clear these, it's just easy lethal with Dance of Death.
Yeah. It's a good trade up on the zombies, and this is like such a good board state to have, but all to no avail. There's like no mystery of what's going to happen when you're like
That is true.
2
Yeah.
health versus 4.
I mean, you've got a giant Reaper. This looks pretty good for you. Like, if you're DV8 right now, you're just hoping he doesn't have 2 damage. But as Forest, of course, he has 2 damage. Even at 4,
Even like
actually, with double dance.
The Goblin Mage, I think, was really likely to pull a 3rd Roach. I don't think maybe it was a 50-50 on May, but a lot of different ways to find that.
It was
damage there.
1 May left, 2 Roaches left, so 66% Roach.
So, this is Hummer's 2nd time? I think I had that right. Being in top 16. The last time being in TCG versus, what was that?
I didn't. Onion Sheep, right?
Alright. Wait. I just said top 16, didn't I? What is
You
my
said
brain
top
doing?
16, yeah. You meant winners final or grand
Winners
finals.
finals. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. So
Now we're gonna check out. Let's see. No, like LOJ and Deathrunner has like a 1 match reported. Why do they do this? Why?
They've been taking their time, maybe.
Are they still in their game at the moment? Okay.
Okay. We can see how
About to turn on my
Deathrunner
mic,
is
so
going
now it
on.
sounded like you are talking to yourself.
Always sounds like I'm talking to myself. Chat thinks I'm crazy anyway.
Yeah, I think like at this point, Chad is used to us like talking to the Richie in our heads.
I think that at this point, they're used to like a production voice being there that they can't hear. Like they know that. So
I think chat heard me like bust out of context into like the opening theme of Hamtaro earlier. I'm like past this now.
imagine they're in a game and we can't actually join their game, right? That's what's happening.
I mean, we can join their game and watch in the middle of whatever their match is. It's just at the moment, we don't have anything right now.
So without a game to cast, then we are.
We sleep.
I don't know if chat would want to watch Richie play ladder.
No.
He is number 1 on Master Ladder though. He's
Yeah.
number 1. He has 1 whole Master rank
Yeah.
point.
We are number
So-
1. But it's
I'm number 1.
He is the best Master player in the world. Actually, it's a global ladder. So.
Exactly. Es
the
numero
world.
uno.
I don't think a single other person has a single point of masters. You have to get like a very specific algorithm to get that.
He also probably changed his deck on the front because I always make fun of it. He made sure he put it as aggro shadow since I can't make fun of aggro shadow. Like, what am I gonna do?
Well, I only have one of the alt art servers.
I mean, you can make fun of this.
Ravenecro is a good card. Why would I make fun of it?
I don't know. Some people don't even have that in there. Oh, and this.
Oh, the one dead
No.
moon. Okay. Yeah, the one dead moon. Solid. Good tech,
Nice.
Richie. Good tech. Home plays
The,
wards and.
She's animated though.
That's
Yeah,
true.
next
She
to the
looks pretty.
wise merman.
I
I
don't
think Wise Merman would be better in that slot of Dead Moon Disciple because you have goblins.
So let's see. LOJ versus Deathrunner. I mean, that was if I'm not mistaken, that's mostly a mirror match, isn't it?
Let's see,
Mostly a mirror
Deathrunner.
match.
Dragon Sword Shadow on LOJ's side, and then Deathrunner
Force.
has Force Dragon Shadow. So
Well, time to hop into it.
what's the score that we're coming in on?
0-1.
One who has
The
the
Death
one
Runner is on 1.
Deathrunner. Okay.
Solak, after taking out Icy Stars, is now. Is
He's in
Losers
grand finals. He's waiting. He's just chilling.
Father, come
It also wasn't Icy Stars. You keep saying that. It was TVA.
Watch. Why is everyone Icy Stars to me now? Okay.
I don't know. You got the guy's name,
It's like
I
a
guess.
vocal. It's like a vocal habit to me now. Okay. Lodge is like nothing like it either. Okay. Anyway.
Everyone is IC Stars, apparently. It's funny, because he even changed his name this tournament, too. He's actually IC Swag in the bracket and in the game right now. He's not even IC Stars. There's actually no IC Stars in the entire tournament, so, like...
I've just been hallucinating. He's like my imaginary friend who's in the bracket the entire time.
I'm here, everyone.
That's bad.
Kicking this game off, they're both playing, you know, fairly quickly here. Lice is a pretty good card. I mean... Ops, against aggro shadow shouldn't stop too much, other than like maybe Illyrial, but...
Yeah, it doesn't die to like zombie party is like kinda decent.
Yeah, that
Playing
is
zombie
true.
party early on is a little bit awkward.
Goes for the guaranteed Orthrus, let's see if it hits the one they can go face.
Life's fate is that.
Hey, the coin flip, he got it. Nice.
Not missing 2
Orthrus
damage.
is such an impactful card, especially when going first. It's crazy, actually.
I was convinced that Orthrus was going to be a useless card, but like
You're done for.
like on reveal and everything, I thought when I read the card's effect that there's no way Orthrus would be good. I'm seeing it turn out to be like the best 4-drop that Shadowcraft has ever seen.
I think a lot of people were thrown off by like 4 mana 1/2, which is like a red flag for people, and then it also said random twice in its description. So you're like, this thing says random way too much, you guys. There's no way it's gonna be good. Like,
I think also I thought that Orthrus could hit herself with the
yeah,
plus
also
2
yeah,
plus
with the
0.
buff, that is true. Which would waste it every time, which is like, okay, this card sucks.
Like the difference of not doing that is so massive. Yeah, the discount Raging Etten coming in.
It won't be long now.
He evolves it too. 5 mana 6/7 ward. No Dance of Death in sight, so
5 mana 6/7s. We've learned from this card expansion especially that that's not easy to deal with.
he actually even kills the 1/1 too, preventing a zombie party to hit this. That's a pretty big deal, actually.
Not really any way to push the Shadow Reaper through this with it surviving without just going double zombie party.
That would be
Just not-
so tragic. He would set up quite a few shadows for Ikter, though. So, I mean, he goes to 9. Ikter would summon, at the minimum, 3 more zombies.
Yeah. So maybe just commit 1 zombie party and then a Wolf Point, just because having those extra zombies with the turn following could be so useful.
That is true, yep. Looks okay, so he's going for putting him at 11, too.
Turn 7 zombie party into turn...
Double Aaron. The green light to play the first one you had.
This ends here.
And zombie party doesn't finish off the 6/4 remaining body. I keep finding a lot of situations like this where like having extra health here, it's like a fairy beast in that situation would have healed 2 more, but this puts not only ward but 2 more health on the Aaron, which makes a massive difference in like zombie party being unable to remove that defensive slot.
Right. I also don't think he wants to pop Ector this soon. Like, all he gets is a 3/1 going face. He gets a bunch of zombies, but it's actually pretty good, I think, because he's fairly immune to Will of the Forest. It would only do 5, so I mean, it wouldn't be that bad. Well, it would do 8 technically, because the fairy can add 3 to Eater, so.
It's a strong play. Zombie party, the fairy's also an option, but for zombie party, Maryland and trade.
I feel like this one's way weaker to Will of the Forest, though. This one actually gets cleared by Will of the Forest.
Yeah.
With 2 mana left over, even, so.
Ooh, sparkly stuff. Gimme.
Pull some May.
May is a 1/3, but playing out the rest of this hand could be kind of awkward.
If he
no
kills a
need to
zombie
do
and May snipes the 1/1, plays Liza after, I think it's pretty much over at that point, right?
that. Yeah. Maybe not going for the May here.
So he goes for the Roach Poke. Okay, alright, I like it. 9 damage this turn. Oh, never mind. Okay.
Trades?
Defensive Roach. If the 6/4 goes for a 2/2, that's pretty good. Never mind. Alright. I have no idea what they're doing.
So
Ooh,
Yaktar
Angel of the Word
cleans
uses
this up.
here.
This head can't be taken.
Doesn't quite have the space though to make the shadow. He probably gonna go face with everything, actually. Put him at
No
3,
reason not
which is
to.
really good with Phantom Hell in hand.
Just saw a Roach traded to a zombie there, so
Yeah, that's true.
either calls it as a bluff, or like it could be like a deep mind game going on here. It's like I used a Roach so frivolously, so clearly I have another one, and you need to trade here. but
That is true, yeah. I
still
don't think it's
missing
safe to go
11
phase.
damage.
I don't know, with 5 cards in your hand, 4 of them you had to have known about before the draw. Do you think he can do... What is that, 7 damage? Oh, he does think he can do that. Okay.
Trades it off, but so clearing the entire board no longer allows Phantom Howl itself to be a lethal setup.
Right. Phantom Howl plus Angel of the Word is 6 damage total, but not, like, together. It's supposed to be, like, you have to wait for one of them to fade away.
Mm-hmm. If this is a Solomon play, looks like there's gonna be the time to do that, though.
That is true. That's kind of weird that he did that. I guess he knows he has the Aaron. Because for sure he kills zombies, right? He has to trade these into zombies. He can't go phase.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be pretty difficult to push a lethal here after all of this. 2 Angel of the Words, but this Phantom Howl is actually blocked out of 1 damage, which is a big difference
Yeah.
from this Yaptar.
If he goes for the double Angel of the Word, it's a pretty good, yeah, it's a good setup because those can help punch through the Chrysalia Arian, adding damage to Phantom Howl possibly. If he gets like a Cerberus top deck maybe, or even a second Phantom Howl, because he has enough shadows for it.
Wonders
So.
there.
That's true, yeah.
100% Aaron here. Playing the May makes no difference.
I imagine Selwyn will kill a 2/2, actually, even.
For sure.
Of my sight.
Then past that, short of drawing Yaptar again, there's not much that can really happen with this board.
Zombie Party was pretty strong. Ooh.
That's damage. It's not a lot of damage.
No, the most he can do is 6. He can throw Angel into this now, Phantom Howl kills it, and then he plays the lesser out on that board, so it's 6 damage. He couldn't put him at 1.
Then just like Cerberus, a 3rd Angel of the Word, another
Things,
lesser
but you'd have
one.
to like bank on the fact that he has no more healing in his hand, which we know he doesn't, but what if he plays another healing card? Like, I think you have to go for it at this point, because you're aggro, you have to go for it.
Yeah. You have to clear the Aaron, that's for sure.
Definitely. Since he could bounce it and you're in trouble.
Potentially could save the lesser number just to maybe acquire lethal from the top deck or
Oh no! Did he leave?
DDoSed? Rage quit? Skamazed? Like,
Oh no, he's clearing! What in the world?
yo. Is this a fake DC or an actual DC? Because
I'm
that,
not sure. I guess he's that scared of Roach. I guess that mind game you mentioned earlier, he's like, when you play that Roach so fast, to clear, he has to be holding more Roaches, right?
kaiju level mind games going on here, but what is this mysterious draw pack happening?
Yeah, this is very unfortunate. I don't actually know the rules. If a player disconnects, I don't know what happens. Do they forfeit this match, or the whole game, or
It could just be.
he takes the loss from this? Okay. Hopefully he comes back. That would be really unfortunate, because clearing that cell one was really bad for Shadow to go for. I don't know what his plan is. I guess if he top decks Phantom Hell, he still has lethal somehow, but
Mhm.
this is really unfortunate. Is there a way we can get like an official, like a roll on this? Is he actually gone, or?
Yeah. There's a chance that
Oh right, okay. How long does that
there's
take to
always a
go
chance
out?
that he reconnects.
1 minute 20. Okay.
The length of a full turn, I think, is what it gives people to reconnect.
That is, that's really unfortunate if he disconnects that way, because I think he's actually fine now. Especially if he
Yeah.
hits an Aaron. If he top decks an Aaron after coming back, then it's over.
There's a lot of very simple ways to stabilize.
He's also got Elf Queen too, so I mean, if he draws that, then Reno's back to full, basically.
doesn't die to anything except another Phantom Howl off the top.
Yeah, even as is, without healing, yeah.
Yeah.
looking like a pretty unfortunate full disconnect here. It's been quite a while. Like, I've had opponents in ladder, for example, kind of disconnect for this long, and sometimes they'd actually be able to reconnect, but Shadowverse client doesn't really have like a client crash reconnect feature yet.
Unfortunately, was started off as a mobile game, so.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Mofu, how's the weather in your area? How's it going, buddy?
In April, it's been extremely cloudy and rainy outside, but I take it as a good thing. I don't think I've seen the sun in the past like 2 weeks.
I always imagine Japan is like this, like, vibrant, like, always, like, trees are always blooming 24/7, like, kind of place.
I mean, trees have started blooming again since like March began. It's been gorgeous.
Nice. So I think he says the game crashed and he didn't. Does he have a screenshot of that? Because that's interesting. I don't think I've ever experienced that before.
Me either. I've had like a random disconnect before that like made me unable to connect to Shadowverse for some time. Well, like the servers were just fine, but it'd be so unfortunate if that happened in the middle of a game, especially when it was
tournament
twice to
game,
take.
yeah. Especially when he was fine. I think like I would really love to see this next card to know if he was 100% okay, but from both players even. But like after that clear, I think he was fine.
Mm-hmm. This is like the start of a pretty convincing stabilization. You're just, that's so unfortunate.
So I think we've been here for a solid like 4 minutes. I think 5 minutes almost. So I think at this point we can surmise that it's not going to happen. I think this is.
So, what was that?
Got to take the L,
game?
fam.
If that's Lodge getting the victory, Deathrunner still has one more game he can play though, right?
That's true. Yeah, if he comes back, yeah.
Unless like the actual full client is not working anymore for him.
Yeah, it just uninstalled itself. Like
Yeah.
his antivirus is like, I'm getting rid of this program and you can't stop me.
Yeah. You've been playing this for like what, 12 hours a day? I'm gonna go ahead and like get rid of this.
I remember when games used to do that. Like MapleStory used to do that. It's like, hey, you've been playing for like 3 hours. Are you okay? Like,
Yeah.
you should go outside probably.
Consider taking a break. Like, make sure you have lights in your room and you stay hydrated.
Well, Shadowverse is it's a Japanese game, so I think that actually is a slight possibility that could happen. I think League of Legends does that, doesn't it? In cafes, I think.
In cafes, I don't know. I've never socially played video games outside. I think I hide my power level as much as possible.
You're in Japan and you don't play games outside? Come on. Aren't you in like Arcade Central? Like, isn't that like one of the only places in the world where arcades are still thriving?
Well, Japan doesn't really care about PC games, I've noticed. Like,
yeah,
you can't
like
even
arcades and stuff
get a
are
good
way
video
better.
game. I found like arcades that had like fighting games and stuff, but never actually dished in a bunch of money at those. Because they're pretty expensive.
What? Come on, dude, you gotta get out more.
I spend all
You're
my
in
money
Japan,
on like
dude.
I spend all my money on the claw machines if I like I'm trying to.
Oh my gosh, such a casual.
At least
Spend all
they have,
your
like,
money on
guaranteed
body
prizes.
pillows and stuff. Like,
Hey.
got him.
Gotta get that Albert merch.
Gotta buy that classic Envy body pillow, right?
Hey, yeah, that's what we make here.
Yeah, same.
So yeah, that win does go to Lodge, meaning beyond all odds of the game crashing against him, Deathrunner still probably could reconnect and play one more.
So that puts him at 2, regardless of like what the screen says right now. So if we can get his opponent back in the room, then they can finish this. Unless he's just locked out forever and has to just forfeit. That would be bad. Losing one game, I think, is obviously terrible, but losing the entire set, like you had another chance to come back, like losing the whole set would just be tragic. The admin with the bully.
Yeah.
Start your
Yeah,
matches.
Move it along, children. We got a
Let's go.
schedule here.
It's okay, Richie. Richie, it's
Come on,
okay.
man,
The
I
chat,
think-
the
I
chat
think
can
top
handle
6.
me and Mofu just talking about random things. They're fine. It's okay.
I think top 16 is a little bit more important than playing Persona 5 right now.
It's okay. The game after this is grand finals, so you know, as long as, isn't it? This is loser finals.
Yeah,
Richard,
this is
please.
semis.
Did you debate me this whole time?
Wait.
Oh, it is. You're right. You were right for once. Oh my god. Richard. Shh, 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 shh. Richard, please. I know that. I know. I'm telling you to shush for me. Like, you're yelling at me. Like, come on. I was watching the bracket. I could have swore we were in losers finals by now. Like,
It's because they can't hear, because chat can't hear Richie is like what allows imagination to take over here.
exactly. Yeah, it actually makes it funnier even because they think I'm crazy, right? That I'm talking to myself and just, you know, Richie, that I just saw you do that. I hate when you guys do that because I go back for tournament stats and I don't know what anybody played. I hate when you force the stats to just end like that because I don't know what anybody played. Can you not? Like what,
That's
one versus
cool.
what? Richie.
Richie.
Okay,
We
that's
only
about all
really
my
have
problem,
stats then.
okay. The stats are flawed. Oh, okay, I got you. Alright. Alright, fine, that's fine. I thought you were single-handedly sabotaging my stats gathering, because that would have been terrible. It's okay, Richard, it's fine.
Envy, you bully.
I'm not a bull. Okay, buddy. I'm gonna stop talking to you. Chat's gonna think I'm super crazy.
Alright, if I could like report as like the third party here, Richie's voice reminds me of like a baby goose crying out for its mother as Envy bullies him into
A
infinite
baby
submission.
goose.
Yeah. It's okay. I just wanted to bully too. Alright, looks like we can actually get into the continuation of this match though.
Hey, nice. Came back. Cool.
Mother, father.
If I saw that discussion that the players were having correctly, Lodge decided that he was okay with them doing a restart of the game.
Oh,
don't
really?
know.
He agreed to it? Oh my gosh. Is he going first? I didn't see. I didn't catch if Shadow's going first.
We'll be able to know in a second because I didn't
Oh,
catch
he's
it
going
yet.
second. No.
To clarify on that, the reasons why we restarted it is because both players did not have lethal to go kill each other, apparently.
Oh, I guess, yeah. Not
And
playing
then-
lethal in team, so.
So we decided, okay, let's restart it because this is an abnormal disconnect. It's not Deathrunner's net issue. It was just one of those iPad issues that's still ongoing where some stuff happens and it just completely takes him out the game, which does happen on phones and on iPads still.
That is unfortunate. The full clear before Catacombs can come down. Oh no. That's the giant difference when you're playing first versus second. As aggro Shadow, your board can just be wiped before Catacomb becomes a problem.
And then there's like a tempo roach that you can't really punish.
Exactly. Without zombie, you don't want a zombie party that. Oh no.
You pass a turn to zombie party it and take another 3 from the rest.
Yeah.
Ugh. Just gotta play a 3-mana less Bone Chimera -1 here.
A roach is gonna get bounced after doing 2 full damage too, or 3 damage. So
Yeah. Drawing into something with the Nature's Guidance that could be played on curve here, like an Ancient Elf, could be pretty game deciding as well.
oh, he doesn't actually bounce the roach. Gets an ancient elf though. That's brutal.
Oh, did I actually call that correctly? The Nature's Guidance into the top deck Ancient Elf in this
Yeah, he did.
circumstance?
He did, yeah.
Oh. There's like... Prince Catacomb from hand does not solve this problem. Orthrus
The Orthrus does though. Ooh.
saves this whole situation, actually. Because this was going to be such a painful to watch turn outside of just
Such a
having
bad trade for him, yeah. Could choose the Orthrus to save the evolve, or he could... I think that's actually his better play, because like Shadow Reaper Zombie Party is pretty bad here.
No particular need to evolve just yet.
Playing the Orthros this turn does weaken his Shadow Reaper eventually, though, so it's unfortunate if he goes for it.
Right.
I think he has to, though.
So maybe thinking about not going for it. I wouldn't say there's many better options here other than like. Yeah.
Yeah, there weren't
I was trying to
better
discern
options.
that the only other way to play that out on curve would be to Shadow Reaper Zombie Party, but it seems like such an inefficient use of resources to go that way. I have no choice but to go for the Orthros.
Exactly. I think evolving Orthros here too is it's a bit weird. Like I think you overall lose a buff on. No, you don't. You keep the same amount of buffs on Shadow Reaper if you play it, but you definitely make your Catacomb weaker.
Yeah, it pushes the damage, but you've already seen that Hummer has the Elf Child May from before it got that.
The bones embrace me.
The forest is crying for help.
Oh no, these poor Catacombs. They can't do anything.
Yeah.
Guide me, Elder
There's no
Tree.
setup to have board anytime soon either. Playing Shadow Reaper and Catacomb is so slow next turn.
He does have Cerberus here. Yeah, very, very fast Cerberus.
Feels
He's
good
unfortunately
to-
holding two 7-mana plays and two very, very weak early game plays in his hand, along with this though, so not too much aggression can be played next turn.
Magic.
Tom taking something along the ilk of like a Death's Breath could make this a really good curve in the long run, but having to draw for it this desperately, definitely not going to be a comfortable spot.
Honestly, just playing Aaron down and clearing with the 1/1, like, seems like a good turn to me. I don't know.
Stabilizes board, heals up, clears board at the same time.
Because like, imagine you know that his 6-mana play is weaker compared to a 7-mana play, and then like, what's this? Unless his 6-mana play is another Cerberus, then like, how does he even get through the Aaron as is?
Nothing in hand to do so. No combination of like. You'd have to evolve something, use up a doggy, and zombie party it.
Well, if he didn't evolve the Aaron, since it won't get an evolve back, so you
Gotta go.
And
have to pop his last evolve for that. Oh, never mind. It's going for Roach Poke, maybe?
Hey, let's play.
could throw down a lot from one of them.
He has no bounces, though. Maybe double roaches? That'd be so aggressive. No, he's gonna single roach.
6.
I'm here, everyone.
Okay.
Or
Use a plus a single roach, it looks like. Just to
Yeah.
push 6 damage.
he might push 8, actually. Okay, 6.
Nothing to scoff at for sure. But that is a full commitment of the hand, and the other roach is looking pretty small now.
True. But this roach looks fairly safe, right? Like, unless he evolves. If he evolves something to kill this roach, like... okay.
Yeah, it's not like either piece of Cerberus is going to help that much here. Lisa herself being immune. So,
Right. I imagine the Mimi will, the Mimi he's got in his hand will probably snipe that roach. He could probably evolve his other Cerberus he just top-decked to kill Liza. Or go for a Catacomb play. Either any of those things would be great.
even then, still taking a pretty fair chunk of damage just for...
He definitely has to evolve Catacomb this turn into the 2-2. Definitely.
Alright. No choice about that one.
I'll show you.
But still taking
Dance, dear bones of white.
pretty fair amount of damage. I think the Dance of Death into Roach... No, that's still not quite it. Oh, no.
Wait, is it with the evolve? No, it's... No, it's one off.
7...
Wait.
Wait.
Math is hard. Oh, it's lethal,
Math is
right?
so hard that it's lethal.
It puts him at 6, which the roach would evolve into a 4-attack minion. Yeah, it's 7 damage.
For some reason, my head was canceling 2 damage there. I
Yeah.
think it was really bad.
Like that last evolve. There was an evolve there, so the roach had 4 attack.
Yeah. I think it like either wasn't counting the evolve or the Dance of Death damage, but cleans it up pretty quickly. I thought it was weird to see like, so he's got a Roach, a Dance of Death, and like 3 things on board against 8 health. That can't not be lethal, right?
King emoji, right? Yeah. Like you confuse me a little bit because like that roach has 4 attack. Like
Yeah. the Deathrunner are actually going to be able to take back that game. The way we were kind of surmising that it looked like it was going in Deathrunner's favor at the end there. So the disconnect not going to hinder him too much. That puts him 2-0 over Lodge, I believe.
No, that's for Deathrunner. No, it's 2-1.
Okay.
Lodge's favor. No, wait, that was a replay, so it's 1-1, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, okay. Because they agreed to replay it then. I'm sorry.
Oh wait, no. It was 1 game on Deathrunner before.
Wait,
Okay.
what?
I was right the first time. Because Deathrunner already had the game, and if we cancel that last game we watched, that got kind of disconnected by Skamaz.
Oh, Deathrunner had the game when we joined?
Yeah.
I thought Lodge did, because Lodge had the game. Lodge had a win when Deathrunner disconnected, so... Oh,
Yeah.
Deathrunner originally had it, okay. Alright, I'm sorry, my bad.
The client showed Lodge having a win because of the disconnect.
Yeah,
bad.
okay. I figured, like, the disconnect would have, like, not counted. My bad, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
This client has all kinds of bugs.
Alright. So Deathrunner moving on because never mind, that wasn't losers finals, so
No,
I
it
don't think
wasn't.
they actually had a ban.
So 2-0 sweep, yeah.
Yeah.
2-0 sweep with the disconnect in the middle.
Well, at the very least, I remember there being older days when disconnects were just completely unfortunate, and usually losses taken to whoever had it, whether it was their fault or not. So good that Deathrunner gets to stay in. He did like get through well with his forest deck. So faces DV8 in losers finals, the winner of which will be facing Hummer or HMRH in.
I think chat's agreed that Hummer is a pretty good pronunciation. I think
Okay.
they've gone to it.
I want to stay true to the original so I can localize this guy's name as he wishes to be said, but it's so much effort to extend the syllables like that.
It's a pretty cool name. Like, I mean, Japanese players usually have like the one word name that's like really like awesome sounding. Like like Hummer is like it's like a big giant truck coming at you.
Yeah. And that's this guy's with his roach and everything. Ugh, who knows? I think the guy gave us 2 names and neither of them was Hummer, but it's like the only cool one.
So this will be without a ban.
Chat
So
needs to
best
stop shipping.
3 of 5. My sentence got cut off by, somebody talking in my ear. That was very rude.
Yeah, I didn't even hear either of you. So
So
confirming.
this should be starting soon. They're just like, talking about the game.
Right. Just clearing up the rules so that both players know that there's no bans in this round. Yeah, the 2 attempted to ban Dragon, but then remembered.
Ah, darn, no bans.
Yep. So both of them are gonna have to deal with these dragons here. I feel like that ban rate of Dragon goes up the further you get in the tournaments.
I think it does, yeah. I think that makes sense. I feel like that makes sense. A lot of decks probably don't want to deal with the possibility of ramp just hitting the right curve, and then they have to worry about it, so...
Yeah, I feel like it's more difficult for Forest to stabilize and end up finding a lethal in the late game versus Dragon than just drawing into options like Aaron and Elf Queen to stabilize the matchup against Shadow.
Right. I think given infinite draws, like, Dragon is obviously very powerful and, like, not aggressive, but oppressive, I guess is a good word for it, but even infinite draws, Roach can find over 20 damage, so...
Yeah.
If they both just stall forever, I think that goes to Forest every time, if they just stall forever.
Mm-hmm. Maybe Forest actually, pretty fortunately, has options like Will of the Forest that tend to not be too bad into some boards like a Zombie Party.
Well, if they play against Dragon specifically, if they play things like Aaron and Chrysalia Lily and Dance of Death, like they can stall for a long time and polymorph the bigger threats from Dragon. So.
So Forest may be like the only real class that can be said to have a good matchup into both of the decks, I mean, both of the classes that have been dominating lately.
I mean, overall, like the win rate doesn't lie. They get like a 70% something win rate every tournament. I think it's it's very very easy to say they have a very good matchup against a lot of things. So
Yeah. At the very least, they're showing us, or Forest is showing us, a much better average win rate than like people who are trying to bring like Runecraft to have a D-shift counter to Ramp Dragon that ends up still for some reason being like a 50-50, it looks like.
yeah.
Speaking of which, I just glanced at the top 16 stats. Dragoncraft has been tearing it up every time it's let through. Forestcraft with actually a 50% win rate, eating most of its losses to Shadowcraft and Dragon.
Dude, I mean, honestly, Shadow, when it goes first against you, is really good.
Forest doesn't really have a... like, the ability to evolve first and get like an EPM curve doesn't matter that much when you're dying on turn 3. Like,
You also aren't playing Tia really anymore, so like EPM to Tia is not like as amazing as it used to be. That used to be like the forest curve that they all aimed for, but EPM Tia and then Cynthia was like really good, but now that's not really a thing anymore. So
yeah. It's like an aggro curve that takes place like 3 turns after aggro Shadow is already found really difficult to answer boards. I'm gonna get into an mid-range Shadow versus Ramp Dragon.
Hey, Playful Necro, there we go.
Huh. Rare footage.
I like that card, man. It's good at punching through things. Doesn't Dragon Oracle, I guess he's not gonna bank on the top deck of a Rob.
Really just decides it's fine to go Zell here to get the trade into the Goblin, and then protect the 2-1 body with Grimnir next turn.
Probably just gonna play Squasher here. I think you can't really. Can you like rationalize a zombie party on this?
It feels bad sometimes going second as aggro to watch your 1-drop die to a 2-drop that can still trade into your 2-drop, but it still doesn't make playing zombie party any better.
Ooh,
the Goblin's not
Ayala's
damage
too.
stronger. Ayala could be a really good play here. Grimnir not yet necessary.
Grimnir's also in that weird situation where, like, the exact same thing you're talking about. Like, he's holding zombie party, so if you were to play the Grimnir, it would just die for free to the zombie. It's a pretty good top deck, though.
Allows the zombie party to be played out here, but doesn't solve this 2-drop getting value problem. Still no way to trade aggressively onto the board.
Also, ramping him with that Ayala is not the best idea in the world either.
Yeah. If anything, maybe going face is the right way to go with the Squasher, because there's no way to really stabilize on board, other than using zombie party to deal 1 damage to a Zell.
Very unfavorable turnout, I think, for all of these.
I could see the reasoning behind it just because it's the only way you stay on board here, and that still no evolve yet. We'll have it next turn with the Orthrus, so it makes it a big deal to have something on board. Just have an option of either evolving the Necromancer or getting like a decent turn off of Orthrus.
So solid zombie party. Clears the 2-1. Doesn't ramp him, so. Although without an evolve, the difference between like 4 and 5 was like a slightly bigger Rahab there. Or a 2-drop and a Grimnir, I guess. Yeah, boy, Playful Necro. Some good poke damage through her evolve here.
Yeah, and this is like finally a situation where her body doesn't really hinder her at all, because she's still able to get a pretty decent trade in.
She also evolves over Rahab too. Pretty important thing to mention.
Oh yeah.
One of the only 4-drops that can evolve over Rahab.
That actually has completely changed my mind about her having a bad stat bar. Like the single existence of that card.
She kills Rahab and then also gets 2-chip damage in. Like, she's actually pretty okay in that situation.
Best turn 4 into him for sure.
Yep.
So, pushing the 2 damage with the ghosts here is just about equivalent to the 2 damage you get off of the Orthrus anyway.
Exactly.
This just leaves a much more difficult to answer body on the board. Could force out Breath of the Salamander on 6. Not like Deathrunner has a better option.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you ever consider Breath, like, even killing 2 minions. I think that's still worth it, right?
Just take 7 damage off the board when you're at 13. is perfectly fine.
Got me feeling hungry.
Oh no, that's such an unfortunate turn to have to make. He could even bully this goblin so hard, Stockwheel Lucifer on this poor little goblin.
I mean,
Just like he's going for Sybil instead, but that'd have been pretty funny.
yeah. I mean, he could still evolve the Sybil over it. Never mind. What to say, like, the heal off the Lucifer would have been massive to get there.
Mm-hmm.
Orthrus has arrived.
So the goblin could be making itself useful here by dealing with this Sybil, but having dealt such little effective damage to
Gotta take what opponents you get.
deviate at this point, Deathrunner is in the situation of, like, not really being able to stabilize much damage at all in these next few turns, versus
Yeah,
Ramp Dragon, who's already gotten to 10.
This is kind of the point where Ramp Dragon starts to bully you. They have so much healing and an amazing, Ouroboros, right? Like,
Yeah.
this card just keeps hitting you every turn. You have to kill it. It heals for 3 every single time, which is like over half of your Phantom Hell damage.
Essentially, whenever Ouroboros comes down and you don't already have a lethal setup coming out, then a situation like what we're probably going to see very soon begins to find itself. So,
Grimner. I don't like the feeling of getting hit by an enhanced Grimner when you're on like 7 mana is like,
it feels very fair, I'm sure. Like,
You can actually even choose to evolve the Ouroboros here and still have an evolve left for the Zell next turn. This is crazy. If he gets like 2 chip in, like a Lucifer evolve can finish it. Actually, Lucifer can have Storm and just do 13 damage.
casual 13
Yeah.
damage from that.
This is very over actually. Lucifer
Yes.
just has Storm next
Yes.
turn.
Unica, I'm gonna try to heal that up, but, we out here. Thinks about it, but unfortunately, they're just kind of watching him walk off a cliff here.
This is I don't think I've actually ever seen. I think the worst I've seen a Zell hit me for was like a Bahamut combo, right? Oh wait, he only gives Storm to. Never mind. He only gives Storm to Dragon Followers, right? I was gonna say because that's like not a thing, isn't it?
No, it does give it to
Is it a
anything.
thing?
It definitely does. I've seen it give it to Grimnir before.
Have
Beat
you?
Storm to any follower. Yep. I'm like,
Oh, okay, it does. Yeah, never mind.
I think the thing that's.
I was wondering
think
why I've
that's-
never seen that then. Why have I never seen a Lucifer
think I
Zell
just-
combo?
I just realized why I've never seen it. Because if you evolve the Lucifer, you can't evolve the Zell that turn. I feel very silly at now realizing this.
I mean, still, like, you heal for what? That's still... It's less damage than Ouroboros, but you still heal for 4 and push 6. Like,
Yeah.
I've never seen that.
It's just as good as, like...
It's
actually, yeah.
Not... It's pretty similar to
similar.
Isserfield, I guess. Kind of.
Yeah.
Kind of evolved the Lucifer, but I mean, I've never seen somebody... That's a 10 health swing, so...
Yeah.
I guess Ouroboros, 11 faced is more, so...
It's still quite massive. I'm gonna take that game and be the difference there.
Woo, lad.
Ugh. Watching a deck like Ram Dragon kind of take out that map. Okay, well, both players switching off to the opposite sides here. But,
Your camera froze on stream, which is you smiling.
oh no.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Oh no. Let me just go quiet for a second to go look at that.
Nah, dude, it's a good freeze. Don't worry.
Oh my god. Aren't we in the middle of watching games? Why am I even on there?
Oh my gosh. So the first turn curve for Shadow, but we've seen this. I think we've seen this hand 3 times, but only going first. We've seen it twice.
Yeah.
This is the curve. This is what you aim to play as Shadow like this.
One can say this is how you play the deck. Like,
Yeah.
The sky Finalize my destination.
Right there, I put it in your server. It's just there forever.
Oh no.
What are you hiding?
Catacomb onto 2 Skull Dogs is pretty good, I've heard. It's a pretty good board so far.
Mhm. This is definitely, considering that Deathrunner is playing Aggro Dragon, I had to pause to think, am I mixing up names like I have been the entire time today?
Embrace me.
Okay, the late game he's going into is not one that's as stable as Ramp Dragons tends to be, so an opener like this is so brutal.
Yeah, he's not ramping into like breath, and doesn't even have breath anyway, so like... He does have the Dragon Warrior though, fortunately, to bring this back a little bit. But...
Picked up a Sybil, but still can't get around how massive this the Shadow Reaper is about to get.
Well, to be fair, he's actually not that far off here, because he Dragon Warriors this turn. Sybil can still hop over that dragon, that Shadow Reaper. If it evolves and goes face for 6, she's a 6/7 on 5, who will ramp him into 7, which will let him play Breath. Even he'd be on 6 anyway. But you know, I think Dragon Warrior into Sybil into Breath will give him a little bit of stabilization, maybe. Depends on what Shadow top decks here. If they get like a Cerberus or something, or spread their stats around on their evolve, could make the Sybil not quite as good, even though she would still heal. No, she wouldn't. You wouldn't be an overflow. So, yeah, she would just be a body at that point.
Still, it's like, even if Sybil doesn't heal as she comes out, in the aggro matchup, you still can't let her live, because in the next turn she's gonna get another Dragon heal.
I think her evolving over a buff. Oh, I cast a curse at him. I'm sorry. No.
Oh no.
Sorry.
That's such a big top deck too. You can't give a man something like that.
That is so
No one man
huge.
should have all that power.
That is massive. A turn before Breath is online, he can't clear the board. Has to like Sybil over the Cerberus, which makes Shadow Reaper do 11 damage. No. Yeah, because it'll evolve +4. Oh no. That's lethal. You can't do that actually. You actually can't do that.
Yeah. The Cerberus adding, what, 4 damage, so you have to play around everything here? Is there a way even out of this situation?
Has to literally evolve Mashusu or Zell and throw it into the 4/4 and then Breath the 5/1.
You know, it's actually not
Or
bad
he's
at all,
dead.
I think. Well, actually, yeah, it's pretty bad, because you do that
It's
and
terrible.
you get Death's Breath. Yeah. You get Death's Breath into, yeah, sorry, never mind.
It's really bad, but that's the only way you survive, so...
I'm gonna have to draw another Breath of the Salamander. No, that doesn't do anything to Death's Breath.
No, the breath wouldn't matter. And then you have your bodies on board for Ether. He's in a really, really bad spot.
Sybil heals you for 3, and then you take, what, like 50 the next turn from the zombies?
Mm-hmm. Oh boy. Because, you know, regardless of how good Sybil is, she doesn't actually have ward, so... Oh no!
No, there's nothing. There's
She
nothing
won't
for this
heal.
play. Yeah.
Oh no.
It won't be long now.
There's already 7 on board, and you saw him play
Yeah.
the
There's no
Cerberus.
mystery
There's
about
no...
this,
I think he thinks... 6 on board, sorry. I think he thinks he heals there. He has to. Since Evolve plus Mini is lethal on its own. He had to think that he... Yeah, there's no way he made that play without thinking there was a heal, right?
Sees it now, concedes.
Yeah,
I mean,
season now. I like how Coco came out after the concede.
just bottom right, buddies. Like,
Oh, that's
even
so
going
unfortunate.
breath into Mishushu, it's like at least a good chance your opponent not
Mhm.
God curving you there with a Death's Breath and a...
That was
turn.
such a good top deck. That Cerberus. I hate the caster curse. I'm sorry, actually. But
Any
that
other
was
card there.
yeah. I couldn't have drawn a goblin, right? Like, come on.
Yeah. Massive though. Like, Cerberus being, aside from the Aktar's recent inclusion, like the one super must be respected Shadowcraft legendary. Shadowcraft would not be Shadowcraft without the lethal setups from the Cerberuses on curve.
That was the game number
It's okay.
2. He's Deviate is now 2-0 up, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
This one's for my family.
Time for me to prove myself.
So Forest against Dragon matchup we talked about a little bit.
Well, Curve's not bad. I didn't catch whether he's going first or second with that hand.
Oh my land, so that dragon hand. Can give those Genesis Dragon Storm with a preset and cell.
Hey, nice. Just gotta reduce its cost by 2.
Oh, preset cell, yeah.
Oh yeah. Going first with this hand is pretty decent here. Can get off 2 damage from the fairies plus the Ancient Elf.
That Ancient Elf is pretty strong, yeah. Going first, getting a on 3 mana, getting a what is it, a 4/5? It's very, very powerful.
Right.
Grimner already stops a lot of aggression, like to just take Grimner and add +2/+2 to it. Never been a bad play in the history of Shadowverse, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Speaking of Grimnir, it looks like outside of a top deck Rahab. Never mind.
Alright, Caster Curse needs to stop. We need to stop it.
Yeah. I actually came back in a time machine to be able to cast this already knowing what happens. So just pretend that I'm psychic.
Made
Yeah,
plenty
it's
of
like-
bets as well. Like,
Yeah. That's such a good Rahab. Actually being able to wall off a 4/5 on turn 3.
oh my gosh.
There's like no other ward in the game at like within the first 4 turns that does this.
He did have double Grimner though, so I mean it wasn't like he couldn't play a ward. But...
Let's play.
Fortunately, he's not holding. Fortunate for our Forest player, sorry, he's not holding Dragon Warrior in his hand, which would be a pretty powerful evolve here, killing the Ancient Elf on its own.
Can you top deck it? No.
No,
Just
that's not how
testing it
Caster
first.
Curse works. If you keep trying to do it, it's not gonna work. So
Yeah. So on top of Rahab, not like you could evolve Rahab and end your turn, and that thing would be what?
very
Like a
dance
9/7?
That's pretty ballsy. I don't know.
Yeah.
Bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it works out for him.
Even if you were to just go for like a single card like Grimnir, I feel like the buff on, I guess like it obviously doesn't know his
I
opponent.
feel like the Oracle into Grimner is a bit better here. If he evolves the Grimner, he could get rid of the Ancient Elf, which actually probably wouldn't be that bad, since you stop any kind of face damage retaliation, and you also stop Ancient Elf being bounced, which would be pretty bad for you.
Yeah, and you get to, well, I guess don't have.
Ooh.
This leaves a board that doesn't do much damage to the Ancient Elf, so we could see him starting to get pretty behind here.
Yeah, this Fiend is going to be pretty good. He only has 7 mana next turn too. His hand is not exactly the best 7 mana hand out there. I guess he didn't want both those fairies just killing his wards, even though they're both dead for
Right.
sure.
Hey.
I mean, he could give his Grimnir Storm next turn. That's
Solid.
yeah. Like the Zell could deal with the 4/3, and then this is. Considering
is
those
actually
units, 2
really
cards
bad.
oh, yeah.
Even Forte's bad here.
Forte adds nothing here, yeah. In fact, Forte is less effective than giving Grimnir.
Right, yeah. A Storm Grimner could kill a 1/1, while Zell kills the 4/3. He's got Ouroboros online next turn, but I don't know. With Roach in hand and a Nature's in hand and a Fairy Circle in hand, this is looking pretty bad.
Mm-hmm. He needs to play catch up so much here, but I don't think his hands are on the ladder anymore for staying afloat. You have to do a really inefficient play with Grimnir and Zell to even stabilize slightly.
I am the Mad Cyclone!
The sky's my destination.
Be gone!
So anyway, goes for that, can clear 1 fairy.
Life's
Cerberus next turn is not a card to scoff at, but it might be too little too late.
Yeah, that play, there's no way that play felt good.
Just realized, like, it's so easy to play this turn out in really any combination. Very easy to deal with the Grimnir, and then there's a Crystalia Lily in hand, actually ready for this Ouroboros.
I don't. This looks very much in favor of Forest here. I don't see anything. What can Dragon top deck here that would be good?
I mean,
A Genesis
Deathrunner's
dragon,
good.
like, while it's a giant dragon, you know, and semi-useful, it's actually kind of a bad Zeus in this situation. It doesn't have ward on the
Yeah.
retaliation, so...
Well, cannot do anything off of top decking Bahamut.
I mean, he's got Roach, and he's at 11, like...
I'm looking
This
through his
is-
deck list for answers here. It's like
This is really bad.
there's not really like a great wealth of words
Actually,
that
if
would
Goblin
really
Mage
do.
pulls Roach... Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, if Goblin Mage pulls Roach, he could just play, like, Fairy Circle Double Roach, Evolve the Roach, and just go face.
I'm a little bit wide-eyed at that Lily because that is bidding farewell to the answer that he had to Ouroboros here.
I don't think he cares about Ouroboros. Like,
Oh wait, never mind. Opponent at 11 health and he has a Roach in
yeah,
hand.
he's
Never
at
mind.
11 health, yeah.
I'm thinking along the lines of like answering massive cards like Ouroboros. I'm like, never mind, just kill him. Like, even playing the Ouroboros here doesn't allow you to kill him into anything.
It doesn't, because you have to evolve it to get the board, and Fina won't kill it on retaliation, so...
It's the only play here. But
Definitely is. You
still-
can't leave Fina but alive at all.
Yeah.
It won't be long now.
Still being 11 health, I'm pretty sure that's just going to be it with their Roach hit once.
If he finds a second Roach, yeah, I don't think one Roach can do it. Can it?
Right.
Delay is okay.
Goblin Mage, Fairy
Circle.
Circle, Fairy Roach, Nature's Roach. Is that enough?
I feel like it's gotta be.
An Evolve? That actually is enough with an Evolve. Yeah, that is enough. I don't think it matters what he finds.
Mm-mm. Isn't just Fairy Circle, play a Fairy.
Fairy Circle, Fairy,
Let's play.
Then it's
Roach,
4 and
Guidance,
6.
Roach, Evolve. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah. Never mind. It's enough without an Evolve, actually.
Mhm.
He has Fairy Whisperers. Wow, he was never gonna find that with Goblin
You're
Mage.
a solid fighter.
The Goblin Mage is just like leafing through the book of this guy's 2-drops in his deck, like. But even so, even that Run Roach, past all the damage he was able to put on, able to find a pretty easy exact lethal there. With only Storms left in Deathrunner's hand that he could never stabilize well enough to get any aggressive value off of.
So unfortunate. I mean, DVA just taking a 3-0 though. That's right. Is the lobby debating me here? Do I have this misremembered? Maybe getting debated by the lobby here. So I don't remember Dragon either. I don't remember Dragon being played by DV8. But that's what we were talking about earlier. Like Dragon has great. That is the third game. I think it is. I think Richie and the lobby are both debating me, but I don't remember Dragon. That is right. I don't remember that.
No, it was earlier when we were talking about how Lucifer had given him lethal. I think that was the game. You know.
Oh, right. That was his Dragon game. Richie, why do I
Like,
listen to you? I need
I'm
stop
trying not to
listening
like
Richie.
mob mentality here. I was like, I got this in my brain somewhere.
I'm sorry.
Shuffling through the files, like where is this? It happened. I know.
Mhm.
Producer here just saying I was AFK for a little bit, so I kind of came in missing half the game. So, yeah.
Anyway, with that said, DV8 winning 3-0, now moving on to winners finals to face Hummer. So, able to get a match back in after getting knocked out 0-3. Why did I say winners finals? Into grand finals to get a revenge
Right,
match
we're in
on
grand
Reebok.
finals now. Yeah.
I was about to say winners finals is like, are we really like still that much further to go? But yeah, after getting knocked out, in winners finals by Hummer, gets to have a decent rematch coming in, needing to reset the bracket since he's coming back in from losers.
Right, very much in Hummer's favor here. So, I think actually, I may be wrong. I have to recheck the stats, but I think this is the first time Hummer and DV8 have been in grand finals. I think. So, yeah. So for this tournament, I mean, like the EXG series thingy. What do you even call this thing, Reggie? Just call it the EXG tournament. That's it.
You need a cooler name than that.
You need a cooler name than that, yeah. Shadowverse Challenge Tournament number 10 is endorsed by Side Games. Okay, so this is the first time DV8 and Hummer have been in the Shadowverse Challenge Tournament endorsed by Side Games
Endorsed by Side
Grand
Games.
Finals. So endorsed by Side Games.
TM. Featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series. So, for good measure, I'm gonna pull up the deck list one more time so that if I begin to mess up their names again, can at least look for something for reference. So, for those, you may be tuning in or have forgotten at this point. DV8, we just saw him playing his Dragon, Shadow, and Forestcraft deck, and he'll be using those to face Hummer's Swordcraft, Shadowcraft, and Forestcraft.
And fairly standard lists from both of them. They're not running anything like too weird. They have one of these dragon players I think has Mashusu. Or no, I'm sorry, DV8 has Mashusu, if I'm not mistaken. But
yeah.
Other than that, I don't think anything's that like odd. So no one playing anything like super weird like Dirt Rune with no Mithril Golems or something. Like
I don't think I've seen a single like Dirt Rune in a tournament.
I know it gets top 16. I've seen it get in top 16 because I'll watch the bracket before I cast. I'll watch the brackets and like look at people that I'm rooting for silently because their decks are interesting, but not by the time I'm on casting. No, not by the. They don't really survive that way. There's no names given here. I'm not gonna do that. That's caster favorites. That's favoritism, dude. Come on. I have to be professional. This chat will get really, really mad if I'm not professional.
Alright. So I've been doing that thing where I open at like 6 deck lists and then I have 6 tabs that all say deck
Yeah,
builder.
I've just tried to remember the lineups instead of opening 20 tabs.
Yeah.
It's a challenge for me since I have less memory than a banana, so...
Yes, same. Anyway.
So both players are ready, jumping in. Oh boy. Shadow Mirror, calling it. Kappa.
He's safe to go. I think I've seen... Maybe it was DV8, but I think he opened with Dragon last time, actually.
He did, I think. Aww.
Ooh, going for it again.
We're right. Darn. We're both half right, kind of.
Hey.
Before Dark Dragoon, ruler of the
DV8 is actually just really confident about the way he's built his dragon in general.
It's been performing pretty well for him. I mean, there he is in grand finals with it, so... Also has the going first, he has the Oracle into Rahab combo, so I mean... That's gonna be pretty hard for a going second Aggro Shadow to get through.
Absolutely. There's no... I guess it doesn't really answer the whole problem of the 1-drop, 2-drop Catacomb here, but it's definitely not easy for that to
It'll stall him for sure, definitely.
Yeah. It gives him time to play something on 5. Well, the best response to it is just an Orthrus.
What are you hiding inside?
I mean, like, honestly, that was like an Ancient Elf without having to have a board. Like...
Yeah, just casually.
Rob is pretty strong.
Imagine he gets like a Sybil here as well.
Gets a Sybil, he can't actually heal off of it or ramp off of it. Yeah, so Sybil wouldn't do anything here.
I forget how that card works sometimes, but...
5th turn, he's at 5 mana, but she's your 5th turn, so it's like...
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's setting up in case the Rahab kills the 2/2, he's setting up a really clear Orthrus answer. His hand is so expensive. Look at his hand.
I have gotten used to seeing hands like this casting for Dragon lately.
Expensive and explosive, too. Okay, I think he anticipated the Orthrus there.
And you can't kill the Aiello this turn either, or you kind of give him...
It's very, very unsafe.
God, 7 cost of Ouroboros. If that hits Aiello, okay.
Oh my gosh, you got the perfect roll. That was so good. He doesn't even have to... He can even evolve the Lesser Mummy for 6 damage face without ramping him. Oh no.
But that's like an unplayable hand too.
Okay, here we go. Breath. Top deck breath. Justice.
But I coughed thinking about that Orthrus hitting Dragon Warrior. It does die here, but gets the job done. as
It
far as
does
clearing
something.
goes.
It's board control. He needed that desperately.
Sorry. I've got to take a break. There's a lot
Forces the
more
ramp there
where
too,
that came
instead of
from.
keeping the body on the board, so pretty nice.
Indeed. Kind of defeats the purpose of having that 7 cost Ouroboros.
Yeah.
Kind of skips his 7 mana turn here. Orthrus still looking like an okay way over this.
hmm I imagine he's just going to go face, like really hard.
Yeah.
Just evolve face. I think is going to happen. He might evolve Orthrus for the board control. I'm not sure. Maybe even throw the 3-1 in and evolve the other 1-1. You kind of have Death's Breath into Eekter, so I think you just have to put on the aggression, honestly.
I like this line of play because when you're this far ahead and already kind of smacking DV8 down to 7, like single-digit health by, well, what should be about turn 6, it's like you're never really going to get too much farther at this point when Dragoncraft is at like 8 play points in terms of winning by like having board constantly. So you might as well just throw it all face and have a lethal setup ASAP.
Right,
Cards like
exactly.
Bahamut start coming down.
He could have played the Fervor, maybe drawn like a minion he could play also, and he could have been in range to Zeus or Bahamut the next turn, but I guess he's not scared of a Phantom House since that would be lethal with that evolve.
I'm trying to decide to just kind of go for it anyway.
Oh, the gold spell. I was like, that can't be Phantom Hell. Please don't be Phantom Hell. Oh my gosh. That was so close. This is bad news bears for the dragon player. He can't pop his own Ouroboros here. There's no way to kill it on board, and he can't play Bahamut yet, so.
Can't play Zeus either for the ward, so Draconic Fervor.
Evolving a zombie here actually helps Dragon because he has a way of killing his Ouroboros. And then replaying it for the full clear. So you definitely can't evolve. Yeah.
Sees it too.
Oh, Sybil is so good. He had Fervor already for 3, so he already had the 3 heal anyway. So technically, actually, Fervor's probably better, honestly.
Fervor could potentially get you a second card to play this turn and heal.
Fervor pulling Rahab would be game ending.
Got you gasm levels of contact.
Yeah, that would be very good.
Even Grimnir is really good. Anything that can mitigate one attack is a big difference here.
Fighting is so cruel.
Solak Wheels took.
Goes for Solak Wheel instead. Wow. Shows the Bahamut. He's like, I've got this card, by the way. I hope you don't plan on. Hope you don't plan on flooding this board.
Might as well just like reveal it from hand and have it attack
This
animation.
is unfortunately another turn where Phantom Hell is lethal, though. If he gets it, another gold card. I swear, this game.
Yeah, but God, still no setup for any damage in hand, and now this Ouroboros does have like a pretty easy. Well, it has to be an answer.
Yeah, it'll be able to kill itself for sure, definitely.
And Yaktar could only leave his own body behind and get blasted by a Bahamut.
The Ouroboros is also, I mean, it's also doing 10 face damage if no ward is played. So if he goes for the Eekter, just to establish a board into a second Eekter, maybe? Like...
I think he'd still have to throw in the zombies to trade both here.
I mean, he'll lose Eekter. Ooh, zombie party. Okay. So he kills Ouroboros in one swoop. I guess he actually... I was gonna say, like, if he gets... He doesn't have an evolve, but... If he plays, like, a second Ouroboros and just goes face and uses the sock wheel for board control, right? Or even uses sock wheel for board control with the second Ouroboros onto the Eekter. That could have been played. It was an interesting board. I imagine Zeus is probably his best play this turn, though.
Yeah. I found myself in a lot of situations back when I used to roleplay with a card like Dragonute Charlotte, which is pretty comparable to what Zeus does. It's like, if you can't trust Zeus to protect you on turn 10 with his ward, then why do you run him? Like, this is a really good situation for Zeus to kind of show off his colors and the meaning of his keywords.
Right. A 5/8 ward. Ooh, okay, never mind.
Doesn't trust him.
Ooh, I mean, double Fervor is pretty good, though. That's 6 heal. Like, okay, so 4 control and 6 heal steal. 6 heal is pretty strong. That's very hard to get through.
Yeah. Yeah, turn out
Even with Eekter, even though Eekter's pretty good here. Oh, we could play the Skull Base for Storm. It would save like a Zombo, though, because he only has the room. Actually, could throw the 2/2 in to get an extra Zombo, even.
And so, I fear for the boy, and that he's
only losing damage with each turn and having to try to fight for board, but not going to be able to get through 2 Bahamut's and a Zeus if he has to slow down that much.
Right, because like every time you clear the board or try to go face while establishing a board, like you risk Bahamut being a play, you risk Grimner being a play, you risk like anything that wipes the board being a play. So
These zombies are going to have to go face, the ones that can already.
I don't think he'll evolve over Sybil here unless he really, really wants the board control. If he evolves E3, kills Sybil, does 8. Okay, looks like he's gonna throw the two of them into Sybil. I like that.
Yeah. Has the option to evolve face here, but doesn't have to.
Yeah, solid 8 damage, you know, just rather good 7 drop, 8 damage face while killing Sybil.
This forces Bahamut at the very least.
Yeah. It's a pretty good Bahamut also, actually, because Phantom on top deck is 1-off lethal now, so...
Alright, so after that Bahamut gives him some shadows back, Yaktar is 1 damage off of clearing the Bahamut. But playing Yaktar and evolving a zombie to kill the Bahamut would kind of just lead into another Bahamut.
Yeah, basically.
But playing Death's Breath is just dying to Grimnir.
Yeah, it's not really a plan. He does have his own Grimnir next turn, but against Dragon, it's not that useful. Like, he also has to kind of, like, this Bahamut with Grimnir would be lethal, or Bahamut with Zeus would be lethal, so I think he's just dead, actually. Like,
yeah, the only way to survive this turn is just to Yaktar and evolve into the Bahamut, but that's not exactly like the winning road here. Looks like Hummer's probably just gonna have to fold on this one upcoming, but
yeah, I don't see a way out of this. There's just too much in Dragon's hand that ends the game.
The inability to kind of push damage from hand when Phantom Hell was still lethal is probably going to be the end of it for this game.
If only he could have top decked the Phantom Hell.
Yeah, it was really his last
I'll show you.
way out there.
He could also even, I think Zeus is the play here. Did he? Oh no, he roped! Or maybe he's just filling the board so Bahamut can't attack face, but Breath would be out. Breath or Grimnir. Oh no. Yeah, like there's too many options for Dragon there. Like you make Breath and Grimnir are way too good doing that. Oh no.
Maybe thought about it in terms of even if you evolve and trade into the Bahamut, probably aware that that's not exactly going to win the game either. So you can just at all like throw the dice and bank on your opponent not having a way to hit face. Stabilize 2 zombies on board and then draw like a 30 Yaktar or something.
Yeah. I think honestly when you're in that situation, you're playing aggro Shadow against Dragon and they've been 10 mana for like, what was it, like 7 turns I think at that point? Like you're just like, okay, I'll take the L. Let me get a better draw.
Opponent gets invincible after long enough.
Shadow Mirror. Oh no. Going first in this one can be pretty brutal.
Let's play together.
Sounds looking pretty similar here. Skull Beast and the Zombie Party. Mold.
He draws the Catacomb. Bless RNG gets the Catacomb.
Hey.
Got 2 more draws for it, so.
Both players have hands that could be really strong into it. Hummer's especially. Because Hummer probably doesn't want to play 2 Soul Squashers back to back on turns 2
That's
and 3.
true. However, I mean, Soul Squasher can... Okay, never mind. They're actually going to get rid of that option completely. Squasher killing the Skull Dog. And he didn't get it. Okay. So it looks like Double Squasher is the play for him.
Right. At least this Squasher leads into a very smooth curve going into Orthrus and Cerberus.
Oh, he got the Catacomb! Instead of 2 drop down, though.
Right. Still decent, it looks like. Makes it so that this board is more secure, but Orthrus is actually going to make it pretty easy to deal with.
I imagine he'll go for a moderate clear here, being scared of a Shadow Reaper, maybe. That dog is probably going face though, since you can't clear the other shadow anyway, the other skeleton anyway.
Alright. Could even just see only red and try to go 5 damage immediately. Like,
What has a board? What do you mean?
Yeah. I feel like not trading into the skeleton's quite punishable though. Like, even if you have Cerberus coming up next turn, you gotta find something to do on turns like 5 and 6.
It could
Just
be
to
kind of
kill
like a calculated thing too. Like a second catacomb in top 8 cards would be, you know, rather weird. So I don't think he's scared of that.
Playing around Shadow Reaper might not be too necessary either. Probably understands that this board isn't going to stick too long anyway. Just cash in the damage while you can.
Yeah, okay. I respect the trade there. I like that. Oh my gosh. He didn't trade in a way that would stop the catacomb, and he actually drew the second catacomb in top 8 cards. Now he has Beast in the catacomb. That is ridiculously good. Whether he goes for it or not, because Orthros is a pretty good play too. Orthros would full clear.
Lots of decent options here, but that trade, probably the most easily punished way to put it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I know he's kicking himself. He's like, are you kidding me? A second catacomb? No.
Like,
That's going to be
never have
really
it board
good.
again.
Yeah, ever. It's gone. Shadow Reaper next turn is going to be good on its own, because this board is just, it's so sticky.
Right, it's super unfortunate too, having a kind of awkward hand and just going into a Cerberus next turn. And a Phantom Howl, but...
I think with that Phantom Howl top deck, you evolve in face. You just go face now, I think.
Yeah. Which is so unfortunate, because evolving face here, notice that sets him to 12 health, so the difference of that not going face damage.
Exactly,
Like,
yeah. It shows the
that would've
clear.
been
He would have it, yeah. It's true. There's no ward available in Aggro Shadow usually, so without Grimner maybe.
And you can't really slow down to Phantom Howl next turn to set up something as slow as a Thane on turn 7. Well, maybe.
Oh, he's not going to play Reaper. Okay, he's going to go for the Orthros instead. She's a pretty easy clear, so. Interesting. I think he's going to evolve the Catacomb in no face.
I think Deviate has to, because even though he's gotten so solidly on board, he has to set up lethal.
He actually don't. He doesn't. He doesn't put him on a 2-turn clock here. That wasn't enough face damage to put him on a clock.
Well, yeah, he can't play Exar or anything like that next turn. And Hummer could just go Phantom Howl, play out the Cerberus pieces, put his opponent to 1 life, and then the turn after that, all he needs, like, without touching the skeleton or the Prince Catacomb, he could just have a white suicide and deal 1 damage with the other white.
Well, if he doesn't evolve, he doesn't put him at 1, so.
Oh, true. He doesn't have an evolve.
It's only 11 with an evolve. It's 9 without an evolve. So we put him at 3, so that wouldn't be lethal.
I zoned in so hard on trying to see an Immortal Thane lethal. Second evolve point.
Thane is lethal sometimes. It has to be here.
Like, if you play Thane and then pass, and then your opponent disconnects for a turn, like...
You might actually throw 1 Spectre into that 3-1 just to slow him down quite a bit. I don't think he'll evolve here.
Alright, me either. Now that I noticed the lethal setup that I was banking on spotting is gone, having the evolve is very important for if next turn is going to be a thing.
He's gonna put him at 9 so far. He does evolve! He puts him at the 1! Oh my gosh, he's going for it. He's in. He's deep. He is committed.
Even through evolving this, I think setting him to 2 and trading.
Oh, we traded! Is that 2 gonna matter? Serb is still a lethal. Angel of the Word wouldn't be a lethal now. Thane wouldn't lethal anymore, but he has no evolve, so that's never a plan anyway.
Yeah. Oh, he doesn't have much time left considering DV8 is going into an reactor.
He has to give him 1 more draw, period, so. But I mean, that's all, both players get 1 more draw, that's it. So. Either he top decks lethal here or it's over.
Basically. But
Justice.
2 damage.
Oh no.
Needs another Phantom Howl.
Phantom Howl or Cerberus. So like a 4 and 31.
Oh,
I don't remember if he has Dance of Death or not.
Looking through his list, he doesn't play the Dance of Death, so Cerberus, Lesser
Got
Mummy.
it! Lesser Mummy!
Oh.
Lesser Mummy, I forgot about that.
Oh.
Oh no!
The
Got
boy.
it!
You're too strong.
Sometimes lucky. It was actually a 7 and 31. Oh my gosh.
That's actually pretty decent odds and manages it. That's like
7 and 31, yeah. That's
barely under a 1/4 chance, yeah.
yeah, barely. It's like 20, yeah, 23%. Oh
Ugh.
my gosh, dude.
Very fortunate for him there. The most opportune Lesser Mummy that was
Goes
ever drawn.
for it and gets it every time. He saw the lines and took the play every time.
Mhm.
Best load screen in the world, by the way.
I like Humpty Dumpty's confidence in his like flavor text.
Mr. Still Your Grill.
I wish every day that Humpty Dumpty was a card that could have been relevant.
Have you played Take Two recently? I draft him every single time.
Oh, really?
He's good. He's amazing in Take Two. Yeah,
I've not touched it since its rework.
he's incredible.
He's the only such thing as a neutral board clear that we have in this game that isn't like Bahamut.
On 4 mana too, really good against Shadow, who's amazing in Take Two. So. And he can kill Froggo if Froggo takes 1 damage after
Oh
evolving.
yeah,
Or just doesn't evolve. So
an
it's pretty
unevolved
big.
Froggo then. Yeah.
Just a random few Take Two tips while we jump into this next game.
How to kill Vagabond Frog Take Two. a WikiHow guide, like.
I mean, I have Selector Supreme now, so I mean, I have Taker of Two and Selector Supreme. I'm kind of a professional Take Two player, so.
Kind of rank 1 and Take 2s in the world.
You're so fresh.
It's a squasher out. Sword against Shadow feels like you know, like mentioned it like hours ago, I think, but that whole like situation where Sword wants to get the board and they never can against Shadow, it feels bad for Sword. Although Shadow's hand is pretty bad. Shadow's hand is actually garbage.
Why so angry?
Tousled Swing, like the Knight's not gonna live here. Just gonna get gobbled up by the Skull Beast, but at the very least prevents 2 damage.
Gobby's feeling hungry.
My boss works us to the bone.
He's flooded his whole hand out and hasn't done anything. Unfortunately.
So Hummer looking for turn 3, really? Oh. Draws possibly the best turn 3 that his deck could have given him.
That was a very good top deck. Zombie Party's a card, so.
That still takes the damage here. Does not actually have a turn 4 either. Runs 3 Genos and 3 Floral Fencers, but not seeing any of them yet.
Lyrial Maid Leader's not that bad.
Right. Pulls either
Cool,
of them.
Albert.
My boss works us to the bone.
So Lyrial can get a double clear here. There's a setup of a Cerberus into nothing, but still Cerberus on curve.
My wings are
Gives
killing me.
Deviate a chance to draw him into something to do in these next few
He
turns.
has the upper advantage here. Like if Cerberus kills the 4/2, if he doesn't clear the Maid Leader with Goblin, then you know Cerberus just dies for free.
Time to go
Yeah.
a little wild.
Death's Breath. Like Cerberus and the Death's Breath into Yaktar is nothing to scoff at. Sword has a lot of trouble clearing Death's Breath usually.
I haven't let loose lately. Finally a friend.
Luminous Mage is a pretty. He goes for the clear. Luminous Mage is a pretty okay turn this turn, but she doesn't live. She's Cerberus.
Yeah. If anything, she's just a removal spell that doesn't take up an evolve point.
I think actually Floral Fencer is better now that he has it.
Yeah.
Floral Fencer
Even
leaves
then.
the better body.
Hmm. Unfortunate to not have a 2-drop in these circumstances to be able to play alongside Novice Trooper. Because you can't
Like
bring
another
back
Lyrial
Cerberus
will
line.
be another Lyrial will be incredible here. Oh, he goes for the. Never mind. Okay.
Brings hope.
At this point, might as well evolve the Knight
It
just to
won't
keep
be
the...
long now.
Yeah, exactly. Pseudo ward on Mage.
Paladin.
Yeah.
Attack.
So hopefully it doesn't get greedy here and trades for the Goblin, yeah.
Sorry.
No
gotta go.
illusion about leaving a Cerberus alive.
Ooh, that Orthrus. It's a very powerful evolve, though.
Yeah, nothing... Really... This is a situation where you wish you had like a Vanguard in hand and a Cyclone Blade. Because
Yeah,
nothing aside
well,
from that's
I
gonna
mean-
help clear this.
Why would you play both those cards? Like,
Yeah.
Alweedus is the only play this turn. It clears 2 minions. You have to respect like an Aether coming down. So, or even a Thane coming down would suck.
think the actor is going to be really brutal here.
Mm-hmm. 3 shadows is actually all he needs. He could actually kill the goblin, you know, forego a little bit of face damage, kill the goblin to leave that zombie on board. The goblin doesn't go face, obviously, in that situation, but unless he plays this Cerberus, he got a second Cerberus. He can go Cerberus into Coco on the goblin, into Coco or Mimi, you know, on the 2/3 or on face, and get some good chip damage in.
Yeah. It does just about as much that Yaktar would here, but allows you to keep Yaktar in hand as you generate shadows off of Cerberus' spaces.
Exactly, yeah. He's gonna...
That looks like
Cerberus? Or Orthrus, okay. So he floats some mana here no matter what, even if he pops Coco and Mimi in the same turn.
Which might as well... Keeps the other just in case.
Keeps Mimi, okay. Second Alweedus is pretty good here.
Yeah.
Problem with a 6/3 zombie is that it dies to Alweedus pretty easily.
Yeah. There'll be no sense in playing anything but the Alweedus here. It's the most efficient answer by far.
Definitely. Choosing to evolve this ward, though, would be interesting. Like, you know that the Orthrus can punch through your stuff because he kept the Mimi, right? But if you evolve this, then what do you do with Albert and Floral Fencer? Floral Fencer particularly becomes very useless if you pop your last evolve.
It doesn't evolve at all, actually. Maybe trying to save it for Albert later, and that he's struggling to find any damage in this hand.
I think, yeah, Sword isn't that problem where, like, I haven't done any damage all game. If I don't evolve Albert, how am I ever going to kill this guy, right?
In the lack of any other kind of condition, the actor will clear this up. Even 2 zombies is so massive here.
Oh boy. It's him at 5 too, that's nothing to...
It's not 3, actually just decides not to float the mana.
That's for the Mimi.
Has to full clear this and has to not get any
I think it's
damage.
game, I don't think he has anything.
Yeah, he can't clear the 5/6 body whatsoever.
Not even your boy Albert evolved can kill the 5/6.
Yeah. Your boy Albert and Novice Trooper could handle just him, but Orthrus and the zombie at his side and taking it.
Yeah, looks like he's gonna go for Floral Fencer evolve into Grimner, which we know will be lethal very easily with that second Cerberus in hand.
Has to bank on like 3 1-drops in hand, but
yeah. He has
We'll
to bank
see
on
this
that hand
over.
being useless. His hand was mostly useless actually. Shadow Reaper and Lyriel are not very great this late in the game with no evolves, but Cerberus is actually good enough, so...
yeah. Seeing a lot of actual usage of Cerberus and mid-range Shadow lately. I feel like that card's been putting in a lot of work by just like extending games out to like turn 7 and 8. Not even just a Phantom Owl combo, but how useful she is like when you're going into like Yaktar later.
So Deviate actually 1 game away from resetting the bracket here. Hummer needs to spin it around, get that reverse sweep going.
You must die! Time for me to prove myself!
Ooh, so
Looking pretty
combo
funky.
forest against sword, range sword. This
This is a
is
very Rise of Bahamut kind of matchup.
It is, yeah, it definitely is. Ooh, that hand though, it's bad.
Veteran Lance are probably going to get taken out by a Sylvan Justice. Doesn't have a way to not float mana on turn 3.
This Ancient Elf is fortunately, you know, pretty weak, but man, Sword's just getting bricked pretty hard here. Going first and just having nothing to do for it.
Right. You either try to make a fast but still slow play with the Veteran Lancer, or just accept the slowness and play made leader. Probably saves it. You can play the
I
made
think
leader
made
next
leader
to
dying to
something.
Mei would just be like the worst, right? Like,
Yeah.
like he plays Mei and the 2 fairies, and now you're like, okay, well I can double whole soul swing this guy. Like, what do I do? Like,
Let's play.
Playing that fairy, actually activating Wholesale Swing allows Number to get a pretty fast turn here. Just Wholesale Swing the made leader to cycle. Get like either 5 cost commander gets out of curve here.
Luminous Mage will be pretty strong, actually. Oh, Albert instead. Okay.
I'm feeling like I'm seeing so much fewer Alberts on curve on 5.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
due to like
Nobody wants to play him, dude. He's like, he never gets to do anything.
playing him onto a board of like 3 things that spawn back into skeletons. Like it doesn't solve any problems. You're always like
It feels bad.
losing
It
into
definitely
the-
does. Guy Knight's a symbol to do nothing. That ancient elf, though. Whew. Oh god.
Thick ancient elf coming
Turn
in.
before
doesn't have-
Tsubaki. Oh no.
Yeah. Gonna need like a giant slayer to deal with that. I mean, Albert does kill it and survive, but then you'd be evolving Albert to down to 5/1.
When he just bounced the Mei to his hand, like, do you mess with that? You can actually guarantee it too, because you can evolve one of the fairies and then play the Mei, and just like, okay, well, my Mei just killed your Albert. Let's go.
Yeah. Like at best, you play the Lyriel, trade it in, come in there.
You're done for. My wings are killing me.
Yeah, I guess he's gonna go for the ward. You're right. Rip Lyriel though.
Life's
Yeah.
is that.
Oh, come on.
At least you gets the job done. Doing like a technical 5 attack on evolve.
Hey, let's play.
He does still have that same thing I just said though. He can evolve this and play Mei. So
So sparkly.
Takes out this board. Tsubaki's not gonna be strong, and neither is Albert using up the last evolve like this in a hand that's already been emptied out.
Sir. Hey, let's play. You're safe with me, Captain.
So Albedo's going to be decent, but I think this still ends up using the evolve point.
ooh, no, okay.
Not
It's a good top
necessarily.
deck. It really was. So
Yeah.
I mean, I guess he's not scared of it. Like he doesn't care if this board dies, right? He has the Tsubaki, so Fina and Aaron, like they might be good, but they died to Tsubaki, so.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Aaron going to take away, like, I feel like something Sword's always done is it's always needed to have a lethal in mind, like a couple turns in advance. Like getting 4 off Tsubaki and 10 off Albert here. But the Aaron's going to deny that, and then finding so much as another 3 damage could be very difficult through Aaron.
Ooh,
Blimey.
you can play that Mei and keep the other Mei on board. And he even plays Roach too if he wants to. If he's feeling lucky enough, go for this Roach.
3 damage, not bad.
Oh, never mind. Floats 2 instead. Okay.
Maybe could pull something playable. And the Hold Swing for speed, and then probably...
Doing a very good job of making sure Albert. Okay. I was gonna say doing a great job of making sure this Tsubaki like never gets value. Like this Tsubaki, I think he's like you're gonna play something that Tsubaki can kill now. Like, please.
Not even evolving the Albert was pretty nice as, like, for that purpose. It's just like, losing the Albert is such a big deal, because this made leader is not guaranteed to get another one with Luminous Mages in the deck.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. You can go Tsubaki onto the evolved Aaron into the Maid Leader, but right, exactly. His deck is muddled with a commander that's not Glorious, Leader of Sky Knights.
Yeah.
So
It's like, Luminous Mage might do the exact opposite thing of instead of being like a card that sort of selfishly uses an evolve to push everything by itself. It works alongside having board, but Sword having board in 2017, not something we're seeing much.
it's so hard, dude. Like they can go face. They're really good at going face, but having a board is just not something Sword does anymore.
Yeah. This Steely Aaron's not going to be easy to deal with, especially if he, like, decides to leave the Albert alive and doesn't evolve. Never mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say he doesn't even have to evolve it because like then Tsubaki's not a play at all. So what do you do?
Yeah. This makes
Or
the
Alberto.
Tsubaki much better.
It does.
Finally gives her a chance.
Honestly, not even evolving that was not even bad. Like, Albert, what does Albert do? The damage that it just healed you back? Like,
Yeah. He's just like a damaged influencer saying, ooh, does get another Albert.
oh my gosh.
That's
oh,
that's
no.
massive. That's so
Oh
massive.
no.
Wait, is
That's
that
such a big deal.
needs
That's
another
actually an
Aaron,
infinitely humongous big deal. It's lethal next.
and plays that instead of looking for something.
He lethal himself.
Sir.
It's over.
Yeah.
Sky Knight's a
That-
symbol. Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, sometimes Albert does
You know,
exact lethal on 9. Wow.
you know, just the triangular attack of the sword legendaries.
Maid leader, Tsubaki, and Albert.
You're strong.
All 3
That all-
legendaries.
I think that all really comes down to the evolution used on the Aaron there, because if that Tsubaki couldn't have cleared a ward, then we would not be staring at this situation right now.
Exactly. Yeah, literally. Also, like knowing that Tsubaki is on board, he just played Maid Leader. Like, I think you're literally saying you got a Luminous Mage. I know you don't have Albert. So, because you killed yourself, but you thought you had Albert. I'll be right back, like 2 seconds. I'll be right back, okay?
Gotcha. I'll sit here and like quiver, now left alone, like a little.
What do you mean
lost
you're
duck.
alone? I'm right here.
Oh no.
Time for me to prove myself.
Anyway,
We have a double
Forest is
force
angry.
going on here.
Yeah. So it looks like this first part of Grand Finals is going to be settled by a forest mirror. This puts Hummer at tournament point. DV8 needs to take this to be able to reset it.
Yep.
If the symmetry confuses anyone, DV8 I think is the top player and Hummer's on the bottom.
Yes, that is correct. It looks like Hammer doesn't really have a great hand right now.
Yeah, the entire hand costs 1 almost,
Let's play.
but could top deck an Ancient Elf and make this turn out pretty amazingly.
But what are the odds of that?
Double May.
To clear off everything. Yay!
Let's play.
One animate and everything, that's massive.
Push him in a lead for 2 creatures on board, but luckily Hammer does have 1 and he can clear both with these.
Yeah. Sylvan Justice used up. Not like DV8 has a very impactful turn 3 here in hand either.
Except to use his own Justice, but what can you do here? You might offer to try to use a Fairy Circle on ones as well.
Come on, let's play.
That's unlikely. Yep, he's gonna go for this
Goes
silver.
for now. Could potentially decide that going for Fairy Circle and trying to trade out normally is too weak to
Get the same thing.
Ancient. Yeah. Clears out the maze and cycles a little bit, but only into another Nature's Guidance. Submarine Wing's not really a helpful top deck in this situation, just kind of leads to the continued Chapter 2 of playing fairies for the first 5 turns of the game.
Oh my gosh. This hand.
Yeah,
That's what I said too.
this has been just a straight up fairy brawl for the first like 4 turns. The
I
maze
love
are out.
those. I love
They
those.
killed fairies. Yeah. This is the first Ancient Elf that's been drawn as well. And like, there's nothing that it can really do.
Yeah, Sylvan Justice looks like the only thing you can really do. So this is combo forest versus a tempo forest, right?
Yeah, I think Hummer playing tempo. Ends his curve with Jungle Wardens, 3 Errands, I think an Elf Queen. Yeah, exactly that. Sylvan Justice allows him to mount a fairy, and he can play the other 2 into Ancient Elf next turn if they survive. Speaking of Ancient Elves.
They both also have the altar one.
Yeah.
Let's play.
Not going for it, which is pretty smart. Notice his opponent played a Fairy Circle, so playing an Ancient Elf would just mean losing it in the trade here.
Mm-hmm. Could play Jungle Warden. I mean, it's 5 mana.
Would
Not
come out as a
amazing, though.
6/6. Like, it would kill Fina without.
That is true. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, Jungle Warden is actually like really good on curve here.
Going first, yeah. I mean, it's comparable to Fina, who's a a 5/6 plus a 2/2 if you play the mage, so actually way less stats. He has the ward, so looks like Ancient Elf is playing though.
Ancient Elf evolves into what? A 7/8, so survives a 7/7, just as good as Jungle Warden, but refunds the fairies. Doesn't evolve it. Makes dealing with it a lot easier.
Not evolving it though opens it up to Fina. Oh no.
You're done for.
There's no like 1 damage ping in hand anywhere to easily take care of this Fina post injury.
Life's fate is thus.
Ooh, sparkly stuff. Gimme. Ow.
Goes ahead and plays the Golem Mage and does pick up a Roach.
Get the maid top deck, I believe.
We really saw him lose on it
Aaron's pretty
earlier.
good though. Aaron's pretty good.
Yeah. This hand is looking a bit on the slow side. There's not
It
much.
is, yeah.
Not much positively trades over this board.
If his opponent wasn't pressuring him, he could go for like some roach poke. But it's not amazing. Aaron's also not that amazing. Killing heal for 1 versus 3, so
Yeah. It just hurts to have to use an evolve to get over a 1 health creature like this.
it really does. Yeah, it feels terrible, but it has 5 attacks, so you know,
Leaves a dent in whatever you try to put over it.
or your face. Like,
Yeah. If there's anything to particularly contemplate here, it's playing Roach is probably not a good way to just push 1 damage in the Fina.
ooh, he goes for the Aaron.
Hmm.
You're
He evolves it too. It's gonna kill Fina, I bet.
Get
Yeah.
out of my
It's not
If
even
it doesn't, ooh. Oh wait, okay. I was gonna say if it doesn't, Lily could polymorph it, and Fina could go face.
Yeah, Lily has like a special thing she says too, so it'd be the most lore counter. Could still.
Does
do
she?
it,
Does she have
though.
a line against
Yeah, she says. Well, the translation of what she says in Japanese is Erin's trying her best too, isn't she? Like they added
Aw.
like 5 voice lines for her. She talks to every other Castalia legendary.
That's cool.
She has a
It's
line.
with Polly
locally.
anyway. Chat just heard it. I didn't hear it because I have it muted, but chat heard it.
I don't know if it has an English line. I hope it does. Oh, it
It doesn't
doesn't? Are you
English?
kidding me?
What?
There's so many cool lines they did not add to English. Like Geno and Urias talk to Albert. Like, ugh. All the
See, this is
Castalians
why
talk to
we
each other.
have to play. This is why we all play in Japanese voices. Is what it is, dude. It's not even a superior voice pack. It's just more lines.
How are they gonna tell us that we can't use them when they gotta add like all the cool stuff to
I know,
them?
right?
But that said, hand is still really awkward. Kind of having a problem here where Jungle Warden is pretty, like, not too fantastic to play on curve for tempo. And so if the rest of your hand isn't anything to make up for it, then all you can have is a
Also,
weak
I mean,
tone.
look at his hand though. Look how explosive that is.
Yeah.
He's almost at
So-
10 mana. I mean, he's got triple. He has he has double fairy into Roach into Nature's into Roach again if he does it. Like, can't bounce it again. He's gonna bounce it twice, I think, or just once. No,
Could bounce it twice. If
he
anything,
could bounce it twice. Yeah, it's kind of a waste
I
though.
yeah. Wants to cycle into some manner of being able to play out turn 8 at least quickly, or to keep board, so that on turn 9 he can probably get the rest of the Roach damage in and set up for Jungle Warden on curve.
Floats the 3. Doesn't even evolve to kill.
Yeah,
Ooh.
pretty slow.
Ow!
I think Aaron or Ancient Elf? Okay, never mind. Ancient Elf. Oh, Aaron next turn gets the evolve back, so you might as well wait. Yeah,
Yeah. To play
that's
the
true.
Goblin Mages
It's
on
looking
as
so
well.
good for you anyway, as combo forest.
Mm. And the option of Elven Princess Mage is not looking that attractive. Like, the zero-cost fairies are a big deal, but leaving that Ancient Elf alive...
Mhm.
And it doesn't die, so that's a setup for...
Cat doesn't even die,
Elven.
actually.
Yeah. Probably does not want, in any form or function, to have to evolve the Jungle Warden to get over anything.
Yeah, definitely.
Forest is
He goes to the EPM. Okay.
Zero
Double
cost
EP. I imagine his draws are starting to get annoying. Like he's like, why am I drawing all these useless cards?
Me, Elder Tree.
But definitely eyeballing such a strong setup here. Getting these zero cost fairies could mean so much roach damage next turn should he be able to push through the Ancient Elves.
That is true. Fortunately, we know that Aaron, second Aaron's coming down, so.
In the universe where he didn't have wards facing him down, this would have been so strong. That's where you played this side over. Getting that third evolve back there and seems just fine here.
I mean, she evolves for free, so she's definitely always worth it. Especially now that Goblin Mage can kill that 4-1. Ooh.
Yeah, this is not a board that's at all easy to deal with, considering it's still unable to find like a Mei that could just surgically snipe out a 4-1 like this.
Double Jungle Warden. One's animated.
Like, that's good, but you don't have an evolve point anymore,
You
so
don't, yeah. Roach killing itself is not the best idea in the world.
you're pushing nothing here with these with the Roach, unless you can find something off the Nature's Guidance.
I think Roach killing itself is your only play, actually.
Yeah.
He's on 9 mana next turn. You know he plays Bolt, so you have to kill the 6/5 at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
But even with an evolve, actually, even with an evolve, the Ancient Elf is lethal too if he has Bolt. So.
At most, you gotta throw in one of. Well, you gotta play a Jungle Warden.
I think you do.
And
Yeah, I think you have the Warden and.
Can the zero costs on top of Warden? I think that does add enough damage for Roach to get to 5. If you play out the whole hand, but then you lose the entire setup in the hand for Roach, so you lose all your damage.
Then you're on the Jungle Warden top decking something.
Yeah. And Jungle Warden's gonna take too much time to actually exact a full health lethal. You just died to 2 Silver Bolts in the meanwhile.
Looks like he's gonna go for that plan. Suicides the Roach into the 6/5 and plays a Warden. Gonna play the animated one. No, he didn't save the animated one. Oh.
Doesn't get the double value from it.
That is second.
The double
Aaron. Oh my
generation.
gosh, that's game.
Yeah. So, I'm happy to see it, but I'm noticing Aaron is actually massively outshining in terms of just pure speed and value.
She's in almost every force deck, yeah. She's very successful.
I haven't seen a Fairy Beast in so long, and it's probably due to situations like this.
Like Aaron having Wards is huge. He has to evolve over, so Roach isn't gonna pull lethal anyway. This way.
I'll blow you away.
Even if that Goblin Mage pulls a second Roach, it wouldn't add enough damage, so.
Could just chill with this hand, because the Silver Bolt's gonna do it anyway.
Yeah, Silverbolt is very powerful here. He put him in range for it, so.
Sparkly stuff. Gimme.
And a massive board. This is gonna be game. Moving through the Jungle Warden here. Oh my gosh.
Top deck. The Elf Queen runs one copy of it.
A third Jungle Warden.
Yeah.
All 3 Jungle Wardens assemble.
That's, what, like 4 times?
That's 6 Jungle Wardens, if you had kept them all.
Yeah.
Which
It's
is,
a lot of damage that could go face over the
24
course of
storm
the
damage, yeah.
Yeah. But unfortunately, Jungle Warden's not going to be able to protect him from Silverbolt.
Ow.
Yeah, Bolt is just. I think he's just going off the mindset like Bolt kills me no matter what. Fina plus an evolve basically kills me no matter what. Like,
Might as well just hope my opponent's entire hand is like vanilla monsters or something.
it's just peanut butter, nothing in it.
Yeah.
Like,
Just not
and
good.
never mind.
Whoa.
Pop.
You're so
Rip.
But that's the reset for DV8, I believe. Manages to take the first set of grand
A
finals.
very convincing
3-2.
reset too. It was a 3-3-1 reset, so
Mhm.
looking pretty good for DV8. Oh, sorry, was it a 3-2 reset? I'm bad.
Yep.
My bad. Was it?
It didn't.
Number one
it
twice?
didn't feel particularly close, but
I don't know. I have bad memory. I'll trust the lobby. I always trust the lobby, so.
he got the win off of the Swordcraft, and my brain can only remember so much when I'm this far without breakfast in the early mornings of the Eastern Isles. But yeah,
That marks the beginning of true Grand Final Set 2. Reset so that whoever wins this next best out of 3 takes the tournament.
Yeah, that was the debate. This is the real grand final coming up.
Yeah.
This one's
That
for
was
the
just all
marbles.
warm-ups.
That was for jawbreakers. This one's for marbles.
Mhm.
Looks like they're deciding on what to open with here.
See maybe if DV8 feels like he wants to open with Dragon again like he has been.
He seems pretty confident with it. Although I feel like anybody playing Ram Dragon is probably confident with Ram Dragon.
Like when you're playing Ram Dragon and you like the deck's supposed to be a control deck, but you don't even fear the D-shift matchup anymore. Don't have to fear roaches that much. Like it.
You
is
still
weird.
fear roaches. I think you probably fear roaches the most as Dragon, right?
I'd say so, yeah.
Or the mirror.
I think-
The mirror might suck depending on how you draw.
Yeah. Even then, it doesn't get farmed by roaches the way it used to.
Definitely,
So,
yeah.
in fact, in top 16, just to take a quick glance at stats, Dragoncraft does not have below a 50% win rate against any other class in top 16.
Ooh, Dragon.
It is 6-4 against Shadowcraft in top 16 today.
Looking pretty forest crafty there.
Yeah.
Why did he leave the room? Ah, okay. Okay.
No.
So a short break, little break.
He's phoning a friend here, you know.
Phoning a
Trying to
friend, yeah.
Gonna trash talk and tell his dad I'm about to take home the big money.
He's gonna phone him. He's gonna phone his dad just to say he's gonna win $1 million. Yeah.
Hey.
Old
Be sure to
school
check
moves
me
right there.
out on Shadowverse Tournament. EXG hosted.
It's like, hey dad, you know what Twitch is? Yeah, go to twitch.tv/Excelsior Vindy for me.
Yeah, watch me win those 3,500 grand vials.
Yeah. It's more vials than that.
Yo,
Yo,
more vials than the bot.
Richard. Oh, okay. Alright.
Okay. So, can we get some news on when Sears Globes are going to be tournament rewards? Because, like, I think a lot of more people would like that a bit more.
I know a lot of people would not want those to be tournament rewards. No way.
I'm excited for them to some degree. I see.
It's a lot of vials.
1,000 vials.
That's what 10 legendaries?
That is 10 legendaries, yeah.
That's Ram Dragon, dude. You got
That's
it.
half of Ram Dragon, yeah.
Half of Ram Dragon.
He's got to win 2 tournaments to build the
Feels
best.
expensive, man.
Yeah. So it looks like DV8 gonna open up with his Ramp Dragon again. This time Hummer, starting it up with Sword.
That's a pretty good going first curve, too. You got the 2, 3, 4 with Geno in the 4. Draws the 1 after you can't play the 1. Man.
If he had drawn that before the Lyrial, that'd be 2 pushed damage there. Like, pretty big deal.
Well, no, it wouldn't. It'd be 1. Unless he Blazing Breath. Didn't Blazing Breath.
Yeah, assuming.
Assuming. Hot pocket. Dragon Oracle into Rahab is pretty, a pretty good break check, though, so. I think he's actually anticipating Rahab here, setting up that 1-1 with Geno. Instead of playing the 3-2, so he can get a favorable trade onto it, yeah.
Pretty good, too.
Especially because Geno lives this. Yeah, this looks pretty good. Ooh, this is looking pretty good for Sword, actually. That first evolve going on to Albert could be pretty good.
Pushing 4 damage for 13. Like, hard to clear board, and I don't think DV8 has a particularly...
Triple Breath is so cloggy this one turn. He does have Blazing Breath into the evolve, though, on Grimner, which is very strong.
It does make Albert a lot more clunky.
Albert could go, Albert could just be played, right?
He could just
kill the
evolve.
Grimner and evolve Lyrial for face, yeah.
Yeah. That would be pushing him down to 8, and then you have another evolve with a Novice Trooper. So it'd just be the odds of how do you get 4 more damage with Sword. And I'm gonna...
4
let's
Dragon
hope it-
Heals.
Yeah.
3 Breath of the Salamanders and a Bahamut, so DV8 is kind of playing off the top to stabilize.
He goes for it.
You're done for.
He's going first. He's going for the aggro.
Pushing as much damage as he can. Having the opponent at single-digit health by turn 5 is a really good benchmark for Sword.
It's breaking so hard. Oh my gosh. Double
His next-
Bahamut, triple breath.
Finally a break.
Even if his next like 3 turns are Breath of the Salamander, like he still won't be able to curve into Bahamut with it. That could be huge.
That pulls Albert.
Next to a Novice Trooper, that's perfectly fine. If it pulls Luminous Mage, it's not as good, but still.
He may
Not bad at
consider
all.
Geno, because Geno's beefy to the breath. Or Grimner Novice Trooper. I like that.
It won't be
Oh, he
long
evolves it
before-
too! He's
So
not expecting
Grimner's
breath,
not-
although breath doesn't kill them both.
Yeah. Meaning, just getting an Albert's gonna be lethal off the Maid Leader, assuming. Can't
Oh, no!
play that.
Oh no! This could be it! 2 damage!
We're
Please, 2
together
damage!
forever.
Oh
He
my
runs
gosh,
through the
Dragon!
Mage Claw.
If he pulls Albert on Maid Leader.
It's a 2 out of 5.
Oh my gosh, he didn't get it. He can add 1 though with
He's-
Luminous Mage.
He's 1
can have
off,
1.
yeah.
He's 1 off. However, I mean, Lucifer can't evolve for board control, so.
Still nothing to do on next turn, right?
Oh my gosh.
And if you Evo with the Luminous Mage, well, if you Evo, Luminous Mage still dies here to Breath of the Salamander, no matter how I
Board
look at
wipes.
this.
Yeah, board wipes. But if you give Sword a chance to draw 1 damage, like, come on, 1 damage.
Here.
So imagine in this situation if that Quick Player had been drawn 1 card earlier, right?
Yeah, exactly, literally.
That would have been game
Literally.
on this turn.
Sybil can evolve in board control.
He'll
That's not good
sleep.
enough. He has the
There's one
breath,
thing.
yeah.
I won't
Oh
lose
my
again.
gosh.
This is the most important draw of the game, for sure.
Hey!
Yes, victory.
Always had it.
Had a mini heart
Oh
attack
my
recognizing
gosh.
that, yeah. So much.
The
instant
very
card.
rare Ram Dragon Brick. Oh my gosh. That was a
Look at
really good
that.
play. Going back to like turn 4 again, setting up Quick Blader into Geno onto a like predicted Rahab was actually like really, really, really good.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh man, why is he playing these 2 drops and this 1 drop? And it's like, well, it's because he knows Rahab is coming. Like worst case scenario, 2/5 ward lands on board next turn. So if it doesn't, if it's like a Grimner or something, then you have Geno anyway. So
Yeah. Being able to read into that allowed him to push so much more damage with his like 2 drops before they ended up getting traded into. And I think like the ineffectiveness of Breath of the Salamander to clear any of those sword boards was a very big deal.
he drew all 3 of them, dude. Like how unfortunate.
Father.
Yeah, like sword itself in the class doesn't have like a 2/3
Let's play
like
together.
ward on turn 3 or anything like that. So Grimnir surviving it is a really big
Mhm.
deal.
Huge, absolutely huge. However, Shadow with meanwhile,
Deviate switches it over to Shadow for the mirror.
this God curve going first. If he gets Orthrus in his hand, this is probably over, honestly.
Could easily
Although
see
Beast Doggy
Deviate-
can kill the skeleton, so
Yeah. Helps a lot to have drawn a 1 drop like this.
They're so fresh.
Shadow Reaper not bad either, especially if you draw a Catacomb under these circumstances. That Soul Splash him just as good.
ooh, stop taking some bad draws here.
Yeah, going pretty heavy. Nothing to do on turn 4 could be so rough in this very high-speed matchup otherwise. Maybe thinking about trading here. Those Deviate could easily go into Catacomb here.
That is true, yeah.
Value trades it out.
Also, Shadow Reaper, if it's on the board. If that's on the board still, Shadow Reaper is pretty good, so.
Yeah, could play it next to a Goblin.
So far has no full mana play, though, whatsoever.
Right. If he has to float turn 4 in this match, that could be so rough. Even DV8 can conserve the Shadow Reaper here.
Hey, what's so angry?
Uh-oh. Get a 4 mana, get a Cerberus? Oh, I got a Cerberus. He didn't get an Orthrus.
Right. Orthrus would be so massive here versus
Yeah,
speed,
Orthrus
but
was way better. Yeah.
Probably doesn't want to have to trade into a 2/2 like this.
To be fair,
Useless,
though, no good 4-mana play on either player, really, so...
You play a Shadow Reaper and then neither of your 1 or 2 drops can die. You're thinking about how much he wants to commit to going face or trading into the Sergeant tier.
This is interesting. It all depends, I think, on what you anticipate your opponent to have here. I think at this point you've gotten past, thinking he has Catacomb, but he can evolve this turn, so... if you trade into this 2/2, he can evolve. Your board is gone. You have no board at all, so... Okay.
There it is. Just left with a skeleton to show for it.
Oh. Someone drew Orthrus. We can do 5 face damage. Yes! Orthrus! Coming through.
Orthrus makes that goblin kill Cerberus on its way out.
It does.
Like,
Yeah, it does. That's ridiculous.
absolutely massive there. Has to play Cerberus, no choice, and trading not into the goblin is just so tough.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an option, though. You can't let that hit you for 10 damage. It's a 1-drop,
Like, he knows this matchup, he knows his own hand, and knows that his opponent's staring at the same options. It's like you can't drop down to 10 so quickly.
It's one of those situations you just gotta eat, you know?
Yeah. Cerberus on curve looking just fine for DV8 here.
Looking perfect, really. Oh, never mind. Okay.
Shadow Reaper 2-drop.
Interesting.
Could be a decent setup in its own right. If he wants to play the Cerberus on turn 6, evolve half board now, Cerberus could push a little bit more damage with it into Yaktar coming out.
I guess that makes it a bit awkward to use the Cerberus spells for board control, now that you'd be buffing the Shadow Reaper doing it, so... Because if you evolve something over the Squasher and then place the Mimi onto the Squasher, then, board was clear
some
there.
Logic behind maybe wanting to play Shadow Reaper on turn 6, so it's ambushed, and then on turn 7, it's guaranteed to push a little extra damage thanks to Yaktar.
That's true, as well.
That said, not like this is going to be an easy board to deal with anyway.
I think his best play is still just to play Cerberus, evolve it over to the Orthrus, and then, to Mimi the 2/2, but we'll see. He may try to set up his own. He is hitting 7 next turn, so he may do that Shadow Reaper play you just mentioned. Okay, never mind. I guess realizing his opponent is, you're like 7 life lower, so you can't really go for that aggressive play.
Yeah. But playing back foot on this matchup looks so difficult. Plays around as much damage as he can, but still so much staring at him.
Cerberus into Mimi, into evolving the Reaper puts him at 7. With Eater next turn, this is looking pretty good.
A lot of damage coming out from DV8, and Eater already with 9 shadows to work with.
Yeah, that's huge too. No evolves left makes this 5/5 really awkward to kill.
Yeah, Eater can summon 2 zombies, but they both gotta use a can't play a Cerberus piece alongside Yaktar. So it's like you have to play Yaktar just to clear a Shadow Reaper.
It's so awkward too. You have one more shadow. You have a 3rd zombie to kill Cerberus with, but
yeah,
I don't know where you didn't get that last shadow. If you could have gotten it.
And after clearing it, Yaktar, it's like that leaves DV8 1 mana off of having Reaper. Does what he must. Still very strong to not have to evolve and be able to clear a 5/5 anyway, but...
This Eater's a really easy play though.
Right. Fills his entire board with zombies. 2 can trade in pretty effortlessly and push some extra damage.
Right, he gets 3 of them, so... We have a 5-attack Cerberus this turn, putting him at 2, which is Mimi range, or Coco range, sorry. And then, a zombie left over. It's a pretty obvious play, I think.
Hummer has no shadows left over to have any tools to board clear with. Like a second reactor, no impact.
Fairly over, I think, so. Woo lad. Alright.
Yeah.
It's actually not that common to see, like, Aggro Shadow having gone first to be on such a back burner. Like where'd this go wrong, Like,
the Orthrus, I'd say, like, single-handedly carried this game.
yeah, probably.
Pushing 5 damage and denying any value from the Cerberus on turn 5 means, like, you don't get good evolves for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Really, though, I mean, player 1 had a chance to get Orthrus as well, so.
Where's the do his best here? But really no.
I mean, he can
option
kill
for
Leader,
that.
and play a ward.
That is true.
He can stop it this turn, but I mean, any top deck will push it.
DVA could just chill until Grimnir probably, and like not have to worry about it. Goblin Princess just gives him something else to deal with.
Stops it for 1 turn, actually. So I mean. Although this board is now even harder to deal with, it's like,
His
what did you
hand,
even
like,
accomplish, really?
Shadow Reapers are dead, Thane's dead.
And Skullbeast. Alright, that's gonna, seals it. It's like, even if you got, like, Phantom Helmet situation, what do you do? What do you do?
Yeah. Like, the Shadow Reaper's up set up again, so you can't really clear anything. You need, like, a Foul Tempest to really do anything there.
Yeah, which no one plays. So,
Not in 2017.
not an aggro shadow, at least.
You're gonna play a Foul Tempest and do 3 damage to a Rahab, like... So that would mean, despite what we're seeing in the score, I think Hammer and Deviate are 1-1 with that.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Sorry. I was drinking water right as you said that.
Mother, father, come on!
So Hammer gonna try again. This time playing Shadow into Dragon. An all too familiar matchup.
Ooh, okay, he's got the Catacomb, he's got Phantom Hell going first.
2 chances for a 2-drop, which could make this really strong.
Ooh, double Phantom Hell is really bad.
That's gonna be dead for a long time. 2-drop is a really significant thing to draw for Hammer here. Because the Skeleton Fighter, any 1-drop would die anyway.
Yep. Oh no!
Not the right kind of 2-drop here.
This Catacomb is so weak, his hand is so dead. Oh.
Even a Skull Beast.
Yeah, last turn, that'd have been okay.
Might as well at this point just not play it so you can guarantee something that's hit by Catacomb. But even then, skipping turn 3 is an aggro deck versus a Ram Dragon that's already starting to get on its ramp. They can play Ayala next turn. Oh, and he skips it.
Oh no. I think he's like scared of a clear, so he's just gonna play Skull Beast Catacomb in the same turn. Okay, no, this is actually coming together. He has Cerberus into double Phantom House, so I mean...
Picks him back up, but it's like...
He's trying, he's salvaging a little bit.
An Ayala that's gonna do a fine job of getting trades in. Not gonna be easy.
Dragon Warrior too, this turn, so...
Yeah.
He puts him with nothing but his... or skeleton, sorry.
These Phantom Hells are gonna come out so slowly, most likely giving Deviate time to heal past any damage they put out.
Right. Wow, he fervored for no heal. Okay. Choose to go to 7 instead, with no actual 7-mana play really in his hand.
He's developed like a Dragon Warrior Grimnir at best, but... Even Grimnir aside, maybe feeling like he just wants to get to Lucifer as soon as possible, even if it means losing speed now. Or feeling like the Ayala can't be traded into, or else he has Lucifer right then.
Yeah, exactly.
Emissaries.
Emissaries into Israfil. Oh my gosh, that's huge.
That is... That takes... I'm not gonna say that takes the game next turn, but I kind of want to say that takes the game next turn, because
it's pretty good. It's a 10-10 that's gonna wipe his board, so...
It regenerates all the wounds he's taken, like... How do you really get over that? Pretty solid question.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he's gonna take a lot of damage this turn, so it's not all of it. If Phantom Hell goes down this turn, it's a lot.
Yeah. It regenerates the damages taken so far, but Phantom Hell not gonna come out at all, actually.
Is he gonna Mimi the 4-2? The 4-2 kills the ward for free, I imagine so, right?
Coco's, and then
Coco Evolve. If he Mimi's the 4-2, Israfel's actually not that great. Right now it's amazing, though. If he doesn't kill that ward, or that 4-2.
though.
Oh no! He does have double Phantom. I guess that's the plan. He's got double Phantom in Hell in hand, so.
It's just like.
This reveal. Oh no. Oh no.
You don't really have a setup into this. Like. But I guess, like, who really plays around Israfil? It's like, it's not really the thing you think about on this turn for Dragon, but that's so huge. You have to trade a Phantom Hell into it because you're just dead.
It kills. Oh! Squasher!
That is
Never
a very
mind.
important Squasher.
He's gonna kill the 4-1 and then Squasher after.
Has enough shadows to afford it and still go Phantom Hell too.
Because he has to play Squasher this turn, or he dies.
But then we run into the problem of Deviate.
Zeus.
You got over the first thing, and now you have to deal with Zeus and Lucifer and Ouroboros, any combination of these cards.
Yeah, they could just slap down Zeus and pass, actually.
Yeah. Not like there's a Dance of Death waiting for it.
Yeah. Sybil Rahab is also amazing.
Yeah. Pretty infinite options on how to play this turn out. Goes Lucifer, can just pass like that.
Just pass with Lucifer here.
The sky's my destination.
You have
Goes
angered
with Zell.
I think it's last evolved there. Okay, so not holding Zell for the Ouroboros next turn is interesting. Because if Lucifer lived, Zell Ouroboros would have been, a lot more. But
getting that like 10 damage differential on the health seems good enough.
Yeah.
Because Lucifer's gonna heal again. It doesn't die, and then
Yeah. Well, I mean, he would have had lethal this turn had he saved the Zell, so.
Yeah.
He's one off now with Zeus.
My tempest shall judge you.
Prisoner's pretty good, though.
I'm gonna go ahead and just say you didn't play anything last turn. Like, takes his just collects that.
Yeah. Lucifer puts him at 17. This is over, literally.
I'm leaving.
Phantom Hell not going to push anything. Anything short of like a Voices of Resentment is not really going to push through that.
Unfortunate. I mean, so, when Ram Dragon gets to where it's playing 10 mana cards every turn, what do you do? What do you do?
Mm-hmm. Outside of just playing Ram Dragon into a mirror match against it, there's not really another class that can match it card for card. Outside of maybe Havencraft if it's gotten the right amount of play points.
Yeah, if Haven goes first and has Aegis in hand, then it can But I mean, no one's playing that right now, so.
Yeah,
I don't think a single top 16 player is playing Haven. I haven't looked at all of them, but.
I think there was one.
Was there?
There's been 7 games in top 16 with Haven, and it's won 1 of 7 games.
1 in 7? Oh my god. Or 1 in 6? Oh, there was one. Yeah, Botas has
14% win rate.
Botas has
Feels
one,
bad.
and Crumption has one.
It looks like even between those two, it was only picked a single time. So Haven not really finding much room in the top 16 to...
I feel like its only good matchup is Dragon, literally.
If you can even call that a good matchup, too.
Yeah, exactly. Storm Ramp Dragon actually kind of gets around that, too, so...
Mm-hmm.
So this could be the last game, actually, right? If DV8 takes this.
I feel like...
It's 2-1, so...
Yeah, the client is messing me up hard here.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, DV8 just needs to win with, I believe, is it his forest that's left now?
No.
No. Yes?
Was it Forest or Shadow? What does he
It's
already want?
Forest. It's not Shadow. It's Forest.
Gotcha.
So it looks
No,
like
he's
Hummer's finally
Shadow.
ready up. Okay. He's had to go splash some water on his face. He's good, so.
Had to go meditate under a waterfall for a second.
Mother, father, come on! Time for me to prove myself!
Yeah, so Forest time. Forest into aggro Shadow.
It has a lot of options like Aaron and Elf Queen that can just simply stabilize out this matchup, but not drawing them can be a big problem here.
Oh, top deck. I think honestly, Shadow going second is actually really bad for it.
Right. Especially considering you can't mount any early game if it's just gonna get traded into by like Goblin Mage and Lily.
Yeah. Draws Goblin Princess instead of Cerberus. I know you wanted to see that, so.
Could go. Double 1-drop probably not going to be too impactful here. Considering his turn 3 is just going to be Grimnir anyway.
This is an interesting turn. Doesn't quite have that shadow for Skeleton Finder to be useful.
Alright. Trading in Skull Beast to activate it probably doesn't have much
There's no value in that.
yeah.
You trade your Skull Beast in and then it kills your 2/2. As a 2/1.
Lily's still
like,
2 for 2. I mean 1 for 2,
Yeah.
yeah. I just play it anyway.
Yep. Go double 1-drop.
Would be very unfortunate if this May had her eye on it,
Ooh, spark
but
me stuff.
doesn't go for me either way.
He's not even
No need
going
to.
for it. He's like, no, I'm not even going for that trade.
Yeah. So Grimnir is pretty decent. It's not like DV8 can evolve.
I am the mad psycho.
Yeah, no, Grimnir's definitely good here. Whether he chooses to go face or not, I wonder.
Trading in the 1/1 into Lily can play a little bit around the May, but makes it more likely for May to just snipe the Grimnir.
Which isn't that bad. I mean, it's still, your Skulldog lives, and Goblin Mage would die if he trades, so.
Yeah. I'd even say it'd be fine even if May were to just snipe the Skeleton Fighter just so that Grimnir gets a double trade in.
Mhm.
Has the exact same effect, actually.
Was I bad?
On the off chance that DV8 wants to play the May this turn, if it hits Skull Beast, it is a pretty bad target
May the
though.
forest be at peace.
Looks like he's gonna flood the board with a Fairy into May, I imagine. I think you go for the May, right? Killing Grimnir is pretty good. Yeah.
You don't really get another chance
Nice.
to snipes it and leaves.
Ow!
Oh, no, the
Targeted
Helmet
missile
Tracer.
launch.
Yeah. The surgical May as always.
He does have shadows for Lesser Mummy too, so he can squash her for board and Lesser Mummy for face.
Yeah. Kinda hurts to have the shadows for Soul Squasher and just play her as a fighter anyway, but does get to use them on Lesser Mummy.
I mean, what's Forest gonna ever evolve against you that's not Fina, right?
Yeah. Though his hand does struggle a bit to deal with Fina. He doesn't know that DV8 hasn't drawn her.
Really contemplating his turn though.
Mhm.
Playing Grimnir this turn wouldn't be amazing. I think he may be scared to play Squasher when Fina's a possibility on 5.
Yeah. DV8 does run 3 of her, so even just Tom-ticking it could make it a big deal. If anything, he just wants to make it to turn 5 and start to mount some value off the Goblin Princess as soon as possible.
I think he's also heavily considering using the Skull Beast for a little bit of clear here. You know, Ancient Elf would be very difficult to punch through. But if he doesn't, baits the Ancient Elf and it evolves, then he has Squasher still if he saves it, so... Fairly positive that's, like, pretty much all he's thinking about. Okay, never mind, he goes for it. Evolving Squasher for board.
Say bye-bye to your life.
So May is a very important target to clear. It's not too.
Whoa, it's going for a full clear? What? Okay.
I mean, this triple
like
clear
it.
is actually really good. It's super punished by Will of the Forest, but
Oh, he drew the Ancient Elf too. Oh my gosh.
to add insult to injury,
This man
the
sees
Will
into
of
the
the
future.
Forest. We haven't even seen a player draw a copy of Will of the Forest in like this entire top 16.
Yeah.
It's freezing.
Maybe just commits his resources in hand to trade it back.
Yeah, the reverse trade. I mean, he knows his opponent's playing aggro, and you have Aaron next turn, so I mean,
When you see aggro trading that hard, it like eventually you just realize, wait, this is completely okay by me. Like,
yeah, his hand's got to be bad, right? Goblin Princess is a pretty good play here, though.
Today we battle.
Fortunately, Princess can't evolve over Lily. It's a 5-drop, so. I'll probably evolve a Goblin, if I had to guess, if he's trying to kill that.
yeah, I could see it. He could also just, at some point, he needs to get back into the game plan of hitting face
Mm-hmm.
and start to make this deviates problem to try to deal with by trading.
That is true. It's getting to the point where, you know, Aggro Shadow, it's not top decking very good cards right now, so.
Mm-hmm.
Unless he gets like an Eater next turn or something. Well, I mean, he can't even play next turn, but the turn after.
Yeah, maybe a turn 5, like a turn 6 reverse even would be pretty good off the top here. As for what to do with this Skull Beast or the Evo points, he doesn't really need this many
Ow!
to kind of derive the value he wants to get off of this Goblin Princess.
Want to play?
Yep, goes for the Goblin Evolve. And before he kills the fairy. Hey!
Mhm. Leaves it alive and tells Deviate it's his problem to deal with now.
Oh, the Fina.
Beautiful.
Oh no, the Fina!
To do.
That's so good. Fina kills a 3-3, and then this Chrysalia Aaron can kill like a Goblin.
I'll blow
Oh
you
my
away.
gosh.
Mhm.
However, Squasher's a pretty good play now, so.
That's exactly enough shadows to squash, plus put
Yeah.
the Goblin King.
To squash.
Yeah. You know, we squash it, it's the new slime.
Oh no! Oh no! That's
Okay.
not that big of a deal, actually. Never mind, it's fine.
It's a bit difficult in the long run for playing aggro here.
Yeah, it is.
'Cause Soul Squash or Goblin King is still like, it's decent, but it's still just playing out for value in this attempt to take over a
Against
class that
Forest.
is inherently, yeah, going to end up having more value in the long run.
If he evolves, I hope he spreads his stats out a little bit. Evolves the Squasher here.
Mhm.
However, he could be considering, you know, like, what if he plays Aaron next turn? I evolve Squasher. What do I do? Oh, okay. He could evolve, Aaron next turn, so he may just play a thick Ancient Elf here. Finds a Bolt.
Come on, let's play.
Starting to find combo pieces like Bolt could be a really big deal soon.
Definitely. Pretty thick Ancient Elf this turn is what I'm pretty sure is happening.
Yeah, it's a 5/6. So,
I'm the Force Protector.
Orthrus does get over it pretty effectively.
Hmm. If Orthrus buffs the Squasher, this is a really good turn.
Mhm. And even if she doesn't, I wouldn't entirely be against the idea of using an Evo point to finish it off. Could play it next turn, then you push 7 face.
Yeah, you could evolve a Squasher. He would die though. She would die.
Yeah.
I guess you do get 7 face, and you also don't quite trade into an evolved Aaron. You both have to kill both minions on board. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Orthrus could then finish off the Aaron, but then still no sign of a finisher in Hummer's setup here.
In fact, actually, if that's your plan, you can just evolve Squasher, throw it in, and then Orthrus. If that's your plan. Because you also have Grimner. You can play Orthrus Grimner. So an evolved
Okay.
Aaron can't kill your... Oh! An evolved Aaron can't kill your Goblin.
Arthurus has arrived.
It can. Never mind. Goblin King still has ward. I feel.
Oh yeah, it does. Never mind. I'm fine.
No, I
Stupid.
wish. It'd be so cool. If you could like temporarily remove ward from it.
He does have that though. He's gonna go for the Grimner for us. I don't. Is he gonna? Oh, he's gonna evolve the Grimner instead.
And he's pushing Nine Face.
Yeah, I'm face this turn. Okay.
Considering that Grimner doesn't protect Goblin King, you might as well play it out this way for maximum damage.
True. It does only leave though. Like if Grimner or the Goblin King were to die this turn, it leaves only a little bit on board. Yeah. Aaron's such a good card. Oh my gosh. We'll get that 2 back down after Orthrus goes in to help the Goblin King kill this.
Phantom Hell.
Uh-oh.
It's a lot of damage.
That could be huge. That could be massive.
Though, if you play the Death's Breath and get the effect off of it, you lose the shadows.
No, you don't.
Well, you get them back anyway. Yeah, never mind.
Because from playing the spell, you go back to 1 and then losing all 5
Yeah.
and your all 4 minions, you go to 5 shadows, so.
It would make a difference if you had like a board space of 10, but...
Ooh,
Actually
yeah, he's
starting
scared. He's scared. There goes the roach.
Yeah. DB actually starting to kind of feel grinded out here by mid-range shadow.
I mean, that Death Breath is huge. Oh no! That's humongous! That's so big! He just goes face to, oh no, he's at 20 life too. This is like...
Still hasn't drawn a Will of the Forest yet either.
Hasn't drawn Will of the Forest or White Wolf at all, yeah. Or even another Aaron. He has more Aarons too.
Yeah. Or Elf Queen, or even
Or anything.
Jungle Warden would be really strong here,
Anything.
but anything but a Sylvan Justice just about would help.
This is game, actually.
Yeah. No
Doesn't
matter
matter.
what,
Even if he full wipes, he's at 5. It doesn't matter what he does.
he's probably starting to see that now.
Yeah.
Realizing the rest of his hand is just fairies.
No. Aw. What a way for Aggro Shadow to win. Like, that looks so bad for Aggro Shadow forever, but it's just like,
How
okay, well.
grinding a combo deck, like...
Yeah, grinding a forest combo deck too. Like it has Aarons, it has Elf Queen, it's got, you know, like, well, makes it 2-1 DV8's favor. DV8's still 1 game away, so.
Both players now at tournament point, I believe.
Oh, right, it's
but-
2-2, you're right. But what's left for Hummer? I forgot.
It's now Forest versus Forest.
Oh,
It all
Forest
comes
versus
down to this. Of
Oh,
course,
boy.
they're
Oh
the
boy.
original, like, martial arts difference in
Hey,
style.
Elf Queen and Will of the Forest, 2 very useful cards last game.
Yeah.
Let's keep a full
And
hand of
another copy
nature
of
speed up. Will? No, he has to mulligan still.
Yeah.
Oh my god, DV8's hand looks so bad.
That is a hand that goes absolutely nowhere. If he gets an Ancient Elf, it's saved, but having to play first, too. He's a
I
house.
mean, double fairies. Yeah, he needs Ancient Elf. He needs Ancient Elf bad.
It saves this hand for sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, at least he gets 2 face damage. Lily will come down this turn, so he gets 2 face damage and 3 fairies. So he still has a chance to get that Ancient Elf.
Could stall a little bit, keep the fairies alive with a...
Hey, Lamau. Alright, this is looking really good for DV8 now.
Right. I was about to say, if he didn't draw it, he'd get an extra turn with a... Actually, it looks like he's going for that. Puts 1 more fairy on the board. Protects his fairies. 3 more damage. And even...
Definitely, yeah.
5-6 Ancient Elf on
It's
green
the
board.
thick Ancient Elf, oh boy. And it's 3 more face damage too. He's chipped 5. He's chipped for 5 right now, so... And draws a bolt. Okay, this is looking... Never mind. Alright.
There's a high
Managed to
damage.
assemble the 2 pieces of Exodia so far.
Yeah. The fairy's back in hand, filling it back up. Elven Princess Mage won't survive this trade. That's an entire turn spent just clearing this Ancient Elf.
It's a trade you kind of have to make, though. He could go for Sylvan Justice, evolve the Goblin Mage, and then May. But I don't think that sounds very good in my head.
It's like the same thing, except instead of getting 0 cast fairies, you have a 1/1 on board.
I mean, he also doesn't have a 1/1 on board, so.
Mm.
And to be fair, I mean, what are those 0 cost fairies even doing for your hand right now? Okay, never mind, he goes for it.
You're done for. Guide me, Elder Tree.
It's something. It gives him something to.
Magic.
Well, actually, there's nothing really in his hand that these fairies set up alongside.
Yeah, I don't. They don't. They don't do anything. Oh my! That was the fastest Fina I think I've ever seen on Spectate.
Did he draw that? Was it already in his hand? I didn't like.
Blow you away.
Yeah, it was already on board by the time I had seen him draw a card.
Yeah.
Ooh, sparkly stuff. Gimme.
That is huge. That Fina is like, it doesn't die. A full health Fina doesn't die to Fina.
Yeah,
So.
well, the forest is 1 damage off of clearing it, but if
Yeah,
that
he could
leaves
go
Fina
for it.
alive
I
with
think-
1 health,
I think that's the best thing he has, right?
I mean, a jungle warden in theory can clear over Fina, but it's not that big of a play.
Yeah, true. Jungle Warden is also just gonna get wrecked by
Gonna bless RNG for this, but
Uh-oh.
what are the odds that it doesn't kill the
Oh my
mage?
god.
It is,
Oh
it
my
is
god.
zoned in on this
Oh
Fina.
my god. Okay, alright, never mind.
That was the most precise volley of arrows.
It was probably the most, yeah, the single most, like, chosen
like
I've ever seen that do. Because now he can
Didn't
evolve. He
even
can evolve a
touch.
0 cost fairy too for full board, so.
yeah. That was the most aimbotable of the forest.
somebody report this to me. Like,
Yeah.
oh my god.
This
It
guy's
actually
classy.
doesn't kill the Goblin Mage. What?
Maybe wanting to save
Oh,
this
no.
evolve, but it's like you don't really need to save evolve so
Cute to boot.
determinedly when you have like an Aaron in hand.
Yeah, I know, right? Like,
I'll blow you away. Hey,
puts himself to 12 and another Fina on board. If he gets a second Will of the Forest, though? Okay, never mind. Alright.
Maybe he has to try to stabilize with Aaron here, but Deviate's hand is only getting scarier and scarier considering a single draw of a Nature's Guidance could set up lethal out of nowhere.
Yep. Fina now kills Fina, but that leaves 3 damage on board to go face. You know, he is holding double roaches, so, I mean, with a 0 mana goblin.
stop fooling around, Goblin Mage. It won't be long now. I'll blow you away.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Uchi actually
Fina
able
and
to
Goblin
hear-
Mage do have interactions in NA. Honestly, like, playing out your 0 mana cards here is not that big of a deal. You know, like, you're not holding anything that plays off of them.
Yeah.
Ooh, sparkly stuff.
For Tempo Force, this hand is mostly just going into trying to stabilize rather than trying to get a combo.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean,
And for a bit of trivia, in Japanese, there's actually more interactions with Fina. She talks to Tina as well, and Tina talks to Lucius, among other things. There's like this whole like triad of interactions going on with them.
one of the cards that no one plays have to have cool interactions. Like,
Right.
yeah, Sector talks to Lily. It's like, yeah, but no one plays those cards. Like,
Yeah. I mean,
as a Lily,
sure,
could
my
polymorph
thoughts,
something, but
like,
eh. He can't quite do anything with these roaches without a bounce, though. He can go, like, 0 mana Goblin Mage into, you know, Roach, but that's very
Yeah.
weak.
doesn't push much here. Needs to have something a little bit more solid for 12 health, but at least the trades here aren't too difficult to make.
Yeah, these trades are fairly easy.
Have some sparkly stuff, Vina.
Finds a triple Roach. Ooh.
At this point, doesn't really necessarily have to keep all 3 in hand.
Running away.
No,
is
definitely can
okay.
go for poke damage this turn. You can clear the Goblin Mage, play some fairies,
Yeah.
or even like Liza,
Hey.
you know? Because he gets the May clear here. Is triple roach lethal? No. Is it? Wait, 3, 4, 5?
2, 3. That is 3,
12.
4, 5.
It's 9, 12. Yeah.
Yup.
3, 4, 5, 9, 12. Yeah.
I couldn't believe it for a second. I was like, that's. Yeah.
That's it for DV8. Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
casually
DV8 won.
throws 12 damage out. So DV8, is that his first time winning one of these EXG tournaments? Oh, proud
Yeah,
of the boy.
DV8's first time. First time in grand finals in an EXG tournament, and first time winning an EXG tournament.
DV8 was undefeated in Swiss too, wasn't he? I think he was like the highest.
Was he?
scorer, or maybe
I can check
maybe
real
he was
quick.
the last person. Maybe he lost in like the very last game, but I know he was undefeated for quite a while, so kind of just blazed through the tournament there.
Where's the top 16 bracket? It's not on this.
Let's see.
I clicked off bracket and I can't look at it anymore.
Elimination round. Maybe. Okay. So
Oh,
by
there
round
it is.
7, yeah.
Okay.
DV8 went 7.
He was, yeah,
round.
7-0. Yep, only player to be 7-0. So he literally dominated this tournament.
Yeah,
Literally.
he only lost a single time to Hummer in winners finals and came back around, swung it in grand finals, and took the tournament.
DV8.
My boy. I mean,
Bringing it home.
I have a little history with DV8 in that I've casted for this guy playing in Georgia's King of the Hills, in which he had been pretty consistent and just doing well. So happy to see him now having like, I'm not sure if he actually ever won one. I'll have to check, but at least having like a victory under his belt now. Very convincing turnaround sweep on the Hummer there.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, we have like a technical move of locale here for a second. Right.
Alright, we're back. So, yeah, the reason why we hopped over to the other channel was because this area had issues connecting to voice, but apparently it's been fixed.
Yep. So we'll see if we can get an interview going here with our grand finalists in a moment.
Those forest mirrors, dude.
Yeah.
Do you guys have a translate or text to give to? We have a translator.
Mofu is like my residential like master question maker, so I'll let Mofu take the lead there.
Yeah, I typed in the caster Discord 2 questions off the top of my head to get translated. I'm trying not to bombard him and like get him to write an essay in response if
No, but you should
there's a language barrier. But...
get some question.
Yeah, I got 2 there. Just asking him if there's any reason he chose to bring the classes he did, or if there are any particular cards he felt good about playing, like the Goblin Princess, for example.
Very interesting card,
That kind
yeah.
of thing. Yeah.
I feel like I've been seeing that a lot more in Shadow though, so
I've seen it a little bit in Forest too, or in Tempo Forest.
I mean it makes a lot of bodies for Cynthia on 5 mana, so
Very easily splashable in any deck that would like to play something like Wind God. Dark Soul of Cerberus too.
Wind God in 2017.
I see it sometimes.
뭐 인터 잠깐 노래 끌게요.
Oh, hey there.
하이.
Congratulations in being second. And oh, it looks like we're not gonna get DBA because he's on campus at the moment.
Oh yeah, he was playing on a. Or something like
Yeah,
that,
he
wasn't
was on, yeah. Mobile.
Hopefully we can get Fantasy in here and then ask where is he?
Break down this Korean language barrier.
Right. We had a translator. I guess we can give out simple questions.
퀘스천? I don't listen. Please speak.
Oh, he doesn't speak.
I can speak. My English is very not good.
Oh,
Oh,
so sad, man. Yeah. I
It's
really hope we
okay.
can get a translator for this because
Yeah. So we're waiting to see if we can get, like, at least an interpreter, so we can get a bit of insight. I wish Korean was a language that I knew how to speak, but
yeah, same.
you know, it's the one Asian language that I have no knowledge about.
You know, it's pretty interesting too, because he streamed the whole thing, the entire time.
On Twitch
On Twitch,
with no delay.
no delay.
Joe. Sniper.
Maybe Richie should do no delay streams. Maybe.
Yeah, no. That's
Just let people cheat.
that's asking for people out there trying to snipe and stuff. But in
Darn,
any
I
case,
tried. Sorry, cheaters out there. I tried.
in any case, hopefully we can. Nope, no one's.
Feels bad, man.
So what kind of simple question we can ask?
Well, I mean, his English is very bad, so I don't know if.
I don't want to try to.
I don't want
pressure
to push him to
Voida.
force an answer out of him
True.
when his English is bad.
Yes.
It would be embarrassing. Yeah.
Maybe some other time then. Anyways,
Yeah.
congratulations for going second place. You won what was it, 60? 150, 60, 30, 30. Yep, 60.
I think I'm gonna try. I can use Google Translate to type a very basic.
No, dude,
No,
Google
don't do
Translate
it.
is so
Don't do it.
bad.
Okay,
Don't
never
do
mind.
it. No Google Translate.
I just want to type something very simple. It couldn't mess up, like congratulations.
Yeah.
We will not
No
interview
way.
you.
Google Translate's terrible. I don't know why it even
I'm gonna
exists.
accidentally insult him thanks to it. Yeah.
Yeah, don't do it.
Don't do it. Anyways, congratulations for being second place. I hope you enjoyed our tournament. So hopefully we'll get to see you again, and the rest of your team as well. Hummer?
Hopefully that.
Yeah. Oh.
He doesn't know how to respond to that.
It's okay.
He doesn't know what you said, probably,
I
dude.
don't know.
Said his English is bad. Stop being mean, dude.
I know.
Why
I'm sorry.
오케이. My
Yeah. Okay.
페이지,
Bye.
시청자를 뭐라고 했지?
Yeah, Richie, this.
일단 and my nickname is not Hummer. My nickname is 흠아래치 in
Oh.
Conqueror team.
Okay. Him are.
Whom
Alright.
흠아래치.
Arachi?
Thank you.
Arachi.
예.
Got it. Nice, dude.
And
Yep. And
okay.
Thank you.
We'll
You're
see
free
you
to go
later.
on with him.
See you later. I love Elemental.
oh, thank you.
We are friends.
Yo,
Yep,
cup of
We're
pride,
good
dude.
friends. We'll see you in the next tournament.
Yes, next tournament. I champion. Second place. Two times. I am very
Sad?
lazy. I am lazy. So hard.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Yeah, it can be hard when there's a lot of tournament players entering. So you did very good.
Yes. Thank you.
Right. Very well played. And hope to see you in the next tournament.
Alright, so we're just gonna go ahead and conclude this. For those of you watching, thank you for stopping in. We couldn't get DV8 in here because he went to school and all that stuff, so hopefully you guys can understand that. But he won, so hey, congratulations to CF? Crimson Fencers, right, for taking this
Crimson
one today.
Fencer. You don't remember your competition's names? Come on, Richie.
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't.
Crimson Fencers.
Wow.
I almost called them the other game's name too. At one
Richie,
point.
I can't. This
I don't know
The
which
other-
one.
this trash talk. Oh my gosh, dude.
It's not
Yeah,
trash
what you
talk.
going in?
Not.
Yeah, Richie.
I
Drop
just don't
that.
remember.
It's
Leave
mixtape.
me alone.
Richie, come on.
Anyways, sign ups for the next tournament is happening, so there will be a link provided for you. Just a reminder that NGE is also this coming Tuesday, at 2 p.m. PST or PDT, or 5 p.m. PEDT. Yes. In any case, hopefully you guys will sign up to that, and we'll see you then. Thanks for watching, guys.